This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 903. In the 570th year of the expedition calendar, with the fall of the last homeworld fortress of the Shadow Diva civilization, the war in the North Silent Sea Galaxy Cluster was essentially over. At the same time, good news also came from the Black Abyss Star Core Galaxy Cluster. The joint fleet of the Divine Xia Dynasty and the Crimson Yu Dynasty swiftly and decisively crushed the stubbornly resisting Dark Star Devourer civilization, marking the official end of the military conquest phase of these two galactic clusters. The following centuries were a period of digestion, integration, and construction for these new territories by the five great empires and their affiliated forces. Large engineering and immigration fleets replaced warships, traversing the conquered galaxies. Standardized, large-scale, ultra-long-range stargates were rapidly established, connecting the new territories with the homeland of the Torchfire civilization. Resource exploration ships delved deep into the desolate regions of the star system, the planetary belts, and even the interiors of floating continents, creating detailed maps of resource distribution. Tens of thousands of colony starships transported waves of elite immigrants from the five great empires to planets and floating continents that had undergone environmental modification and were suitable for habitation. Ancestral Domain, the Firewood Human Galaxy Cluster. A post-war conference jointly initiated by the five ancestral courts of the Firewood civilization was quickly convened. A unified resolution was reached, clearly defining the vast territory of over 1,600 galaxies, encompassing the North Silent Sea Galaxy Cluster, approximately 760 galaxies, and the Black Abyss Star Core Galaxy Cluster, approximately 850 galaxies. The five great empires, as the pillars of civilization, each claimed 300 river systems as their direct territory, collectively controlling 1,500. These river systems were often the richest in resources and held the most strategically important positions. The remaining 100-plus river systems became the fiefdoms of powerful forces, immortal clans, super conglomerates, and even a few strong exploration teams and guilds within the civilization, boasting deep foundations and distinguished achievements in expeditions. For a time, the entire smoldering civilization was immersed in a frenzied atmosphere of expansion and harvest. Countless rare minerals, energy crystals, biological gene templates, interstellar artifacts, and high-level floating continent origins flooded into the civilization's homeland like a tide, greatly enriching its resource pool and strategic reserves. All those with foresight understood that the assimilation of these two new river system clusters would bring immeasurable growth in size and enhancement to the smoldering civilization. In the coming millennia, civilization will inevitably experience another unprecedented surge in power. Many new Star Destroyer captains, galaxy captains, and hyperdimensional captains, as well as mythical enslaved creatures under the command of various factions, will spring up like mushrooms after rain, accumulating more resources to prepare for the inevitable and brutal final battle at the ruins of Heaven's struggle. However, just as the entire civilization focused its attention on the development and construction of new territories, immersed in the joy of its growing strength, Song Chi's true form slowly opened his eyes in the all-attribute cultivation room of the Heavenly Ruins Market. His eyes were deep, as if reflecting the boundless starry sea, containing little concern for the civilization's new territories, but rather a hint of inquiry and solemnity. 1,600 galaxies. While they can greatly enhance the civilization's foundation, compared to that, the legendary Southern Pole is what I'm truly looking forward to. He murmured to himself, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of space, landing on a distant point beyond the cosmos. In his perception, the Heavenly Fate Compass, a 7-colored artifact acquired from the once dominant Immortal Realm civilization, its pointer steadfastly pointed southward into the Starry Sea, towards the mysterious southern pole of the Starry Sea. He had always harbored immense curiosity about this so-called southern pole of the Starry Sea, but had been unable to find the time. Now, taking advantage of the final tranquility before the collapse of the breaking heaven ruins, he decided to give it a try. He had a premonition that the secrets hidden there might concern a path beyond his current mythical realm, a path to true transcendence. With a thought, countless billions of light-years away, a super warship, its body shimmering with a dark red hue, concealed deep within the void, the Heavenly Ruins azure sky, quietly completed yet another long-distance jump, appearing in a completely unfamiliar void star field. For nearly 1,000 years, Song Chi's mind has been largely focused on the Tianqiu Sangqiong, guiding it southward on this seemingly endless, solitary voyage. He made meticulous preparations for this exploration. The warship's core warp drive component, recently upgraded to tricolored quality thanks to two newly produced 10th-tier golden apples, along with a lower-quality Crimson Sky Warp device and Space Jumper, allowed the Tianqiu Sangqiong to achieve an astonishingly long single-jump distance. Furthermore, the mirror image space wormhole generator component, also upgraded to tricolored quality by golden apples, could create wormholes spanning terrifying distances exceeding trillions of light-years in a single operation, granting the Tianqiu Sangqiong an indescribable speed. It was precisely thanks to these three components, veritable divine artifacts for interstellar travel, that the heavenly ruined sky could traverse a journey far beyond the imagination of ordinary mythical creatures, a journey that ordinary civilizations could not even accomplish in billions of years, steadfastly advancing southward. At this moment, Song Qi, controlling his ethereal form, stood in the main control room of the heavenly ruined sky, looking out the porthole at the almost absolute darkness devoid of any starlight, and then at the trembling pointer on the heavenly fate compass to his side, the terrestrial star map still far from perfectly aligning with the southernmost point. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The shattered star sea was simply too vast, so vast that even with the support of three mythical space-traversing components, it would still require a long period of accumulation before he could possibly find that so-called southernmost point. Song Qi wasn't discouraged by this. It was within his expectations. Besides, there was still time. There was still a buffer period of several thousand years before the Batian ruins completely collapsed. And so, he steadfastly continued remotely controlling the heavenly ruined sky, sailing southward, time passing relentlessly. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3,000 years had passed since he officially took control of the heavenly ruined sky, and in those 3,000 years, he had not slackened even once. One day, just when Song Qi thought this routine would continue, the heavenly fate compass star chart to his side, which had remained largely unchanged, suddenly emitted a flickering light. Looking to the side, Song Qi's eyes quickly widened. On the star chart, the star C southern pole marking had, unknowingly, perfectly aligned with the component's pointer. Starry C, southern pole. Are we finally arriving? Almost subconsciously, Song Qi murmured to himself. As his mind focused intensely, he could feel the surrounding cosmic rules becoming unusually thin and strange, the space-time structure exhibiting an indescribable fragility and a sense of boundary. It was as if this was the end of the known material universe, and beyond that lay the realm of nothingness, where even rules had not been defined. The heavenly ruined sky dome began to slowly decelerate. The soul-devouring altar, having evolved into a seven-colored quality Eye of Truth radar through completing the entire fourth stage of soul-devouring, was already at full power, cautiously probing towards that ultimate dark region where even light did not exist. Song Qi's mind was also raised to its highest alert level. He knew that this final journey might only be the beginning of the true challenge. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Song Qi quickly calmed down. Instead of rashly steer the heavenly ruins skyward, after a moment's thought, he proactively recalled the mirror ship left at the Immortal Realm ruins, replacing the heavenly ruins skyward's main body, and continued south. He knew nothing about this so-called Star Sea southern pole. Unsure of any potential dangers, it was safer to let the mirror ship scout ahead. The mirror ship, like a cautious explorer, slowly advanced through near absolute nothingness. The replicated seven-colored light of the Eye of Truth scanned the surroundings with unprecedented intensity, but the feedback was extremely limited and strange. There was no matter, no energy, and even the concepts of time and space became blurred. It was as if all the fundamental laws and rules of the universe had failed here, returning to a state of nothingness. If it weren't for the heavenly fate compass pointer unequivocally pointing this direction, perfectly aligning with the markings on the star map, Song Qi would almost have doubted whether he had stumbled into a pure starry sea void forbidden zone. He controlled the mirror warship, maximizing the energy field and the boundary of rules, while simultaneously deeply merging his mind with the Eye of Truth, cautiously exploring forward. This extreme emptiness lasted for an unknown amount of time, perhaps a moment, perhaps endless years. In this place where rules did not exist, time had lost its meaning. Just as Song Qi began to feel a loneliness and oppression originating from the depths of his soul, the Eye of Truth's probing waves finally detected an unusual ripple. It wasn't a fluctuation of matter or energy, but rather more like the echo of rules, the imprint of time. Something's here. Song Qi's spirits lifted, and he immediately steered the warship cautiously towards the source of the ripple. As the distance closed, the ripple gradually became clearer. In the absolute darkness, extremely faint, almost transparent, fragmented phantoms gradually emerged. These phantoms were enormous, with complex and mysterious structures. The outlines of palaces, columns, and plazas could be vaguely discerned, but they were not physical entities. Instead, They were composed of some solidified, broken laws of time and primordial rules. This is a ruin? Song-Chi was shaken. He had never seen such a peculiar sight. These architectural phantoms seemed to exist in another dimension, overlapping and intersecting with the current space, yet remaining unreachable. The mirror worship continued to venture deeper, and the surrounding fragmented phantoms multiplied, gradually forming a vast and boundless landscape of ruins. The ruins were silent, yet exuded an indescribable antiquity and vastness, as if they had been dormant for countless eons. An ineffable pressure permeated the surroundings, not directed at living beings, but at the rules themselves, causing slight lag in the various systems of the mirror battleship. The replicated Eye of Truth operated at full power, analyzing the essence of these fragments of rules. Gradually, fragmented information was deciphered: time, sequence, foundation, eternal, slumbering land, high dimension, super. However, these fragments of information were far too general. No matter how Song-Chi reasoned, he could not grasp the key points. Until a certain moment, the mirror battleship traversed, gradually approaching the deepest part of this endless ruin. In the all-attribute cultivation room of the market, Song-Chi, his eyes closed, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Through the image transmitted via the soul link, he saw the core scene of that eternal ruin. But the instant he captured this scene, a strange sense of familiarity welled up within him. This familiarity came suddenly, yet he couldn't recall the key details for a moment. Even after pondering for a long time, he still couldn't remember where he had seen a similar scene before. Just as he was struggling with this, Song-Chi's eyes lit up. "That's right," he muttered, then waved his hand, and the next second, two special items appeared in his hand. It was a broken bronze palace door, and a key gleaming with black light. The black key was the key of the Temple of Time's inheritance he had obtained in a small segment of the River of Time, and the familiarity that had surfaced in his mind originated from the ruins deep within that segment of the River of Time. As for the bronze palace gate, it was obtained during the Origin Star operation from a gray-robed alien mythical figure. It was the shattered gate of the Temple of Time. On a whim, he quickly signaled his ethereal body on the mirror ship to activate the Void Market Projection Token, handing over the bronze palace gate and the key of inheritance. Not long after, when the ethereal body re-entered the Void Market and returned to the mirror ship, the bronze palace gate and the black key in his hands, unsurprisingly, both trembled violently. Indeed, this is the ruins of the Temple of Time. Song-Chi took a deep breath. Despite his suspicions, he still found it hard to believe that this was indeed the site of the legendary super overlord, the Temple of Time. That superpower that had dominated countless eras, and whose number of transcendent beings was said to have been counted on both hands, ultimately couldn't escape the fate of its lineage being severed. As he pondered this, Song-Chi sensed something was amiss. Wasn't it said that the main hall of the Temple of Time was located at the end of the River of Time? Why is it here in the southern pole of the Star Sea? His mind raced, carefully scanning the vast area surrounding the ruins. Song-Chi was certain that there was no particularly strong aura of time laws and rules within this southern pole of the Star Sea, meaning that the legendary River of Time was not here, or rather, it didn't flow through this area. However, no matter how puzzled he was, no one would answer his questions, so he simply stopped focusing on them and continued to control the heavenly ruins Azure Sky Mirror worship as it advanced. Regardless of why the Temple of Time appeared in the southern pole of the Star Sea, what was more important now was whether the key of Time Temple inheritance in his hand could still function as intended. Chapter 904. Holding the key of the Time Temple's legacy and the shattered gate of the Time Temple in his ethereal hands, these two relics from the Time Temple, as they approached the core of the ruins, no longer simply trembled, but emitted a mournful hum, like a long-wandering traveler finally seeing the ruins of their homeland, filled with both excitement and sorrow. Especially the black key, its surface no longer flowed with ripples, but instead burst forth with blinding lightning of time, forcefully tearing through the solidified void before it, pointing to an inconspicuous corner deep within the ruins, entangled in countless broken rules. There, seemingly no different from the rest of the place, only a few exceptionally large fragments of the temple, imprinted with blurry clock patterns, floated, but the key's direction was unwavering. In response, Song-Chi remotely controlled the mirror worship, using the replicated Eye of Truth to precisely analyze the rules, carefully avoiding the space-time traps capable of annihilating mythical creatures, while steadfastly advancing. Finally, the mirror worship stopped before a relatively flat, altar-like broken boulder. The Nexus is here. Song-Chi had already exited the all-attribute training room. He held his breath, his mind highly focused. Under his control, His ethereal body gently pressed the key of the Temple of Time's inheritance against an almost indistinguishable groove in the center of the altar. The instant the two made contact, buzz, a deafening roar, directly impacting the soul and the dimension of time itself, erupted violently. Instantly, the absolute void of the entire star-sea southern pole seemed to be violently stirred by an invisible giant hand. Fragments of rules that had been dormant for countless epochs scattered wildly like startled birds, transforming into billions of colorful yet deadly space-time rifts that shot out in all directions. The mirror ship's shields instantly glowed with blinding light, its energy index plummeting. Meanwhile, the altar erupted with a seven-colored divine light 1,000,000 times more intense than a typical mythological explosion. Within the light, countless colossal phantoms flashed by. These were magnificent palaces spanning countless rivers of time, imposing figures capable of creating and destroying galaxies with a flick of the wrist, manifestations of incomprehensible rules. These imprints of time, like a final burst of light before death, displayed the temple's former supreme glory for a fleeting moment, then quickly dimmed and shattered. Finally, a barely sturdy, seven-colored portal, barely wide enough for a warship to pass through, laboriously coalesced above the altar. The portal's edges continuously crumbled and repaired, emitting a chilling cracking sound, as if it would utterly disintegrate at any moment. From within the portal emanated an ancient, vast, and soul-stirring aura, like the very beginning of the universe, the source of time itself. Hold on! Song-Chi roared inwardly, not only pushing the mirror warship's engines to their limit, but also activating the Beyond the Three Realms and Five Elements characteristic of the replicated Three Realms and Five Elements certificate component without hesitation. Even though the mirror warship's hull had completely vanished, it still swayed precariously like a broken boat amidst the blazing torrent of seven-colored divine light, struggling even to maintain basic stability. Fortunately, luck was on its side, and the mirror warship finally managed to force its way into the crumbling gate of light. Boom! It seemed as if it had pierced through a viscous barrier formed by time itself. The destructive fluctuations from the outside world were instantly blocked, and the mirror warship appeared in an extremely small, less than 10,000 cubic meter, seven-colored space. Here, there is no concept of up, down, left, or right, only the slowly flowing, liquid rainbow-like power of time's origin. In the center of the space, for objects float silently, their existence seemingly the last stand of this soon-to-be-annihilated land of heritage. A long spear, its shaft like flowing eternal sand, gathering the seven-colored river of time. A cold glint at the spear tip, seemingly the condensation of all ends and annihilation. Seven solidified, mythical-like colored halos surround the spear, their slight rotation altering the flow of time around it, the seven-colored mythical artifact, the Time Spirit Spear. Compared to the five-colored Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword in Song-Chi's hand, the divine power emanating from this seven-colored Time Spirit Spear far surpasses imagination. Only the Candle Dragon axe fused within the core of the floating continent's primordial essence in the Heavenly Ruins continent's core space can be compared to it, but even then, it is still inferior. The mere presence of this Time Spirit Spear exuded an unparalleled majesty, a power to control time and decide life and death. A pile of crystals, about 100 in total, each not a regular polyhedron, but constantly flickering and shifting between 3 dimensions and higher dimensions, their light restrained to an extreme, yet stirring an instinctive, almost greedy desire deep within Song-Chi's soul. Song-Chi didn't recognize these crystals, and there were no related records in the ship's database. A seven-colored token, its entirety consisting of an ancient clock pattern, but upon closer inspection, the hour, minute, and second hands moved at an extremely slow yet resolute pace, radiating a warm, sturdy, protective power that seemed capable of withstanding the erosion of eternity. A seven-colored group protection component that could be converted into a ship's equipment, the blessing of the Time God King. Finally, there was a dim, flickering stream of incomplete data, like a candle flame about to go out. It had no fixed form, seemingly composed of countless broken points of light and symbols. It was the most inconspicuous, yet perhaps the most crucial element, within this inheritance space. Without hesitation, the ethereal body swiftly collected the first 3 treasures, each radiating earth-shattering energy. However, when Song-Chi's thoughts touched that seemingly fragile, incomplete data stream, a sudden change occurred. The data stream seemed to have found its sole suitable inheritor. No longer transmitting slowly, it transformed into an irresistible torrent of information, rushing into the ethereal body in the most brutal and direct way. Through the soul link, like a cosmic explosion, it instantly erupted within Song-Chi's consciousness. Inside the all-attribute cultivation room of the Heavenly Ruins Market, Song-Chi gritted his teeth. The stinging and throbbing pain deep within his mind made him feel quite uncomfortable. He firmly believed that if his very life essence hadn't already reached the mythical level, such a vast amount of information fragments would have instantly shattered his mind. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be thrown into a turbulent current of time composed of countless broken secrets. As time passed, a large amount of chaotic and incomplete information surfaced in his mind. Time, palace, epoch, reset, the four dimensions. Not the extremes of location, but the extremes of rules, the pinnacle of dimensions. The anchor of the epoch, fixing space-time. Only by anchoring to a single extreme domain can one build a foundation for transcendence. The path to dimensional ascension, stealing the creation of the epoch, using the extreme domain as a furnace, igniting the fire of civilization, only then is there a glimmer of hope. The four poles are ethereal, only rare artifacts of the epochs can find them. Destiny has ordained them, the compass points the way. Although this information was mostly fragmented, it contained crucial details. These incredibly secretive fragments of information frantically assaulted his cognitive barriers. They revealed not ordinary relics and treasures, but the ultimate operating rules and transcendence paths of the entire Shattered Star Sea era, and even all epochs. The only dimensional ascension ground in each era? When this core concept was finally clear to him, Song-Chi felt as if his soul had been struck by a cataclysmic lightning bolt. He froze on the spot. Even his trembling temporarily stopped, leaving only boundless horror and blankness. What he had always pursued was the pinnacle of personal strength, the supreme power to traverse the starry sea, the ability to lead his family and civilization to stand firm in the impending chaotic battle at the heavenly ruins. He believed that a mythical level captain, or even a more powerful 12th-tier transcendent captain, might be the end of that path. But now, this fragmented data stream tells him that beyond mythology and transcendence, there is actually a final secret to dimensional ascension. Does a truly higher dimensional world exist above this vast starry sea? Are the Shattered Starry Sea and the myriad realms merely so-called lower dimensional domains? Even the Chaos God continent has never completely escaped this lower dimensional domain, and the four dimensional poles, the four extreme domains of the newly formed Shattered Starry Sea, are the basic qualifications for true dimensional ascension in each era. They are ladders to dimensional ascension forged with the foundation of a single extreme domain and the full power of a top-tier civilization. The impact of this information was so immense that he couldn't process it all at once, even experiencing a strong sense of unreality. It was like a fish vying for supremacy in a pond, suddenly told that beyond the pond lay a vast ocean, and all it had ever sought was the power to leap out of the pond. Destiny's mandate, the compass's guidance, the immortal realm civilization, the compass of destiny. So that's it. The hint in this data stream about the necessary epical artifact for locating the four poles was like the final piece of a puzzle, instantly connecting all his previous doubts. Why would a civilization as powerful as the immortal realm suddenly face annihilation? Why would the mastermind behind it launch such a devastating attack at any cost? It wasn't some ordinary struggle for resources or power struggle. It was because the information about the compass of destiny in the immortal realm's possession had been leaked, the ultimate secret to locating the four-dimensional poles. This had attracted the attention and murderous intent of unimaginable, terrifying forces that had been plotting for several, even dozens of epochs. A horrific scene seemed to unfold before his eyes. The flourishing immortal realm civilization, perhaps secretly gathering strength, prepared to use the heavenly mandate compass to find and control a vast realm, plotting an unprecedented feat of dimensional ascension. However, news leaked, and annihilation descended from the heavens, the glorious civilization collapsing in despair. And in the final moments, the powerful beings of the immortal realm might have used earth-shattering methods to dismantle the root of the calamity, the heavenly mandate compass, its most important territory vanishing into the vast sea of stars along with a fragment of a continent. This hiding place lasted for over 500,000 years. Until it was obtained by Song-Chi through a fortuitous encounter. And with this lost map, he unexpectedly found one of the four-dimensional ascension lands of this era, the southern extreme domain, before all other forces in the myriad realms. I found the southern extreme. Song-Chi murmured to himself, his voice dry and hoarse, trembling with disbelief. The next second, his voice abruptly stopped. Before he could utter the final word, domain, an extreme chill suddenly gripped his heart, as if uttering this complete name would immediately bring disaster. In the sky dome of the myriad realms, in the main control room of the sky dome, he turned his head to look at the heavenly fate compass component. It was currently trembling continuously. The heavenly fate, confusion of heavenly secrets characteristic had been triggered at some point, and dense chaotic energy filled the entire surface of the warship, desperately concealing the watchful gaze of destiny that was secretly pursuing them. Upon seeing this, Song-Chi's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had almost touched a supreme taboo in the myriad realms, and this was only because he was within the void market of the myriad realms, and thanks to the confusing nature of the seven-colored heavenly fate compass, he hadn't been exposed. Thinking of this, his heart pounded. A chaotic artifact, most likely a chaotic artifact of the origin tracing type. Those super forces hidden behind the scenes, relentlessly pursuing the four-dimensional poles of the shattered star sea, must possess pursuit abilities at the level of chaotic artifacts. The entire shattered star sea is even under their surveillance. Simply uttering the name would attract their attention. After the immense shock came a surge of complex emotions, like the tides of the star sea. There was the excitement and exhilaration of glimpsing the ultimate secret, the elation of having the upper hand, but more than anything, there was a heavy, almost suffocating pressure and dread. The tragic fate of the immortal realm civilization was a stark reminder. If news of his discovery of the southern extreme region were to leak, what would become of his own fire spirit civilization? Without hesitation, Song-Chi could already picture the fire spirit civilization being ruthlessly annihilated. Furthermore, while this information was truly top secret for the fire spirit civilization, which had only existed for a little over 300,000 years, were it already common knowledge among the powerful races of the previous era, or even several eras ago, on the Chaos Divine Continent. In the subsequent chaos of the Battle of the Heavenly Ruins, would the ultimate goal of the various hegemonic civilizations and powerful races also be this four-dimensional extreme? Thinking of this, Song-Chi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his turbulent emotions, his gaze gradually sharpening and hardening. Regardless, the fire spirit civilization was far from qualified to touch these things. The most important thing now was to improve itself, including the strength of the entire civilization. His thoughts quickly shifted, scanning the 3-time temple relics he had just acquired. While the 7-colored artifact Time Spirit Spear cannot be converted into shipboard components, it possesses terrifying power as a unique weapon. He had already learned about the pile of crystals from the previous data stream. They were called Dimensional Ascension Origin Stones, a key resource for seeking dimensional ascension after completely occupying a dimensional extreme domain. However, for the currently limited resources of the Fire Spirit civilization, this was essentially useless, and Song-Chi directly sealed it into the heavenly market. Finally, the Time God King's Blessing component, this 7-colored group protection component, was arguably the most valuable of the 3 items. Unfortunately, as relics inherited from the former Time Temple, both the Time Spirit Spear and the Time God King's Blessing component were destined not to be used freely in the outside world, at least not as part of the Fire Spirit civilization's mythical immortal ship. Otherwise, if noticed by a malicious alien race, the entire civilization would face the crisis of its lineage being severed. Chapter 905. Although it cannot be easily used externally, the power of this blessing of the Time God King component must be acknowledged. Its superior attributes are in no way inferior to the Origin Star's reflection of the Heavens component currently mounted on the Heavenly Ruins Sky Dome. Rare item, Token of the Lord of Time. Quality, colorful/extreme. Can be converted to Blessing of the Time God King. Note, born from the supreme power of time by the first Lord of the Time Temple, the Time God King, and after countless years, it has transformed into a 7-colored time mythical rare item. Time God King's Blessing LV0. Quality, colored/extreme. Trait, Shield of Time. Trait 2, increases ship hull strength by 260%. Trait 3, increases ship energy shield value by 260%. Trait 4, time resistance plus 3000. Trait 5, when comprehending the laws of time inside the ship, the comprehension efficiency is increased by 80%. Trait 6, the internal spacetime flow rate of the ship can be adjusted autonomously, with a maximum adjustment multiplier of plus or minus 10 times. Trait 7, Power of Time 0. Trait 8, Power of Time Temporary Time Domain. Trait 9, Power of Time God King Projection Eternal Protection. Shield of Time. The component contains infinite power of time. After being installed, it can automatically form a mythical time energy shield on the outside of the ship's energy shield. The protection value and shield value of the time energy shield are equivalent to the standard energy shield of the same quality. It provides a 1-hour buffer after overload. Time Force 0. Consumes 10 million psionic points to release infinite time energy, targeting a specific property of a component on the warship. If the cooldown time is less than 1 year, all cooldowns of that property will be instantly reset to 0, otherwise, the cooldown time will only be reduced by 90%. Cooldown time is 720 hours. Temporal power temporary time domain asterisk consumes 10 million psionic points. Centered on the hull of the loaded warship, it continuously radiates the power of time rules outwards. After a brief buffer, a temporary time domain is formed. Within this domain, the warship's direct captain can control the surrounding time flow. Duration, 30 minutes. Note: the maximum increase or decrease in time flow within the domain cannot exceed 100 times. Cooldown, 720 hours. Temporal power eternal protection of the God King's projection asterisk consumes 100 million psionic points. Summons the divine soul projection of the first time God King of the Temple of Time to protect the user. Within the projection's range, all designated friendly units enjoy the full protective effect. Cooldown, 10 years. While both are rainbow time-related artifacts, this time God King's blessing, though not as high quality as the time chessboard component, is definitely on the same level as components like Origin Star's reflection of the heavens, and may even be slightly more valuable. After reviewing all its attributes, Song-Chi barely hesitated before picking up the component and actively equipping it, replacing the Barbarian God's Guardian component. In this way, both Group Guardian components on the Sky Ruins skyship reached the 7-colored quality. Even though Time God King's blessing couldn't be easily used, its effectiveness far surpassed that of the lower-colored Barbarian God's Guardian. Leaving aside other aspects, the power of Time Zero trait alone surpassed the value of the entire Barbarian God's Guardian component. While its effect might seem to overlap with the Meditation Seal internal speed, it's important to remember that the two components have a fundamental difference in quality. One is 7-colored, the other is 3-colored. To give a simple example, while the 3-colored Vajrasattva Meditation Seal can now affect 7-colored components like 3 Realms 5 Elements Token, Light of Judgment, and Reflection of the Origin Star's Heavens, the actual effect is significantly reduced. Even if the active trait meets the conditions, under the effect of Meditation Seal Inner Speed, it often cannot directly reduce the cooldown time to 0. Although it can generally shorten the cooldown by 60% to 70%, in truly dangerous battles, this seemingly insignificant discount is often the most fatal. In contrast, the 7-colored Time God King's Blessing component, except for its inability to affect chaos artifacts, can affect almost all components on the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and with 100% effectiveness. Crucially, this trait works inside the warship, so even if used, there's no need to worry about detection. Leaving the ruins of the Temple of Time, Song-Chi continued to pilot the mirror warship, carefully exploring this dimensional extreme region named Star Sea Southern Pole. Just as the incomplete data stream hinted, and just as the final fate of the Temple of Time confirmed, this region itself was a vast, boundless, yet desolate and barren spacetime. Apart from the faint glow of the ruined altar that bore the last legacy of the Temple of Time, everything within sight was frozen nothingness, shattered chaotic rules, and eternal silence. Since the Temple of Time was destroyed countless eons ago, its legacy completely severed, this ascended land, which should have become the focus of a new era, has never again been visited by any alien beings. Those space-time traps and rule rifts powerful enough to annihilate myths formed a natural barrier, turning this place into a forgotten corner. Indeed, a treasure trove exists, but I have no fortune to enjoy it. Song-Chi sighed inwardly. After confirming that there were no other risks or opportunities here in the short term, he didn't hesitate any longer. A 9th-tier void demon quickly rushed out of the mirror warship to enslave him, along with a market projection token. In this way, the void demon became a sentinel stationed here. If any abnormal fluctuations occurred in this southern extreme region in the future, whether natural changes or external intrusion, Song-Chi could sense them immediately. Having done all this, the mirror warship silently withdrew from this extreme region and carefully returned along the original route. Only when the warship finally left the influence of the Time Temple ruins and returned to the relatively normal void of the shattered star sea did Song-Chi breathe a sigh of relief. With a thought, he remotely recalled the mirror warship via the chapter of Divine Sense. This trip to the southern extreme region yielded far more than expected. Not only did he obtain the powerful artifact Time Spirit Spear and the top-grade component Blessing of the Time God King, but more importantly, he learned earth-shattering secrets about the 4-dimensional poles and the path to dimensional ascension. However, the pressure that followed was as heavy as a mountain. Strength. I still need stronger strength. Song-Chi's gaze was resolute as he suppressed his distracting thoughts. Afterward, his main body returned to the all-attribute cultivation room. While digesting the fragments of information in his mind, he used the cultivation room's enhancement of psionic energy, along with the time chessboard and the newly acquired blessing of the Time God King, to accelerate the improvement of his guidance technique level, enhance his understanding of rules, and solidify his mythological rank cultivation. He awaited the day when the Batian ruins, destined to shake the chaos divine continent and all the myriad worlds, would collapse. However, the tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. About 300 years after Song-Chi went into seclusion, a rapid alarm sounded through the Soul Link. It was the mirror warship he had redispatched, which had been lying in wait deep within the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent in the shadows of the Void Sea. Song-Chi's eyes snapped open, his consciousness instantly projecting towards it. In the mirror warship's field of vision, the Immortal Realm continent, which had been quietly floating deep within the shadows of the Void Sea, was now shrouded in an indescribable power. Above the continent, an unimaginably massive, pitch-black spatial vortex was slowly forming, its size even surpassing that of the continent itself. A terrifying suction force emanated from the vortex's center, like countless invisible giant hands, firmly grasping every inch of the Immortal Realm continent, forcibly dragging it from its hidden lair deep within the shadows of the Void Sea back into normal interstellar space. The sheer magnitude and domineering power of this force far exceeded Song-Chi's comprehension. Even though he had already reached the mythical level, practically standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he couldn't change the fact that his heart was being churned with turmoil. He witnessed firsthand the raging dark spatial structure surrounding the Immortal Realm continent, including the endless spatial gales, shattering like fragile glass. The pitch-black vortex seemed to connect to some irresistible end. This kind of method, it must have been a transcendent being, perhaps even a top-tier transcendent being. Song-Chi was horrified. The mastermind behind the destruction of the Immortal Realm civilization, more than 500,000 years later, had once again turned its attention to the remnants of this civilization? Was it to completely erase all traces, or had it discovered something? A strong sense of crisis made him almost instinctively want to immediately recall the mirror warship to prevent the unknown entity from using this as a pretext to trace its origins and plunge him into danger as well. But just as his thought formed, before he could act on it, buzz! Inside the mirror warship, on the territory of the replica Heavenly Fate Compass, which had been constantly activated to search for the whereabouts of the other three of the four immortal swords, an unprecedentedly violent fluctuation suddenly emanated. The compass pointer trembled wildly, pointing to the dozen or so gray mist energy entities that soared into the sky and were frantically surging into the depths of the dark vortex passage. Instantly, Song-Chi understood. He knew that the other three immortal swords he had been searching for must be on those dozen or so mythical gray mist energy entities. They might have used some special method to hide the three immortal swords very well, and despite his repeated use of the Heavenly Fate Compass, they had never been discovered. However, with the sudden change in the Immortal Realm ruins, they actively emerged from their hiding place, wanting to escape this Immortal Realm ruins that had trapped them for over 500,000 years. This left the three immortal swords completely exposed. Under the compass, tracing the source property of the replicated Heavenly Fate Compass, three crystal-clear sword intent coordinates, sharing the same origin as the limitless immortal trapping quantum star destroyer, appeared clearly on the star map of the land, like three brilliant stars in the night. Slaying immortals. Slaying immortals. Exterminating immortals. The other three primordial immortal swords, including the extermination immortal array diagram, which the fourth light cluster most likely represents, are now laid out before us. However, the dark vortex has already solidified, and the force behind the destruction of the entire Immortal Realm civilization seems to have made its move. Should we abandon the search for the extermination immortal sword array, or grit our teeth and take a gamble? For a moment, Song-Chi was caught in a dilemma. His pupils suddenly contracted, his heart pounded, and his mind was in turmoil. However, good news soon arrived. The dozen or so mythical gray mist energy bodies that had surged into the sky above the Immortal Realm continent did not rush directly towards the giant spatial vortex passage as he had expected. Instead, after reaching the high altitude, they dispersed, eventually hovering evenly in various corners of the Immortal Realm continent. A vast amount of mythical gray mist power surged from their bodies, continuously flowing down towards the Immortal Realm continent below. With the actions of these dozen or so mythical gray mist energy bodies, Song-Chi quickly noticed something unusual. As they moved, the speed at which the Immortal Realm continent beneath his feet noticeably increased. They were clearly assisting the spatial vortex passage above, improving the efficiency of pulling the Immortal Realm continent ruins. This discovery was undoubtedly good news for Song-Chi. After all, the Immortal Realm continent was a star continent, and even in its extreme condition, its sheer size was still considerable. In other words, even with the assistance of these dozen or so mythical gray mist energy bodies, the entire traction process would not be completed in 10 days or half a month. According to Song-Chi's estimation based on the current traction speed and distance, it would take at least half a year, which undoubtedly bought him valuable buffer time. Whether he ultimately intervened or gave up, he would have at least several months to consider or plan. Thinking this, Song Qi quickly calmed down. He withdrew his attention from the mirror worship and began to carefully consider the matter. His thoughts raced as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. After several hours, a resolute glint flashed in Song Qi's eyes. Fortune favors the bold. The immortal slaughtering sword formation is the supreme treasure of the immortal realm civilization, the ultimate weapon for conquest. If we can gather it all, the heavenly ruined sky dome's combat power will experience a qualitative leap, becoming one of my greatest trump cards in dealing with future upheavals. Right now, the mastermind behind this is undoubtedly focused on manipulating the continent itself. This is the perfect opportunity to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. His mind made up, Song Qi no longer hesitated. However, he knew this operation was tantamount to playing with fire. Acting under the nose of a suspected transcendent being could lead to utter destruction with the slightest mistake. He had to be fully prepared to minimize the risks. First and foremost, we absolutely cannot use the heavenly ruined sky-piercing ship itself. Even our commonly used mirror warships might be marked. We need a completely clean enslaved creature with sufficient strength. Secondly, and most importantly, we must prepare a trump card to guard against the transcendent one who is behind this. After all, the other party is likely a top-tier transcendent one. If we don't prepare in advance, even if we successfully snatch the 4 immortal slaying swords and the array diagram from the several mythical gray mist energy entities, we might not be able to send them back to the heavenly ruins market. The methods of transcendent ones are unpredictable, and even with a transit artifact like the heavenly ruins market, there's no guarantee of successful return. This second point is also the most difficult. As for the heavenly ruins market projection, it was immediately rejected by Song Qi. With the current peak 11th tier mythical status of the Zuyangsu market, coupled with the Great Tao origin totem pole, the market projection could indeed temporarily gain near transcendent combat power. However, the Zuyangsu market projection is no longer a secret, and its purple mist projection is easily identifiable. Furthermore, the deep connections between the Xinhua civilization and the Zuyangsu market have already spread throughout the Shattered Star Sea. If the Zuyangsu market is targeted by the force behind it, the Xinhua human civilization could very well be affected as well. Although this is only a possibility, it concerns the life and death of the entire civilization, and Song Qi absolutely cannot gamble with this matter. Chapter 906. Having made up his mind, Song Qi acted with exceptional efficiency. He first focused on selecting the executor. A sufficiently powerful, clean mythical creature with no connection to him, or the heavenly ruins market, was key to the plan's success. The Shattered Star Sea was vast and boundless, concealing countless powerful beings, many of whom were suitable targets for enslavement. This selection process was quick. Using the massive database on the heavenly ruined sky, after multiple rounds of filtering, Song Qi finally set his sights on a perilous region called the Silent Star Shattered Belt. It was a region within the Shattered Star Sea with an extremely unstable spatial structure, filled with violent energy storms and spatial rifts. According to records, it was the lair of many void creatures, even mythical-level void demons. This environment provided natural cover, but also meant that the target would often act alone, making it difficult to attract widespread attention. However, before setting off, Song Qi had another matter to attend to. Primitive Flame Seed Supreme Flame Communication Group Chat. Song Qi, I need components that can significantly increase the success rate of enslavement. Do you have any? As he proactively asked, several replies quickly emerged from the long silent communication group chat. Ingy, what's wrong? With the enslavement components on your flagship, enslaving 9th tier or lower level dominator level alien races shouldn't be difficult, right? Ji Hung, don't tell me your target is the mythical alien race? If mythical level beings were so easy to enslave, we wouldn't have remained at the top tier advanced civilization stage for nearly 200,000 years. How could Song Qi not know what Ji Hung meant? He was well aware of the fundamental difference between enslaved creatures of the mythical rank and those of the dominator rank. The difficulty of enslaving a mythical creature was countless times greater. Generally, the most common method was to first enslave 9th tier lifeforms, and then assist them in their ascension to mythical status. However, the problem was that even if he successfully created a 10th tier mythical enslaved creature using this method, it would only be at the initial stage of the 10th rank, not even considered top tier in combat power. And those mythical gray mist energy bodies wielding the 4 immortal slaying swords and the array diagram, 2 of them were at the peak of the 10th rank, and 1 was at the 11th rank, would not be easily defeated by ordinary 10th tier mythical enslaved creatures. Therefore, Song Chi's target was at least a 10th tier peak level void demon. Combined with the Heavenly Authority control ring he had upgraded to a 5-colored quality using the shedding of the devouring python mirror image, he could ensure he had sufficient strength to face even 10th tier peak level or 11th tier gray mist energy bodies. Fortunately, before he could explain, Jiang Yuan, who hadn't shown up yet, brought a surprise. Jiang Yuan, Song of Favor JPG, how's this part? Song Chi quickly opened the attribute screenshot in the group chat, and his eyes lit up. Song Chi, sure, I need to borrow it temporarily. Jiang Yuan, are you in the Human Emperor City right now? Jiang Yuan, yes. Song of Favor LV110 quality, colored/superior unique trait, Song of Favor Whispers. Song of Favor Whispers, consumes 10 million psionic points. Chanting the Song of Favor Whispers, all creatures that hear this song will have their violent emotions soothed immediately, ceasing their hostility and attacks on the carrying warship. Furthermore, within the next 12 minutes, the chance of that creature being enslaved will increase tenfold. The cooldown time is constant at 1 year. Although the bonus is only tenfold, seemingly insignificant, when combined with the Ring of Heavenly Authority control, which Song Chi has already upgraded to 5-colored quality using the mirror image of the devouring python's molt, the effect becomes a terrifying 3,000 times. Absolute Enslavement consumes 20 million psionic points to apply an absolute enslavement mark, increasing the success rate of the current enslavement attempt by 300 times. The cooldown time is constant at 10 years. In this way, even if mythical creatures are extremely difficult to enslave, the success rate will become quite considerable. After obtaining the Song of Divine Favor component from the Human Emperor City, Song Chi solemnly instructed Jiang Yuan and the other 3 to keep this matter absolutely confidential. Although the 4 didn't understand what was going on, seeing Song Chi's serious tone, they all understood that this was no trivial matter and nodded in agreement. Having completed all preparations, Song Chi finally didn't delay any longer. Under his control, the heavenly ruined sky and its mirror image silently sailed towards the desolate star belt. Because the Eye of Truth had successfully advanced to the 7-colored quality, its detection capabilities were becoming increasingly terrifying. Therefore, just a few days after entering the desolate star belt, Song Chi successfully locked onto a suitable prey, a peak 10th tier Void Lord. However, Void Demons feed on various forms of energy, and possess an innate affinity and resistance to space. In this desolate star belt, they were like fish in water, making the hunt far from smooth. 10th tier peak mythical Void Demons are extremely alert. Song Chi didn't rashly send the heavenly ruined sky directly into battle, lest it leave overly obvious energy traces. He first utilized the powerful stealth properties of the 3 realms and 5 elements token, then, by evolving the cloned soul-devouring altar into a 5-colored replica of the heaven sealing tower, he created a powerful sealed space. Following this, he immediately released 2 11th tier mythical skeletal giants as the main attackers. With this elaborate setup, once the 10th tier peak Void Demon was trapped by the sealing light barrier, its fate was essentially sealed. The 2 11th tier skeletal giants fought fearlessly, suppressing the Void Demon with absolute power. Song Chi, meanwhile, maneuvered 2 warships around the perimeter, occasionally using colorful cannons for precise sniping, weakening its strength. The battle lasted only 3 days. Ultimately, as expected, when the 10th tier peak Void Demon Lord was exhausted and on the verge of despair, Song Chi activated the Song of Holy Favor and the replica of the Song of Holy Favor, and then activated the absolute enslavement property of the 5-colored Ring of Heavenly Authority. The powerful enslavement mark, like invisible shackles, seeped layer by layer into the core of the Void Demon Lord's soul. This peak 10th tier Void Demon initially resisted fiercely, but after repeated enslavement over the next few minutes, it finally succumbed and was successfully enslaved by the Ring of Heavenly Authority. After successfully enslaving this peak 10th tier Void Demon, Song Chi didn't stop. Enslaving only one peak 10th tier Void Demon wasn't enough. Furthermore, with the Song of Holy Favor component having completed its cooldown under the effect of Blessing of the Time God King, Song Chi quickly acted again. Just over 10 days later, he successfully enslaved another peak 10th tier Void Demon Lord. At this point, he dared not delay any longer and immediately sent both to the medical repair pod, sparing no resources to help them stabilize their injuries and recover. Next came the crucial step, acquiring a protective charm for both of them to resist the traceability and intervention of the transcendent beings. Years later, Song Chi's consciousness was once again drawn back to the city of transcendent beings. Time was of the essence. He had to accumulate enough transcendent contribution points for his 2 newly enslaved Void Demons within the next few months to grant them the status of enforcers. Only then could they freely access the detailed information of the special exchange zone. He had already explored almost all areas of the city of transcendent beings, and found nothing sufficient to counter the transcendent beings. Now, only the mysterious special exchange zone offered any possibility. He controlled the two void demons of truth, frantically accepting dangerous, but rewarding hunting and extermination missions. With the void demons' innate combat instincts and peak 10th tier strength, they required no covert support from Song Chi's main body, completing missions with extremely high efficiency. This was a race against time. Every day, Song Chi was on edge, closely monitoring the progress of the Immortal Realm continent being drawn away, while simultaneously overseeing the advancement of the two void demons within the City of Transcendence. Finally, with only 1 month remaining before the estimated complete withdrawal of the Immortal Realm continent from the dark side of the Void Sea, the two mythical void demons successfully accumulated enough Transcendence contribution points and officially ascended to become enforcers of the City of Transcendence. The moment they gained enforcer status, Song Chi, through their soul link, clearly sensed a qualitative leap in their authority within the City of Transcendence. In the exchange zone, he had been most eagerly anticipating, the previously grayed out special exchange zone list finally slowly unfolded from the perspective of the two void demons. Song Chi held his breath, his consciousness closely following the perceptions of both, directed towards the mysterious list. The list contained few items, but each one exuded a chilling aura, its descriptions far exceeding conventional imagination. Colorful extreme shield of the subterranean star core of Tianyuan star. Exchange requirements: 4 million transcendence contribution points, enforcer permission. Colorful extreme desire demon fire. Exchange requirements: 3 million transcendence contribution points, enforcer permission. 5-color transcendence contract, one time, *, a one-time contract scroll produced by the City of Transcendence. After signing, one temporarily gains the protection of the City of Transcendence's rules, immune to one indirect transcendence level causal tracing or rule erasure, ineffective against direct attacks. Exchange requirements: 1 million transcendence contribution points, enforcer permission. 7-colored spacetime beacon pseudo, a strange beacon formed from the core rules of the Transcendent City. After use, it allows for one random, long-distance spacetime teleportation that ignores higher-dimensional blockades. Exchange requirements: 10 million transcendent contribution points, enforcer permission. 7-colored rule shielding field, one-time use. When deployed, it forms a small rule field, shielding all rule attacks inside and outside the field for a short time. It can be effective against rule power at the peak of the 12th rank. Exchange requirements: 15 million transcendent contribution points, enforcer permission. 7-colored transcendent remnant, fragment. A fragment of the shed body of a legendary ancient transcendent being, containing incomprehensible fundamental rules of the Great Tao. Its purpose is unknown, and it is extremely dangerous. Exchange requirements: 20 million transcendence contribution points, inspector permission. One-time transcendence city law enforcement recruitment order, can forcibly recruit one unit under the jurisdiction of the Transcendent City, strength limited to below level 11. For a duration of time, the recruited unit will unconditionally execute all orders of the recruiter. Exchange requirements: 8 million transcendence contribution points / order, law enforcer permission. The items on the list are all very expensive, and most require specific permissions. Song Chi's gaze immediately locked onto spacetime beacon pseudo and rule shielding field. As expected, the City of Transcendence does indeed have methods to deal with transcendence, although they are only defective or counterfeit consumables, and the prices are so terrifying. Song Chi was excited, but seeing the contribution points required, often in the millions or tens of millions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. He had been frantically accumulating points for the past few months, and had only managed to gather a little over 10 million transcendent contribution points. I must make a choice. Transcendent Pact, Fragment, is the first choice. It can directly counter causal tracing, which is the most crucial guarantee. After all, although it wasn't himself and the mirror worship who made the move, the two void demon lords are themselves enslaved creatures of the heavenly ruined sky, so there is still a certain chance of them being traced. Rule shielding field can generate a rule force field strong enough to block the actions of a 12th tier transcendent, buying time for the two void demons to act, but the contribution points are still far too few. Song Chi's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons and the possibilities. Ultimately, he made a bold decision. He used part of his spoils from the Origin Star operation to exchange for Transcendence contribution points. Finally, he exchanged for 2 Transcendence contracts, and then acquired the Rule Shielding Field, spending a total of 17 million Transcendence contribution points. With the exchanges complete, Song Chi's accumulated Transcendence contribution points were almost depleted, but he felt much more at ease. The two Transcendence contracts, one-time use, and the Rule Shielding Field, one-time use, formed the core guarantee of his plan to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Immediately afterwards, he swiftly recalled the two void demons that had just become enforcers of the Transcendence City. His purpose in becoming enforcers of the Transcendence City was merely to gain access to the special exchange area. Now that everything was complete, he had no more lingering attachment. He always harbored a deep sense of wariness and repulsion towards the Transcendence City, unwilling to become too deeply involved with it. After that, his attention returned to the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. All his preparations were complete, but he wouldn't act immediately. He needed to choose a suitable opportunity, ideally to eliminate the three mythical gray mist energy entities that controlled the components of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation all at once. Of course, this deadline was the next month. This was the final time. If he couldn't find a suitable opportunity before then, he would have no choice but to forcibly order the two void demon lords to act. And so time ticked by, and more than half a month passed in a flash. Just as a growing anxiety was rising in Song Chi's heart, he finally found the perfect opportunity to strike. Chapter 907. Deep within the shadows of the Void Sea, the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. On this day, the mirror worship, hidden deep within the void in a corner of the continent, finally found an excellent opportunity. Above the sky, clearly marked on the Heavenly Fate Compass star map, three gray mist energy bodies, each radiating the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, and the final Immortal Slaughtering Array diagram, were briefly gathered at a relatively close altitude for some unknown reason. Although the distance between them was still over several 100 million kilometers, and there were two other ordinary 10th-tier gray mist energy bodies in between, this was the best opportunity in over half a month. Now! Song Chi, who had been locking onto this area through the Eye of Truth replicated by the mirror worship, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the two peaked 10th-tier void demon lords, already lurking in the shadows of the Immortal Realm continent ruins, simultaneously received absolute commands from the core of their soul links. Attack! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a silent tremor originating from the very essence of the void. Two colossal creatures suddenly emerged from the distorted folds of space. Their massive claws, covered in dark scales, slammed towards the core area where the gray mist had gathered, with a speed exceeding the speed of light, and reaching the level of the rules themselves. However, just as the demonic claws were about to touch their target, buzz, an invisible yet as thick as a star-studded barrier, centered on a strange crystal crushed in the claw of one of the void demon lords, instantly expanded. Rule Shielding Force Field, one-time use, was activated. The edge of the force field shimmered with iridescent light, resembling an inverted giant bowl, precisely enveloping the three mythical gray mist energy bodies wielding the Immortal Slaying Sword, as well as the two nearby ordinary 10th-tier gray mist energy bodies. The instant the force field formed, the entire enveloped area seemed to be temporarily cut off from the original star continent space. The terrifying rule fluctuations emanating from the continuously roaring, dark spatial vortex that drew in the Immortal Realm continent seemed to be blocked by an absolute barrier, becoming blurred and distant. Roar! The five gray mist energy bodies within the force field were clearly unprepared for this sudden attack and isolation. The leader, wielding a phantom array diagram radiating iridescent light, and possessing an aura reaching the 11th tier, let out a sharp screech. The gray mist around its body churned violently, and the defensive array diagram, radiating iridescent light, was instantly activated, transforming into an indestructible gray light shield, firmly protecting it. The other four 10th-tier gray mist energy entities reacted swiftly, each unleashing mythical artifacts of at least 5 colored quality, some for attack, some for defense, all on high alert. Almost simultaneously with the deployment of the Rule Shielding Force Field, the heavenly ruined sky, and its mirror worship, far away on the edge of the desolate star belt, hidden in the crevices of space, and not daring to return to the ancestral domain of the flame, simultaneously unleashed brilliant 5-colored light from the ring of heavenly authority control on their hulls. Enslavement Seal Berserk, activate. Song Chi's icy voice echoed in the warship's main control room. Through a soul link, the enslavement seals at the cores of the souls of the two void demon lords, billions of miles away, suddenly ignited. A berserk power far exceeding their own limits, like a burst dam, instantly filled their massive demonic bodies. In an instant, the muscles of the two void demons bulged, their bone spurs grotesque, and the void energy around them surged like a boiling sea. 11th tier. The auras of the two Void Demon Lords suddenly broke through the barrier of the peak of the 10th tier, temporarily stepping into the mythical realm of the 11th tier. Kill! Without any further exchange, the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. One Void Demon Lord directly targeted the strongest 11th tier Grey Mist energy entity, its claws tearing through space, carrying the void power to annihilate everything, fiercely grabbing at the 7-colored light shield. The other roared as it charged towards the other 4 10th tier Grey Mist energy entities, its demonic wings spreading, shadows enveloping the surroundings, intending to suppress them with absolute power. Boom! 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 Within the rule-shielding force field, an energy storm instantly raged. The clash between the 11th tier beings contained the power to shatter stars with every strike. If not for the restraint of the 7-colored rule-shielding force field, the aftershocks would have caused large sections of the Immortal Realm continent's sky to collapse, turning into a spatial collapse and fragmentation zone. However, just as Song-Chi had predicted, those 5 Grey Mist energy bodies were no pushovers. Especially the 11th tier being, relying on the 7-colored defensive array diagram in its hand, which resembled the Immortal Slaughtering Array diagram, maintained a rock-solid stance against the Berserk Void Demon's onslaught. It even occasionally managed to distract itself, manipulating the illusory array diagram to unleash streaks of gray light capable of cutting through the rules, interfering with the other Void Demon's suppression of its 4 companions, preventing the battle from becoming a one-sided massacre. Song-Chi closely monitored every change on the battlefield through the mirror warship, his brow furrowed slightly. He could clearly sense that the transcendent being behind the spatial vortex passage outside seemed to have noticed the anomaly. The light curtain of the rule-shielding force field was trembling slightly, and even subtle ripples began to appear at the edges. Time is running out. Song-Chi's eyes sharpened. We can't delay any longer. With a thought, he issued a second command to the Void Demon Lord, who was currently engaged in battle with 4 10th tier Grey Mist energy entities. Use Primordial Emperor Insect Amber. Upon receiving the command, the Void Demon Lord let out a deafening roar, enduring the bombardment of 2 10th tier Grey Mist energy attacks. From its claws, an amber-like object radiating a chaotic, ancient aura suddenly appeared, which it then crushed violently. The next moment, a primordial aura, seemingly from the very beginning of the universe, abruptly descended upon this shielded battlefield. The instant the amber shattered, time seemed to freeze for a moment. An ancient and tyrannical colossal figure appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. It was a colossal creature, its size no less than that of a Void Demon Lord. Its entire body was covered in a thick, dark golden carapace, naturally engraved with primordial patterns that seemed to record the secrets of the universe's birth. Its head resembled a ferocious beetle magnified billions of times, its compound eyes cold and merciless, and the opening and closing of its mandibles even caused ripples in space as if being devoured. It was a 10th tier mythical creature. Primordial Emperor Insect. This mythical Emperor Insect, temporarily summoned by the power of a strange object, immediately locked its emotionless compound eyes on the strongest target in the arena, the 11th tier Grey Mist energy entity wielding a 7-colored array diagram. Hiss! The Primordial Emperor Insect emitted a sharp hiss, not a sound, but a provocation on a matter of rules. It completely ignored the other 4 10th tier Grey Mist entities, its massive body tearing through space with an unstoppable, suicidal momentum, directly crashing into the 7-colored light shield erected by the 11th tier Grey Mist energy entity. Indeed, this one-time used mythical Primordial Emperor Insect was Song-Chi's other contingency plan. Although its strength was only at the ordinary 10th tier mythical level, it could always play a crucial role if used unexpectedly. As for whether it would expose his identity, there was no need to worry. Primordial Emperor Insect Amber was a fairly common type of mythical artifact. Its traces had been found throughout the Shattered Star Sea, and even in the chaotic Divine Continent and the Myriad Realms, many forces possess spares. Boom! The devouring airflow collided violently with the 7-colored light shield, unleashing unimaginable energy turbulence. The Primordial Emperor Insect made no defense whatsoever. Its dark golden carapace cracked inch by inch the moment it touched the light shield, but its momentum did not diminish. Its enormous mandibles frantically devoured the light shield, emitting a chilling crackling sound. The 11th tier Grey Mist energy entity was clearly caught off guard by this sudden, reckless attack, disregarding its own casualties. The gray mist around it trembled violently, and the gray light it was using to control the 7-colored array aimed at the other Void Demon momentarily faltered. At this moment, it had to do everything in its power to maintain its protective shield to withstand the suicidal attack of the Primordial Emperor Insect. An opportunity! The second Void Demon Lord, who had been locked in combat with 4 10th tier Grey Mist energy entities, suddenly blazed with ferocity in its crimson pupils. Roar! It seized this once-in-a-lifetime opening, its massive, sky-covering demonic wings flapping violently. Endless void shadows transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, temporarily repelling the attack of the other 3 10th-tier gray mist entities. Its true form then appeared like a ghost before one of the 10th-tier gray mist energy entities, wielding a 5-colored scythe. The gray mist energy entity had barely withstood the impact of the void shadow, and before it could even rebuild its defenses, a gigantic demonic claw, wreathed in boiling void power, pierced through its hastily formed gray mist barrier and precisely seized its inner energy core. No! The gray mist energy entity emitted a terrified mental shock, attempting to disrupt the void demon's actions with a mental attack. But how could the void demon lord give it the chance? The 11th tier berserk power, generated by the burning life force of the enslavement mark, was poured entirely into its claw. Like crushing a decaying star, the core of the 10th tier gray mist energy entity was brutally crushed. The 5-colored scythe artifact in its hand also let out a mournful cry, its brilliance instantly dimming before transforming into a wisp of pure gray energy, which was then devoured by the void demon lord. A 10th tier mythical warrior had fallen. The balance of the battlefield was utterly shattered at this moment. The remaining 3 10th tier gray mist energy entities visibly faltered in their attacks, revealing fear. While the 11th tier gray mist energy entity remained steadfast despite the frenzied attacks of the primordial emperor insect and the other void demon, it was now extremely difficult for it to spare any attention to aid its companions. Strike while the iron is hot. Inside the heavenly ruined sky dome, Song Chi's eyes were sharp as knives. Without hesitation, he activated the soul link, issuing the order for a general offensive to the 2 void demon lords. Having dealt with one of the 10th tier gray mist energy entities, the void demon lord swiftly roared and turned, pouncing on the remaining 3 10th tier gray mist energy entities. This time, with only 3 10th tier gray mist energy entities remaining, it was naturally difficult to maintain a stable restraint on it. The outcome of the subsequent battle was no longer in doubt. Without the effective support of an 11th tier being, the remaining 3 10th tier gray mist energy bodies, under the siege of the berserk void demon lord, only lasted a dozen breaths before their gray mist bodies were torn apart one after another. As for the Star Sea artifacts and all the items on their bodies, including the Immortal Slayer's sword, the Immortal Slaughtering sword, and the Immortal Annihilation sword, they all became spoils of war, immediately sent back to the celestial market by the void demon lord. Thus, within the entire rule shielding force field, only one obstacle remained, the 11th tier gray mist energy body still struggling against the desperate attacks of the primordial emperor insect and another void demon lord. However, the primordial emperor insect, which had launched a purely suicidal attack at any cost, was now badly damaged, its carapace mostly shattered, and its aura rapidly waning, on the verge of dissipating. But it had perfectly fulfilled its mission. 2 void demon lords, each possessing 11th tier combat power, radiated overwhelming ferocity, flanking the 11th tier gray mist energy entity from the left and right, firmly surrounding it in the center. In a 2-on-1 situation, the outcome was already predetermined. The 11th tier gray mist energy entity let out a defiant shriek, its surrounding gray mist boiling to its limit, seemingly attempting a final struggle. However, its response was met with a devastating attack unleashed by the 2 void demon lords at full power, and the final, resolute self-destruction of the primordial emperor insect before its dissipation. Boom! The primordial emperor insect's shattered body transformed into the purest and most violent source of mythical energy, exploding with a deafening roar. This was not a simple energy explosion, but the ultimate release of its life essence and fragments of rules, the self-destruction of a 10th tier mythical creature, its power sufficient to severely injure beings of the same tier, and even pose a threat to those of a higher tier. The 11th tier gray mist energy entity, bearing the brunt of the attack, finally showed obvious cracks in its 7-colored light shield, which was supported by the Immortal Slaughtering Array Diagram artifact. Under the combined assault from within and without, especially the impact of the primordial emperor insect's resolute self-destruction, the light shield flickered violently, and even the gray mist itself within began to dissipate. Now! The 2 void demon lords, their minds in perfect harmony with Song Chi, would not miss this fleeting opportunity for a decisive victory. They roared, pouring all the power from the burning of their enslavement marks, along with a ferocious aura accumulated from slaying 4 powerful enemies, into their upcoming combined attack. One void demon lord's claws coiled with an ultimate void annihilation wave powerful enough to devour light, while the other opened its massive maw, spewing out a sphere of annihilation light condensed from the rules of space. The 2 attacks, one from the left and one from the right, struck the same point on the cracked seven-colored light shield with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. Boom. First came a clear shattering sound, followed by a deafening explosion. The seemingly indestructible seven-colored light shield finally crumbled completely, turning into countless flying fragments of light. The instant the shield shattered, the 11th tier gray mist energy entity let out a desperate and piercing howl. The array artifact in its hand shone brightly, attempting a final resistance, condensing for terrifying illusory sword shadows to protect itself. However, without the protection of its strongest defensive array, and already injured from repeated attacks, its resistance was futile against the all-out attack of two equally powerful and berserk void demons. The void demon's claws ignored the sword shadow's cutting, carrying an unstoppable destructive will, and fiercely gripped the core of the gray mist. Another sphere of light was rapidly disintegrating the form of the gray mist, and the will it contained. Roar! With a demonic roar filled with the meaning of ending, the core of the 11th tier gray mist energy body was forcibly extracted. It was a gray sphere of light that was constantly twisting and radiating intense waves of resentment. The seven-colored array diagram phantom in its hand also let out a mournful cry, its brilliance completely dimmed, and it solidified from its illusory state, transforming into an ancient scroll-like object, which was firmly grasped by the other claw of the Void Demon Lord. 11th tier mythical combat power, wielder of the immortal execution array diagram fallen. Almost at the same time that this strongest gray mist energy body was dealt with, the external rule shielding force field also reached its limit. With a soft bang, the inverted seven-colored flowing light giant bowl shattered like a bubble and dissipated into nothingness. The scene at the center of the battlefield was once again exposed beneath the sky of the Immortal Realm continent. Only two Void Demon Lords, though heavily wounded, were still more ferocious, their bodies shrouded in dense gray mist. Their recently acquired spoils had vanished without a trace. Collect. Seeing this, Song-Chi, far away in the desolate star belt, didn't hesitate and immediately issued the command through their soul link. Instantly, the two Void Demon Lords, both marked with divine sense imprints, transformed into two beams of light, shooting straight towards the outside of the continent's sky. Leave it here. However, an angry and icy voice rang out first from above. From the depths of the spatial vortex passage, a gigantic, sky-covering black claw emerged, reaching for the two Void Demon Lords. Chapter 908. This was a shockwave directly impacting the level of rules, carrying an unparalleled transcendent will, instantly freezing space within a million light-years radius, even solidifying light itself. The gigantic black claw that emerged from the spatial vortex carried terrifying power that caused the entire Immortal Realm ruins to tremble violently. Wherever it passed, space didn't shatter, but collapsed inch by inch, transforming into vast spatial collapse zones. A 12th tier transcendent being, attacking in fury. Even if it wasn't its true form descending, but merely a claw of rules condensed from afar, its power far surpassed any previous mythical gray mist energy body. The two Void Demon Lords, who had just endured a fierce battle, their power greatly depleted and injured, instantly became incredibly slow under this transcendent pressure that offered no resistance. As if trapped in an endless quagmire, their thoughts almost frozen. The shadow of death, like a frigid current from a starry sea, instantly swept over their core souls. However, at this critical moment, buzz, two strange fluctuations emanated from the depths of the souls of the two Void Demon Lords. Two scrolls, seemingly ancient but actually containing the power of supreme rules, were triggered. Transcendence Pact, one-time use. The scrolls silently burned, transforming into two pale golden, transparent membranes of light, seemingly composed of countless tiny rule runes, enveloping the two Void Demon Lords from head to toe. This membrane was as thin as a cicada's wing, seemingly fragile, yet it exuded a strange aura of untouched by all laws, impervious to cause and effect. A jet-black giant claw slammed down, its destructive energy, powerful enough to crush galaxies, violently impacting the pale golden membrane. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The power, capable of annihilating rules, upon contact with the pale golden light membrane, seemed to flow like water encountering a boulder, or a phantom-piercing reality, eerily slid past the sides of the membrane, failing to inflict any substantial damage on the Void Demon Lords protected by it. It was as if these two Void Demon Lords had been temporarily removed from the cause, and effect and rules of this star sea. The City of Transcendence? How? From the depths of the spatial vortex, a more furious and alarmed fluctuation of the Transcendent will emanated, clearly recognizing the origin of the Transcendence Pact. Then, it seemed to grow even more enraged, its massive black claws clenching violently. It no longer saw direct physical or rule-based annihilation, but instead unleashed a deeper level of power, causal tracing. It intended to follow the traces of these two void demon lords' existence to find their manipulator and eradicate them at their very root. Invisible threads of cause and effect, like countless venomous snakes of fate, instantly coiled around the two void demons. However, these threads of cause and effect encountered resistance once again upon touching the pale golden light membrane. Ripples appeared on the light membrane, and the invisible threads of cause and effect twisted, deflected, and some even broke and dissipated. The power of the Transcendence Pact was resisting and becoming immune to this indirect causal tracing. Humph. A one-time imitation, how many times can it withstand this king's attacks? The will of Transcendence sneered, its black giant claw shining even brighter, more powerful, and a more primal force of causal rules spread out, crashing against the pale golden light membrane like a tidal wave. The light membrane began to flicker violently, its light erratic, clearly under immense pressure. After all, it was merely a one-time imitation contract. Facing the wrathful tracing of a true transcendent being, its protective ability was not absolutely invincible. Crack! A faint cracking sound rang out, and a clear crack appeared on the pale golden membrane covering the body of one of the void demon lords. Now! Song Qi, who had been closely monitoring the battle through the soul link, his heart pounding with tension, suddenly contracted his pupils. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The Transcendence Pact had taken effect, temporarily shielding the opponent from direct attacks and causal tracing, creating a precious window of opportunity for the two void demon lords to escape. Clone Soul Devouring Alter Soul Devouring Evolution evolved into Chapter of Divine Sense Replicated Clone Soul Devouring Alter Soul Devouring Evolution evolved into Replicated Chapter of Divine Sense in an instant. The two chapters of Divine Sense, which had already evolved to tricolored quality using the last 10th tier golden apple, evolved again, directly upgrading to 5-colored quality. It was precisely because of the sudden surge in the quality of the Chapter of Divine Sense that the recall speed of the two void demon lords also increased dramatically. Even with the obstruction of the 12th tier transcendent being behind the scenes, the speed at which the beams of light they transformed into remained undiminished. Finally, amidst the angry shouts emanating from the depths of the spatial vortex passage, the light transformed into the two void demon lords swiftly vanished into the dark depths of the void sea beyond the floating shield of the immortal realm continent. In the desolate star belt, 2 points of eerie light traversed the endless starry sky and quickly disappeared into the hulls of 2 giant warships hidden in the void. Scanning the 2 void demon lords with his gaze, Song Qi didn't even have time to give any other instructions. Under his control, the hatches of the 2 warships opened rapidly, and the 2 void demons who had just returned rushed out of the warships one after the other. Once they were a sufficient distance away, a strong power of the time rules suddenly emanated from the hull of the heavenly ruins azure sky. Song Qi used none other than the time chessboard time reversal property. With the activation of this property, the entire space of the warship, including the small area of the desolate star belt centered on the Tianxu Sangqiong, was thrown into a state of reverse flow. Shortly afterward, time rewound to 10 seconds prior. The miracle cloning pod component on the warship, which had previously been shattered, was now completely restored. To forcibly recall the 2 void demon lords, he had used not only the clone soul devouring altar on the mirror warship, but also the Tianxu Sangqiong itself. While the mirror warship could continue to summon them, the Tianxu Sangqiong itself could not. To avoid completely losing this component, he had no choice but to do so. Only after completing this did he refocus his attention on the 2 void demon lords. His eyes narrowed, a rapid glint flashing within them. Without much hesitation, the 2 void demon lords outside received his new command. Self-destruct. Under the control of the 5-colored ring of heavenly authority, the 2 void demon lords acted without delay. Boom! Boom! 2 violent mythical explosions quickly resounded deep within the desolate star-shattering belt. Feeling the powerful shockwaves of these 2 mythical explosions, a strange light flashed in Song Qi's eyes. Enslaving 2 peak 10th tier mythical void demons was painful, but he had no other choice. 12th tier transcendent beings, and likely among the most powerful transcendent beings, possessed unpredictable and bizarre abilities. Although his flawless plan had successfully recalled the 2 void demon lords, he couldn't guarantee they hadn't been compromised. In this situation, the safest course of action was to ensure their complete annihilation. After a moment of painful hesitation, Song Qi quickly recovered. He thought of the Song of Divine Favor component template already preserved in the Miracle Cloning Pod. Strictly speaking, enslaving higher-level alien races wouldn't be too difficult if he wanted to later. Thinking this, he quickly waved his hand, deactivating the summoning of the mirror warship on one side, and then recalled the heavenly ruined sky dome, disappearing from his spot along with it. In the main control room of the Heavenly Ruins Sky Dome, quietly suspended in the sky above the Heavenly Ruins Market, Song-Chi still didn't rush to check the 4 immortal slaying swords and the array diagram that had been sent back to the market. Instead, his expression was solemn, his gaze fixed on the outside of the Heavenly Ruins Market. Although his contact with the unknown transcendent being at the Immortal Realm Continent Ruins was brief, he was deeply impressed by the causal tracing ability the being used. Even though he had taken the safest approach in his understanding, he still dared not let his guard down. The words Transcendent One hung like a Damocles sword over his head. He dared not relax until the very last moment. Fortunately, he also knew that at this point, even if the unknown Transcendent One possessed immense power, they only had this final half-minute chance. If they could endure this half-minute, and once the dust from the self-destruction of the 2 Void Demon Lords in the Annihilation Star Belt was completely swallowed by the Void Turbulence, even the arrival of higher-dimensional beings would be futile. Beyond the Void Market of all heavens lay the unchanging Void Turbulence and dimensional interlayers, seemingly empty, yet teeming with endless dangers and unknowns. He knew that the unknown Transcendent One would not give up easily. Sure enough, the moment he focused his senses, an indescribable tremor, seemingly originating from the very source of his soul, suddenly arose. It was neither sound nor energy fluctuation, but a kind of unseen gaze. A cold, vast gaze, filled with destructive will, seemed to traverse infinite dimensions, ignoring the distance of space and time, slowly sweeping over all traces connected to the 2 Void Demon Lords in a way beyond comprehension. The tracing of cause and effect did not completely end with the shattering of the Transcendence Pact and the escape of the Void Demons. This gaze first landed on the desolate star belt, repeatedly circling and probing the core area of the 2 Void Demon Lords' self-destruction, attempting to capture a trace of remaining clues from the ashes of destruction. Then, the gaze began to extend further away, following some unseen connection. Song-Chi held his breath, his mind intimately connected with the entire Celestial Market, and even the Celestial Ruins Sky ship. He could feel that cold gaze sweeping aimlessly across the void, occasionally glancing over shattered starfields resembling the aura of the Void Demons, or remnants of fierce mythical battles that had once erupted there. Time ticked by. The half-quarter-hour limit felt incredibly long at this moment. That transcendent pursuit seemed to grow impatient, its scanning range widening and its intensity increasing, even beginning to trigger deeper levels of rules, attempting some kind of forced attribution. Song-Chi could clearly sense an invisible pressure approaching the dimensional interlayer, where the celestial market was located. It was as if an invisible net was slowly tightening, and the market was at the edge of this net. Cold sweat unknowingly soaked Song-Chi's back. At this moment, he could only exert all his strength to activate the chaotic power of the All Heavens Market, including the Heavenly Fate Compass component carried by the Heavenly Ruins Sky ship. Heavenly Fate Compass LV-129. After several flashes of light, the Heavenly Fate Compass was strengthened to its true limit, just so that its 2 characteristics, Heavenly Fate Confusion of Heavenly Secrets and Heavenly Fate Appearance and Disappearance without a trace, could exert a greater effect, even if only slightly. In this tense atmosphere, time passed by bit, just as the invisible force of tracing was about to touch the dimensional barrier surrounding the All Heavens Market. Buzz! Deep within the desolate star belt, the last bit of energy residue from the self-destruction of the 2 peak 10-tier Void Demons, along with all the microscopic particle traces of their existence in that space, were finally completely annihilated and dissipated under the raging void turbulence and the energy storm unique to the desolate star belt, turning into the most primordial star sea background energy. It was as if 2 taut threads of cause and effect had snapped silently at that moment. The icy gaze that had stretched to the edge of the celestial market suddenly froze, then, as if losing all its clear target, became chaotic and blurred. It hovered unwillingly in the nearby dimensional rift for a few more breaths, finally receding like a tide, carrying with it a boundless rage and a hint of barely perceptible doubt. The terrifying pressure that had gripped his heart also dissipated. They're gone. Song-Chi let out a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing, and he leaned back in the captain's chair, almost completely exhausted. He knew he had won his gamble. The complete annihilation of 2 peak 10th tier mythical enslaved creatures, coupled with the shielding and enhancement of the chaotic artifact All Heavens Market and the 7-colored artifact Heavenly Fate Compass, successfully severed all traceable cause and effect, deceiving the angry investigation of a 12th-tier transcendent being. The price was enormous, but the result was worth it. At this moment, he finally relaxed completely, and quickly turned his expectant gaze to the 4 immortal slaying swords, and the array diagram he had already obtained. This whole perilous situation stemmed from these items. Now he only wanted to know if his risky move was truly worthwhile. His gaze fixed on the 4 swords radiating black light, including the 7-colored Immortal Slaying Array diagram. Under the fusion of the peak 11th tier mythical power of the All Heavens Market, the 5 quickly and perfectly reformed. Looking at the chaotic light that ultimately evolved from the intertwining of black and 7-colored light, a look of wild joy flashed in Song Chi's eyes. Could it be a chaos artifact? In his surprise, the attributes of this newly reconstructed artifact appeared before his eyes. Artifact: Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. Quality: Chaos Artifact. Can be converted to Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. Note: once the most powerful offensive artifact of the Immortal Realm civilization, scattered over countless years, it has finally been reconstructed. Chapter 909. A dazzling light swirled before his eyes, and the shipborne attribute panel of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation appeared. Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation LV0. Quality: Chaos. Characteristics: 1. Immortal Slaughtering Sword Light. Each attack from the ship's cannon deals absolute true damage. Characteristic 2. Immortal Trapping Sword Light. Penetration is increased by 500% with each attack from the ship's cannon. Characteristic 3. Immortal Slaughtering Sword Light. Damage from each attack from the ship's cannon is increased by 500%. Characteristic 4. Immortal Annihilation Sword Light. Damage from ship's cannon attacks is imbued with the Annihilation property. Wounds are extremely difficult to heal, and will continuously cause bleeding damage. Characteristic 5. Free Cannon Switching. Characteristic 6. Absolute Accuracy. Characteristic 7. 4-hit combo of Slaughter, Trapping, and Annihilation. Characteristic 8. Immortal Slaughtering Formation Diagram. Characteristic 9. High-Dimensional Chaotic Annihilation Strike. Characteristic 10. High-Dimensional Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. Consumption: 50,000 attack, psionic points, attack strength, 10,000. Charge time: 5 minutes. Buffer: 10 minutes. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 strands of floating land essence, tier 0, 100,000 psionic points. Free cannon conversion: the cannons formed by the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Array can be freely converted, including but not limited to main cannons, super main cannons, star destroyers, galactic cannons, hyperdimensional orbital cannons, and immortal god-slaying cannons. Absolute hit: consumes 100 million psionic points. Designates a specific unit as the target, and the next attack from the cannon will definitely hit the target. Cooldown: 24 hours. 4-strike combo of Slaughter and Annihilation. Every attack from the cannon will have additional combo damage, including normal attacks and active special attacks. Immortal Slaughtering Array Diagram. Consumes 100 million psionic points. Summons the Immortal Slaughtering Array Diagram above the loaded warship, generating the illusory images of the 4 immortal swords of Slaughter and Annihilation. For the next 10 seconds, it resists all damage from high-dimensional initial stages and below. Cooldown: 240 hours. High-Dimensional Chaos Annihilation Strike * consumes 1 billion psionic points. Combines the 4 swords of Slaughter, Conquest, and Annihilation, condensing the power of high-dimensional chaos. It can unleash a single, ultimate Annihilation Sword Light, with power reaching the mid to high-dimensional level. Cooldown: 720 hours. High-Dimensional Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation * consumes 2 billion psionic points. Drives all the primal power of its components, evolving the Great Tao Immortal Slaughtering Formation. Within its range, everything will be reduced to nothingness. It can shatter mid to high-dimensional defensive measures. Cooldown: 10 years. Scanning the attribute panel repeatedly, Song Chi's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, but he was speechless for a moment. The attributes of this Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation were simply too luxurious. Leaving aside the defensive characteristics of the Immortal Slaughtering Formation diagram previously witnessed by the 11th tier Grey Mist energy body, the most astonishing aspect was undoubtedly the last 2 offensive characteristics. The High-Dimensional Chaos Annihilation Strike characteristic, at its strongest, reaches the mid-high-dimensional level. Even the Neutron Origin High-Dimensional Mimicry characteristic of the Neutron Star Core Armor, which had previously advanced to 7 colors, struggles to withstand its full-force attack head-on. The High-Dimensional Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation characteristic is even more exaggerated. At its strongest, it can directly shatter mid-high-dimensional level defenses, meaning its destructive power at least reaches the high-level superdimensional level. Song Chi wasn't very familiar with the attack strength of these so-called mid-high and high-level high-dimensional levels, but he knew that 7 colors, or the extreme level of colored star artifacts, were aimed at 12th tier transcendence. Similarly, the supreme defensive characteristic of the 7-colored neutron star core armor corresponds to the early superdimensional level. Leaving aside the fact that the neutron star core armor is an absolutely top-tier component among its peers, even a normal transcendent could unleash a full-force attack of the early high-dimensional level at full power. Therefore, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation clearly far surpasses that. Furthermore, its free conversion between ship and cannon feature is also perfectly suited. Currently, what the Tianqiu Sangqiong lacks is the Immortal God-slaying cannon. If the Juxian sword formation itself is merely a hyperdimensional orbital cannon or a galactic cannon, it would obviously present him with a significant problem. Just as he thought of this, Song Qi's smile quickly vanished. The attributes of the Juxian sword formation are clearly noted. The terms intermediate high-dimensional and advanced high-dimensional refer to its theoretical maximum power. However, the Tianqiu Sangqiong has only just entered the mythical level, and its hull is only a minimum 10th tier mythical immortal ship. It's uncertain how much power this component can ultimately unleash. Confirm spending 1,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence plus 100,000 psionic energy points to enhance the Juxian sword formation component to LV1? Confirm. After hundreds of enhancements, the Juxian sword formation, loaded with the Immortal God-slaying cannon slot, was enhanced all the way to LV120. Now, looking at its two most powerful attack characteristics, they have indeed undergone a complete transformation. High-dimensional chaotic annihilation strike asterisk consumes 5 billion psionic points, combining the 4 swords of slaughter, conquest, and annihilation into one, condensing the power of high-dimensional chaos. It can unleash a single, ultimate annihilation sword light with power, reaching the mid to high-dimensional level. Currently, the ship's cannon's power is at level 12. Cooldown time, 240 hours. High-dimensional immortal slaughtering sword formation asterisk consumes 1 billion psionic points, driving all the primal power of its components, evolving the Great Tao Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation. Within the formation's coverage area, everything will be reduced to nothingness. It can shatter mid to high-dimensional defensive measures. Currently, the Great Tao Killing formation's power is at the low-level high-dimensional level. Cooldown time, constant 10 years. As expected. Looking at the attack power of both weapons, which was far from reaching its peak, Song Qi couldn't help but shake his head. If nothing unexpected happened, only when the heavenly ruined sky broke through to the 12th rank could the power of this component be fully unleashed. While thinking this, he took the opportunity to enhance the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation to its true limit of LV129. Anyway, he didn't lack high-level enhancement resources at the moment. Every bit of power increase was beneficial. But this psionic energy consumption. Looking at the long string of zeros in the descriptions of the two attack characteristics, Song Qi frowned again. Before this, he was certain that the heavenly ruined sky, with its two colored engines, had a sufficient power supply to maintain a balance. However, with the recent evolution of the Eye of Truth to 7-colored quality, coupled with the installation of the newly acquired 7-colored component Time God King's Blessing, the warship's power supply was already extremely strained. Now, the appearance of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation had completely reversed the supply-demand balance. Not to mention the terrifying 5 billion and 10 billion psionic points consumed by the two attack characteristics, which already exceeded the current limit of the warship's psionic pool. It seems that the last soul-devouring altar will still have to be used on the warship engine. Muttering to himself, Song Qi's gaze turned to the 5-colored soul-devouring altar on one side. The mirror image of this component had already been used for the advancement of the Eye of Truth. What remained was its final, original form. Originally, Song Qi was torn between 3 components: mirror image, ring of heavenly authority, and corpse fiend core engine, but now there was no need to choose. However, before that, he still wanted to conduct one last test. He first activated the power of Time Zero property of the Time God's Blessing component. The next second, the time reversal property of the Time Chessboard component, which had been cooling down, suddenly resumed. After completing this step, he waited patiently for nearly 2 months. One day 2 months later, Song Qi focused his entire mind on the soul-devouring altar. With his mental control, the soul-devouring altar component was activated. Soul-devouring altar soul-devouring evolution evolved into mirror image split. Instantly, the entire heavenly ruined sky dome shone with multicolored light. A few seconds later, the mirror image split component successfully evolved from 5-colored to 7-colored quality. This wasn't the end. Immediately afterward, Song Qi activated the mirror image split component, which had already finished cooling down. Buzz! Accompanied by a spatial buzz, a second heavenly ruined sky dome quickly appeared. The moment the mirror warship was summoned, Song Chi's mind surged directly towards it through the soul link. But the next second, the glimmer in his eyes vanished completely. As expected, it doesn't work. With that thought, he activated the time chessboard time reversal property on the heavenly ruined sky dome as quickly as possible. Instantly, time began to flow backward in a small area centered on the heavenly ruined sky dome. The soul-devouring altar, which had been completely destroyed after being used on the mirror image component, suddenly returned to its previous inactive state. Of course, the mirror image component also reverted to its 5-colored quality. As for the purpose of his actions, it was to test whether the mirror image component, now upgraded to 7-colored quality, could replicate the immortal slaughtering sword formation. After all, the mirror image component possessed the characteristic of upgrading the quality of mirrored components by 1 tier. In the minds of all living beings, the highest quality artifact was the chaotic artifact, hence his test. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. Even a 7-colored mirror image couldn't replicate the unique properties of a chaotic artifact. While somewhat disappointed by this result, Song Chi felt it was only natural. If the loopholes in a chaotic artifact were so easy to exploit, it wouldn't be called a chaotic artifact. Completely giving up hope, he activated the soul-devouring altar component again, this time targeting the Corpse Fiend core engine. Shortly afterward, the Corpse Fiend core engine successfully upgraded from 5-colored to 7-colored quality, restoring the heavenly ruined sky's power supply to a surplus. Even the warship's psionic energy pool surged to 26 billion. At this point, both 5-colored soul-devouring altars had been fully utilized. Of course, the miracle cloning pod still contained its cloning template, but for a long time to come, it could only be used on the mirror warship. However, Song Chi still seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the 26 billion nether energy pool. Furthermore, over the past 3,000 years, he had undertaken several transactions to refine primordial limitless pills, accumulating a considerable amount of time source crystals. Therefore, without much hesitation, he used tens of kilograms of time source crystals to restore the mirror heavenly devouring python's molt to cooling mode. Then, he instantly upgraded another 3-colored antimatter energy evolution engine component to 5-colored quality. With the addition of the triple energy pool capacity increase trait he had previously acquired by replacing the miracle cloning pod, the warship's total energy pool capacity reached a terrifying 40 billion. With such a large energy pool, even if multiple energy-intensive traits, like high-dimensional chaos annihilation strike and high-dimensional immortal slaughtering sword formation were activated simultaneously, there would be no risk of the energy pool running out. Phew. Alright, all the preparations are complete. Next, I need to use the market to continuously collect the various resources and materials needed for the war puppet mother tree, so that it can nurture as many puppets as possible before the collapse of the heavenly ruins. Muttering to himself, Song Chi's mind, which had been constantly on edge for thousands of years, finally relaxed completely. He revised the resource acquisition tasks on the market task panel, further increasing the rewards and bonuses. In addition, he proactively went to Splitter Mountain Ancestral City, leaving an 8-tier Star Sea Giant 8 there to ensure he could receive immediate notification should the city encounter danger. Furthermore, he also proactively dispatched 2 9-tier Void Demons to enslave him, sending them to various parts of the Shattered Star Sea to search for traces of mythical creatures. With the Clone Song of Holy Favor and the 5-colored Ring of Heavenly Authority, he naturally wanted to take advantage of these last remaining moments of peace to enslave as many mythical creatures as possible, increasing his mythical combat power. It's no exaggeration to say that each mythical combatant would be a powerful asset in the near future. No one would consider it excessive. After arranging these final matters, Song Chi returned to his all-attribute cultivation chamber for seclusion. Even with ample preparations, witnessing firsthand the actions of the unknown transcendent beings at the Immortal Realm ruins, he was absolutely certain that one or more superpowers were secretly orchestrating everything throughout the Shattered Star Sea, and even across all the myriad realms. He didn't know their true purpose, but it was likely something like pursuing transcendence, even collective dimensional ascension, or overturning the current transcendent status of the Chaos Divine Continent. Whichever it was, once truly initiated, the entire myriad realms would inevitably descend into boundless turmoil and chaos. And to preserve themselves in such a bloody future, the current foundation and preparations of the burning flame human civilization were clearly far from sufficient. Transcendence required transcendent combat power to have any chance of becoming a player in the subsequent super upheaval. Moreover, this was merely a possibility. Transcendence was simply the ticket to the game. Time passed swiftly, and several hundred years went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Song Chi awoke from deep seclusion, his body swirling with mythical phantom energy, which seemed poised to materialize. My guiding technique has successfully broken through to level 102, but to reach level 103, forget about it without accumulating over 1,000 years. He murmured to himself, his eyes showing little joy. At the mythical level, every small level advancement is extremely difficult. This was even with his all-attribute cultivation chamber and multiple auxiliary cultivation aids, including the purple vein peach. Even so, it still took him thousands of years to go from level 100 to breaking through to level 102. With the imminent collapse of the Batian ruins, let alone the 11th tier guiding technique, even breaking through to level 105 would be incredibly difficult. Of course, his emergence from seclusion wasn't due to the Batian ruins' reappearance, but rather news from the void demons that they had discovered traces of a mythical alien race. Chapter 910. Shattered Star Sea, Starry Sky Beast Galaxy Cluster. As a large galactic cluster inhabited by numerous starry sky beasts, the Starry Sky Beast Galaxy Cluster comprises over 2,000 galaxies, gathering most of the common Starry Sky Beast races in the entire Shattered Star Sea. While there are no 12th tier transcendent level Starry Sky Beasts among them, there are several mythical beasts at the 11th tier limit, especially a male and female Starry Sky Hydra at the 11th tier limit. Together, they once directly repelled the Titan giant race's newly advanced 12th tier, the Sky-Splitting God King. After that, this Starry Sky Beast Galaxy Cluster became a completely independent galactic cluster within the entire Shattered Star Sea. All Starry Sky Beasts can freely live within it, and other Starry Sky alien races will not cross the line. However, there are always exceptions. Compared to most intelligent civilizations in the Star Sea, the Dragon and Phoenix races are essentially classified as two branches of the Starry Sky Beasts. But the Starry Sky Beasts themselves have always been quite hostile towards the Dragon and Phoenix races, and generally refuse to associate with them. Song Chi's target this time is a mythical dragon excluded from the Starry Sky Beast Galaxy Cluster, a dragon that has recently advanced to the 11th rank, the Spacetime Netherworld Dragon. As a galaxy adjacent to the Starry Sky Beast Galaxy Cluster, the Yuan Galaxy is extremely vast, with a diameter exceeding 3 million light-years. For hundreds of thousands of years, this galaxy has been occupied by a Spacetime Netherworld Dragon. Thousands of years ago, this Spacetime Netherworld Dragon successfully broke through to the 11th rank, making the entire Yuan Galaxy even more unapproachable by any other alien forces. However, this nearly million-year-long tranquility is destined to be shattered today. In the core region of the Yuan Galaxy, the Tianqiu Sangqiong warship slowly advanced through the depths of the void, trying its best to avoid attracting the attention of the Timespace Netherworld Dragon, which was still in seclusion consolidating its cultivation level. The warship was also slowly approaching its target location. The 9th level Yuan continent, the only floating continent in the Yuan Galaxy, lies deep within the Yuan Mountains, which stretch across the continent from north to south. Beneath this mountain lies a magnificent yet eerie purple-gold rift valley, distorted by the power of the Timespace Netherworld Dragon. This is the Timespace Netherworld Dragon's lair, and the place where it is in seclusion consolidating its 11th tier cultivation level. Outside the Yuan continent's floating continental shield, two warships remained hidden deep in the void. In the main control room of one of the warships, Song Chi looked down at the purple-gold rift valley, his brows furrowed. Under the analysis of the warship's air patrol radar, and his own double pupils, he discovered that the purple-gold rift itself resembled a massive space-time trap. Its surrounding space-time structure was significantly more viscous and rugged compared to normal void. The space-time curvature is changing spontaneously. This isn't passive dissipation, but active manipulation. It has laid out an invisible space-time labyrinth around its lair. This discovery made Song Chi's heart sink slightly. This Netherworld Dragon's control over space-time was stronger than he had anticipated. However, even so, he showed no sign of retreat. After a brief hesitation, the heavenly ruined sky and the mirror warship appeared one after the other. Immediately afterward, a large number of pure white skeletons surged from beneath the two giant warships, and two skeletal giants radiating 11th tier mythical aura quickly materialized. Whoosh! Wielding a giant white bone sword, the skeletal giant ruthlessly raised its hand and launched an attack on the 9th tier energy level floating shield below. In an instant, the tranquility of the entire star field was mercilessly torn apart. Boom! The giant skeletal sword slammed into the floating continent's shield, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. While the level 9 Yuan continent's floating continent shield was strong, a peak level 9 floating continent shield, relying on the continent's immense size, its defensive capabilities were comparable to a 10th tier mythical level. However, the two skeletal giants were 11th tier beings. Under their relentless bombardment, the Yuan continent's floating continent shield visibly dimmed, and numerous clearly visible cracks appeared on its surface. Roar! Finally, the space-time nether dragon at the bottom of the purple-gold rift was disturbed. A furious roar echoed from the depths of the rift, the sound waves containing not only a soul-shaking impact but also tangible space-time ripples. The next second, a terrifying black shadow shot out from the rift. The shadow's dragon wings flapped, not relying on pure physical speed, but directly performing a short-distance space-time jump. In the blink of an eye, its figure appeared outside the Yuan continent, no longer hiding within the floating continent's shield. As a pure-blooded, high-ranking mythical dragon, this pride stemmed from the depths of its bloodline. The challenger had already come knocking, and its inherent pride would not allow it to fear or retreat. Of course, the most fundamental reason was the absolute confidence brought by its 11th-tier mythical life level. 1 giant dragon, 2 skeletal giants, 2 mythical immortal ships. Outside the floating continent's shield, the 5 figures silently confronted each other for a moment, without questioning or exchanging words. After the confrontation ended, the time-space netherworld dragon roared, its space-time laws fluctuating violently, a great battle about to erupt. Space-time barrier. A distorted, purplish-gold barrier, composed of countless spatial rifts and temporal ripples, instantly appeared before the netherworld dragon. Simultaneously, for torrents of death unleashed by the 2 skeletal giants, and 2 mythical immortal ships shot forth. These terrifying torrents crashed against the barrier, unleashing energy tides powerful enough to annihilate star fields, causing swathes of space to collapse, and disrupting the flow of time. However, this combined attack of the skeletal giants and the 2 warships was largely blocked by this space-time barrier. Only a portion of the energy penetrated, leaving scorch marks on the netherworld dragon's hard scales, without causing any substantial damage. Indeed troublesome. Song Chi's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this. The netherworld dragon's counterattack was swift as lightning. With a flap of its wings, its form blurred instantly, seemingly appearing in 4 different locations simultaneously. Its claws tore through the void, unleashing 4 claw shadows, each imbued with the power of time acceleration and spatial cutting, targeting the 2 skeletal giants and the 2 warships respectively. Swoosh, deep, bone-revealing wounds instantly appeared on the massive bodies of the skeletal giants, and the flow of time energy at the wounds hindered their powerful wartime skeletal regeneration abilities. As for the 2 mythical immortal ships, their surface energy shields rippled, nearly being torn apart. Seeing the attack easily neutralized by the space-time barrier, the fury in the time-space nether dragon's eyes subsided, replaced by the coldness and disdain befitting a superior predator. Its wings flapped again, its form flickering between reality and the void, appearing directly above the head of a skeletal giant. Time slowdown. An invisible force field instantly enveloped the skeletal giant, its raised bone sword, poised to strike, seemed to be slowed 1,000-fold, becoming almost motionless. In its almost frozen senses, the netherworld dragon's claws, wreathed in spatial cutting power, moved at the normal flow of time, carrying a chilling purple-gold light, viciously grabbing at its head. Crack! A piercing cracking sound rang out, and several deep cracks, revealing soul fire, appeared on the massive head of the skeletal giant. The raging spatial power frantically eroded the cracks, preventing them from healing. Even more troublesome was the lingering time imprint, which made all the skeletal giant's movements incredibly sluggish, as if burdened by the weight of countless ages. Another skeletal giant roared and rushed to its aid, its death energy transforming into a barrage of bone spears that shot forth. The netherworld dragon merely glanced at them indifferently, its tail sweeping across the void, not attacking directly, but rather carving a spatial fold in the air. All the bone spears that shot towards them, upon touching this folded area, seemed to have plunged into an abyss. Their trajectories were forcibly distorted and deflected, ultimately reversing course and reflecting back towards the 2 Skyfall skyships. Time acceleration. The netherworld dragon opened its mouth, unleashing another purple-gold halo, its target aimed directly at the mirrored Skyfall skyship. The mirrored warship, enveloped by the halo, experienced an instantaneous acceleration of hundreds of times in the flow of its energy shield, the operation of its onboard components, and even the charging speed of its attacks. However, this only lasted for a moment. With the powerful time resistance provided by the Time Chessboard and Time God King's Blessing components mounted on the 2 Skyfall skyships, the time rules applied to the warships quickly vanished. Even so, the battle had now completely fallen into the rhythm of the netherworld dragon's space-time manipulation. Like an elegant yet deadly space-time dancer, it traversed the battlefield. Spatial imprisonment. Just as the skeletal giant's attacks were about to converge, it clenched its dragon claws, instantly pinching the space in that area. The skeletal giants froze, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. It could even briefly create its own space-time illusions. These illusions possessed some offensive power, and were difficult to distinguish, attracting a large amount of firepower, while its true form launched a deadly surprise attack from an unbelievable angle. Occasionally, an attack would penetrate its defenses and land on its dragon scales, but it could rewind time in a localized manner, reverting the state of the wound to the moment before the injury. Although this consumed a significant amount of energy, it was enough to offset most of the damage, making it incredibly difficult to kill. The two skeletal giants, despite their immense power, were toyed with at its mercy, riddled with wounds, and their movements restricted. The cannon fire from the two warships mostly missed or was deflected, making it difficult to form an effective combined attack. Seeing this, Song-Chi reacted swiftly. Simultaneously, seven-colored light flashed on the hulls of both Skyfall's skyships. The next second, numerous seven-colored chess pieces condensed above the warships, rapidly constructing two giant, illusory, seven-colored chessboards. Time chessboard, time chessboard. With the enhancement of his own time domain, the two skeletal giants seemed to be liberated, no longer affected by the strange time rules of the time-space nether dragon. As for the opponent's spatial power, Song-Chi used a clone soul-devouring altar to evolve and replicate the ceiling heaven and earth tower, then set up a five-colored ceiling light barrier, encompassing the time-space nether dragon and the other four parties, maximizing the restriction of the opponent's spatial power. After this, the time-space nether dragon was indeed greatly restricted, but its bloodline abilities were also top-tier. Even with its most proficient spatial and time powers restricted, ending the battle quickly would be extremely difficult. Seeing that the prolonged attack was proving ineffective, and that the multicolored ceiling light barrier was becoming increasingly fragile under the aftershocks of the battle, soon to shatter completely, Song-Chi knew he couldn't delay any longer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he decisively activated the mirror ship's ultimate attack. 12 life and death chess pieces, activate. Buzz! The Mirror Sky Ruins Azure Sky ship emitted a profound seven-colored light, and a special, materialized seven-colored chess piece shot out from it, heading straight for the time-space nether dragon, instantly plunging into its body amidst the fierce battle. The nether dragon's body froze, feeling an invisible binding force involving fate and rules enveloping it. It roared angrily, attempting to forcefully expel it with its powerful life force, but found that this power, imbued with extreme death and annihilation, was like a leech, impossible to drive away no matter how it resisted. Instead, it quickly erupted within its body. In an instant, a terrifying power of death enveloped its entire dragon body, and the immense life force of the high-ranking dragon began to weaken rapidly. However, this was far from over. The 11th tier time-space netherworld dragon was truly terrifying. This first death move only weakened its life force by less than 20%. 12 life and death pieces, activated again. As the second death move fell, the time-space netherworld dragon's dragon might visibly diminished. The third, the fourth. When the power of the fifth death move erupted fiercely within its body, the time-space netherworld dragon let out a roar of shock and rage. It felt as if 5 invisible mountains were pressing down on it. Its strength, speed, defense, and especially its perception and control of time-space power were all greatly weakened. The time-space ripples flowing around its body became thin and chaotic, and its once effortless control over time-space vanished by more than half. Now! This was the moment Song-Chi had been waiting for. On the heavenly ruined sky dome, the immortal slaughtering sword formation, already transformed into the immortal god-slaying cannon, had its muzzle condensing the chaotic color that would end everything. Absolute hit. 100 million psionic energy points evaporated, and the causal law that transcended time and space was locked onto the severely weakened netherworld dragon. High-dimensional chaotic annihilation strike. 50 billion psionic energy points were poured in. Boom! The chaotic sword light that ignored distance and transcended time reappeared. This time, the space-time barrier erected by the netherworld dragon was as fragile as paper before the sword light, instantly pierced. It attempted to dodge by time-space jump, but under the lock of absolute hit, no matter how it dodged, it was destined to be futile. The chaotic sword light precisely pierced its dragon body. There was no explosion, only the most primal annihilation. The massive body of the netherworld dragon trembled violently, its life force gushing out like a burst dam. Its brilliant dragon eyes dimmed rapidly, and the domineering spatial temporal power emanating from its body weakened to a flickering ember. When the power of the chaos sword light dissipated, the netherworld dragon floated listlessly in the starry sky, its life force barely a flickering flame. At this moment, over 99% of its life force had been extinguished. It was only because Song-Chi hadn't activated auxiliary attack methods such as Weakness Mark of the Hunting God, Black Hole Singularity Detonation, and Origin Star's Core of Origin, and had deliberately avoided its fatal weaknesses, that the Netherworld Dragon would likely have been completely annihilated by now. On the Heavenly Ruins Sky Dome, the Ring of Heavenly Authority shone brightly, unleashing a powerful soul imprint. However, before that, he activated the clone Song of Holy Favor, significantly increasing the success rate of this enslavement attempt. Absolute enslavement. After a moment of struggle, the soul imprint of the Ring of Heavenly Authority was fully formed. In the dim dragon eyes of the time-space, Netherworld Dragon, submission and obedience finally emerged. Song-Chi felt the fourth mythical level enslavement mark transmitted through the Soul Link, Azure Emperor, Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale, War Puppet Mother Tree, Timespace Netherworld Dragon, and let out a long sigh of relief. This powerful enemy, who had almost controlled the entire situation with the power of time and space, had finally been successfully enslaved by him. Chapter 911. Time, in the boundless sea of stars and the myriad realms, is but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years have passed. The chaotic divine continent's heavenly ape star realm, that star region once stirred by the appearance of the Bad Heaven ruins, has now returned to silence. However, beneath this silence lies the fact that the ruined space, after countless years and continuous erosion by those secretly watching with mythical power, has now reached its true limit, showing signs of complete collapse. Although Song-Chi is in the void market of the heavens, not on the chaotic divine continent, he is fully aware of this. It's time. With a murmur, the door to the all-attribute cultivation room opened, and Song-Chi, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, stepped out once more. Shattered Stars Sea, Firewood Territory, Heavenly Ruins Divine Court. The fourth Firewood Galaxy Cluster, under the Divine Court, governs the 8th level Peak Life Floating Continent, the Earthly Rock Floating Continent. Today is the day the Song clan of Kinshu has designated for the official ascent of the Earthly Floating Continent to the 9th level. For this purpose, countless captains of the Divine Court's flame ships had gathered here, hoping to utilize the subsequent energy tides of the 9th level Floating Continent's origin to aid their flagship's advancement. However, the Earthly Floating Continent's most important core space, where the subsequent energy tides are most concentrated, is currently deserted. Until half an hour later, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Song-Chi's figure finally appeared. If any outsiders were present, they would undoubtedly be curious, for behind their Emperor Song, there was another figure. This figure was not human. His aura reached the peak of the 9th level. He was none other than the last pure-blooded member of the Batian clan in this world. Zi Huan. As a pure-blooded Bo Tian clan member born just over 20,000 years ago, Zi Huan, though forcibly accelerated into an 8th-tier life form by the Bo Tian while using the heart of a mythical ancient tree of life, lacked inherent depth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have only advanced one major tier. However, after over 20,000 years of buffering, coupled with the vast resources poured into it by its master Song-Chi, its accumulation and foundation are now more than sufficient. Having reached the 9th tier limit tens of thousands of years ago, it now only needs one final step to unlock the gates of mythology. And now, it is the time for advancement set by Song-Chi. The floating continent ascends, the world changes color, countless fragments of the floating continent and asteroids merge into the terrestrial floating continent, the continental area continues to expand, until finally, endless tides of energy sweep across all directions. Deep within the core space of the floating continent, Z1 stands suspended in the air, the continuously gathering 9th-tier tidal energy surging into its body, causing its blood and chi to repeatedly crash against the mythical barrier within its body. An unknown amount of time passed, and suddenly, Zi-Huan opened its tightly closed eyes, swallowing the primordial chaos limitless pill it had been clutching in its hand. The pill entered its stomach, instantly transforming into a vast, chaotic torrent, frantically merging with the already overflowing Bo Tian bloodline within its body. Roar! A roar seemingly from the ancient past erupted from Zi-Huan's mouth. Its body began to expand violently under the impact of the immense energy, its purple-gold scales emitting dazzling light. Ancient patterns containing the essence of power emerged from beneath the scales and spread outwards. Its aura surged like a volcanic eruption, causing the rules of the entire floating continent to resonate with it. That exclusive pressure belonging to the Batian clan, an unparalleled will to contend with the heavens and fight to the death against the Tao, roared outwards, even momentarily overshadowing the grand spectacle of the floating continent's ascension. Deep within the floating continent's sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The floating continents were rejoiced. Time ticked by. Although the ascension process was fraught with setbacks, the energy impact causing Zi-Huan's scales to crack and bleed profusely. The determination and will in his eyes burnt ever brighter. Finally, accompanied by a dazzling pillar of light that tore through the starry sea, a complete and overwhelming mythical pressure stabilized completely. Zi-Huan successfully ascended to the 10th tier of mythology, becoming Song Qi's 6th mythical level warrior, following the Azure Emperor, the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale, the War Puppet Mother Tree, the Time-Space Netherworld Dragon, and the 10th tier Dragon Lizard Giant Armored Beast that Song Qi had enslaved again 300 years ago. Its form was even more majestic and divine than before, its entire body radiating mythical power, and its eyes, opening and closing, revealed the unique, unyielding arrogance of the Bo Tian clan, defying the myriad laws of heaven and earth. Just as Zi-Huan stabilized her realm, far away in the chaos divine continent, in the heavenly Ape Star realm, at the core of the collapsing Bo Tian ruins, a faint Bo Tian will suddenly fluctuated, conveying a trace of relief and urgent call. Although Song Qi was unaware of this, he understood one thing. The Bo Tian ruins could not be maintained for much longer. It was time to return to the ruins. Chaos Divine Continent, Rift Mountain Ancestral City. Through the transit of the heavenly market, Song Qi and Zi-Huan, who had already stabilized her realm, quietly arrived. At his instruction, Zi-Huan, using her pure Bo Tian bloodline, actively contacted the Bo Tian will. Sensing Zi-Huan's call, the will of Bo Tian responded quickly. Even though they were separated by hundreds of thousands of light years, Song Qi quickly felt the pulling force that came from across endless space and acted on him out of thin air. Without a doubt, this was the pull of Bo Tian's will. A glint of light flashed in Song Qi's eyes. Without hesitation, he and Zi-Huan emptied their minds and bodies, offering no resistance. The next second, the void rippled, and their figures vanished from their original positions. In the dark, gray space, Song Qi and Zi-Huan slowly emerged. Sensing the familiar yet decaying aura around them, Song Qi confirmed that this was indeed the interior of the Bo Tian ruins. "Let's go, Zi-Huan, to fulfill our final promise." Through their soul link, Song Qi transmitted the command to Zi-Huan, who had recently advanced in cultivation. At the same time, he took a step forward, his figure disappearing into the void portal before him, seemingly deliberately created for the two of them. The next moment, Song Qi and Zi-Huan appeared directly in the desolate core of the Bo Tian ruins. The scene before them was even more dilapidated than it had been over 20,000 years ago. The sky was filled with spiderweb-like spatial cracks, the earth was constantly crumbling and turning into nothingness, and the entire ruins were in a state of extremely unstable tremors. Compared to the calm Song Qi, Zi-Huan, sensing the weakened yet shared origin of the heaven-breaking will here, instinctively let out a low, mournful cry. Sensing the arrival of Zi-Huan and Song Qi, the remaining heaven-breaking will in the center of the ruins once more coalesced, transforming into a blurry phantom. The phantom's gaze swept over Zi-Huan, sensing the pure and powerful mythical-level heaven-breaking bloodline within him, revealing a deep sense of satisfaction. Clearly, Zi-Huan's ability to reach the mythical rank in just over 20,000 years far exceeded its expectations. This also meant that Song Qi was genuinely nurturing Zi-Huan, and not merely acting out of obligation to their past agreement. Immediately afterward, Song Qi released another AI chip, which recorded the current development status of the Bo Tian bloodline branches scattered throughout the various alien spaces of the Shattered Star Sea. Several branches were presided over by 9th-tier Bo Tian bloodlines, and nearly 20 were at the 8th tier, far exceeding the previous requirements. The Bo Tian ruins were increasingly satisfied with this. Inheritor. Continue, the will of Bo Tian. Fragmented thoughts entered Song Qi and Zi-Huan's minds. Simultaneously, the collapse of the entire ruin accelerated dramatically. The remaining Bo Tian will, perhaps having resolved its inner obsession, began to rapidly decline in control of the ruins in this short period. Fortunately, it managed to hold on, preventing the ruins from collapsing completely. However, it was foreseeable that after this change, the subsequent collapse of the ruins would be accelerated, perhaps within the next few decades, or even years. Before Song Qi could think too much, the will of Bo Tian quickly fulfilled its promise, directly handing over its final gift, the core artifact that had sustained the ruins for countless millennia, the chaotic artifact High-Dimensional Sea, to Song Qi. Clutching the High-Dimensional Sea tightly, watching the chaotic radiance emanating from it, Song Qi was driven by intense anticipation and curiosity to directly examine its attribute panel. However, reason ultimately prevailed over curiosity. His intuition told him that it was best to leave the Bo Tian ruins as soon as possible and not linger in the ruins any longer. As the will of Bo Tian's control over the ruins weakened, every minute, even a second, they spent within the ruins could potentially hasten the complete collapse of the ruins by months, or even a year. After bidding farewell to the will of Batian, Song Qi, accompanied by a somewhat dejected Zi Huan, withdrew from the Batian ruins and returned to Splitting Mountain Ancestral City. Phew! With a long sigh of relief upon returning to Splitting Mountain Ancestral City, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. However, unbeknownst to him, in those brief few minutes, the chaotic void surrounding the Batian ruins was turbulent, experiencing a tremendous upheaval. In the short span between Song Qi and Zi Huan's disappearance from Splitting Mountain Ancestral City, their being received by the will of Batian into the core of the ruins, and their safe return with the chaotic artifact high-dimensional sea, the long-dormant undercurrents in the seemingly tranquil depths of the void in the heavenly Ape Star realm suddenly erupted. Buzz! An invisible fluctuation suddenly spread outwards from the distorted void where the Batian ruins were located. This fluctuation was extremely subtle, involving drastic changes in the ruins' very essence and a deliberate weakening of their will. However, for those mythical beings who had been waiting and observing for tens of thousands of years, it was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake. The will of the ruins is rapidly weakening. The Batian ruins are collapsing at an accelerated pace. What's going on? Has something unexpected happened inside the ruins? Powerful divine thoughts collided and exchanged fiercely in the depths of the void, filled with astonishment and greed. They had waited for endless years, like the most patient hunters, waiting for the ruins to collapse naturally so they could divide up any remaining Batian clan treasures, especially the chaotic artifact that sustained the ruins' existence. Now, they were suddenly told that the ruins might collapse prematurely. How could this not cause an uproar? Simultaneously, it ignited the hatred and hostility accumulated by all sides over countless years. Boom! A distant void fold suddenly exploded, unleashing a dazzling yet deadly burst of mythical light. Fragments of rules scattered everywhere. It was a mythical titan, concealed, clashing with a mythical fire demon attempting to forcefully probe the interior of the ruins. Neither was benevolent. This exchange was like igniting a fuse. Boom, boom, boom! More mythical beings were drawn in, some to test the waters, some to eliminate rivals, and some simply driven by the chaotic energy. In an instant, this already unstable void transformed into a terrifying battlefield. Space was torn apart, the flow of time became chaotic, and various mythical-level law domains clashed and annihilated each other. If neither side had been concerned about completely destroying the ruins, causing everything to be swallowed by the void turbulence, the impact would likely have been far greater than it is now. This sudden and chaotic battle lasted for several days, stirring up a large part of the heavenly Ape Star realm and attracting the attention of many more forces. Ultimately, several more ancient and powerful wills intervened. Enough. A magnificent will, like a Star-Sea decree, forcefully quelled the chaos on part of the battlefield. If this continues, it will attract more forces from outside the heavenly Ape Star realm, and then no one will be able to obtain the high-dimensional sea. With the mediation and deterrence of various parties, the chaotic battle temporarily ceased. At the same time, all parties quickly reached an agreement and began to intensify their erosion of the Batian ruins. Join forces and accelerate the erosion. We can't wait any longer. The various forces that reached the consensus, whether the Titans, the Eternals, the Abyss Demons, the Star-Sea Insects, or some solitary ancient myths, temporarily set aside their prejudices. Terrifying mythical forces, no longer cautiously probing, surged forth like a raging torrent from all corners of the void, frantically assaulting and eroding the already crumbling walls of the Batian ruins. The ruined structure, previously barely maintained by the will of Batian and the high-dimensional sea, groaned under the sudden, tenfold, even hundredfold, intensification of the erosive force. Crack! Crack! Inside the ruins, the sky shattered at an alarming rate, vast swathes of void annihilating into chaos. The earth no longer crumbled, but evaporated in swathes. The remaining phantom of the will of Batian flickered violently at the core, emitting a silent sigh and a final stand, but its flickering speed increased rapidly, teetering on the brink of complete dissipation. The final collapse of the Batian ruins had entered its final countdown. Meanwhile, Song Qi, the instigator of all this, was currently safely within the heavenly market, cradling the high-dimensional sea radiating chaotic light in his palm, completely unaware of the colossal waves that had surged in the chaotic void because of him. He had only informed Jiang Yuan and the other three about this chaotic artifact before immediately entering the heavenly market, not daring to let it linger outside for even a moment longer. After all, the superpowers eyeing this chaotic artifact were not just a few, or even a dozen, but many. He needed to use the heavenly market, which also contained chaotic artifacts, to conceal and shield himself before he could feel completely at ease. Chapter 912. Only after returning to the celestial market could Song-Chi finally relax, and his gaze instinctively shifted to the high-dimensional sea artifact in his hand. Since becoming the captain of the flame ship, nearly 30,000 years had passed. In that long period, Song-Chi had only personally encountered 4 chaotic artifacts. Celestial Market, Primal Flame Seed, Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. The last one was the high-dimensional sea he had just acquired. As a chaotic artifact surpassing even the 7-colored mythical artifacts, and requiring countless years to be nurtured by the Chaos Divine Continent, the power of the Celestial Market, Primal Flame Seed, and Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation was undeniable. Therefore, Song-Chi naturally had high expectations for the high-dimensional sea. As his gaze focused, the attributes of the high-dimensional sea quickly appeared before him. Rare item, high-dimensional sea. Quality, chaos. Effects, high-dimensional imprint, high-dimensional attraction, treasure sea, high-dimensional oath, high-dimensional barrier, high-dimensional tracking, rule simulation, dimensional ascension stone, raging sea divine realm, chaotic tsunami. Note, this is a chaotic rare item born from a chaotic source sea in the high-dimensional chaotic divine continent after several eras. Born from the essence of chaos, it possesses incredible power. High-dimensional imprint. After activation, it can imprint a high-dimensional mark on a designated being. The holder of the high-dimensional mark can control the high-dimensional sea to a certain extent. Note, a maximum of 10 high-dimensional marks can exist simultaneously. High-dimensional attraction. Leaves an attraction mark on a designated thing or object. Regardless of the object's location in the future, it can be attracted back. Note, each object can only be attracted once every 10,000 years. Sea of Treasures *. Within the high-dimensional sea lies a special sea of treasures. Every 10,000 years, it autonomously draws in unclaimed wonders and treasures nurtured in the myriad realms and the Chaos Divine Continent. High-dimensional oath *. A supreme oath is signed with high-dimensional witness. High-dimensional barrier *. Upon activation, the wonder can generate a high-dimensional barrier, merging with surrounding secret realm barriers or dimensional barriers to grant it high-dimensional defensive power. High-dimensional tracking * actively tracks the location of a specified wonder or resource. Can only be activated once every 10,000 years. Rule simulation * simulates a specific fundamental rule of the Star Sea Great Tao, assisting in comprehending that fundamental rule. Dimensional Ascension Stone *. The wonder can continuously generate dimensional ascension stones. The more resources and energy invested, the faster the generation speed. Wrathful Sea Divine Realm * activating the power of the Wrathful Sea creates the Wrathful Sea Divine Realm, greatly empowering the holder of the high-dimensional mark and suppressing other units within the realm. Wrathful Sea Divine Realm * activating the power of the Wrathful Sea generates the Wrathful Sea Divine Realm, greatly enhancing the holder of the high-dimensional mark and suppressing other entities within the realm. Chaotic Tsunami activates all the primal power of the components, summoning a chaotic tsunami capable of annihilating everything. Indeed, there are no ordinary things among chaotic artifacts. Scanning all the attributes before him, Song-Chi was greatly excited. The attributes of this high-dimensional sea were practically perfect. Not only could it continuously draw in and collect various rare treasures from all the heavens and myriad worlds, but it also possessed the ability to sign high-dimensional oaths. These were oaths with high-dimensional binding force, far superior to the 7-colored oath. However, upon seeing this effect, Song-Chi instinctively thought of the eternal slavery agreement that the will of heaven had signed for him and Z1. After only a moment of confusion, he understood why the other party hadn't used this high-dimensional oath back then. Once the agreement was fulfilled, the high-dimensional sea would ultimately be handed over to their humanity of the Blazing Fire civilization. With control changing hands, the high-dimensional oath could naturally be dissolved at any time. But using the eternal slavery agreement was entirely different. Besides the oath of higher dimensions, Song-Chi was also extremely interested in the higher dimensional barrier. He hadn't forgotten that the original seed of the flame civilization was still housed in the Heavenly Peak Secret Realm. Although the Heavenly Peak Secret Realm, as a high-level cosmic secret realm, possessed extremely high secrecy and defensive strength of its barrier, this was only under the premise that it hadn't been locked onto by a 12th-tier transcendent being. Once truly locked onto by a transcendent being, the Heavenly Peak Secret Realm itself wouldn't last long. However, if it were merged with this higher dimensional barrier, the result would be completely different. At least the Batian ruins, also built on the foundation of a cosmic secret realm, withstood the erosion and attacks of multiple transcendents and dozens of mythical alien races for a long time. Furthermore, if it were placed within the myriad heavens market, the fusion of the two protective artifacts would undoubtedly make its defensive power even more terrifying. Thinking this far, before Song Chi could continue his thoughts, his ethereal body left behind in the Rift Mountain ancestral city suddenly called out. The chaotic divine continent, the celestial ape star realm, the site of the Bo Tian ruins. The chaotic void has transformed into a boiling furnace. Although the recent mythological war has temporarily subsided, the erosion of the ruins by various forces has reached a frenzied level. Strands of mythological power traversing the cosmos, like billions of invisible giant hammers, relentlessly bombard the already riddled walls of the ruins. Crack. Boom. Finally, at a certain moment, the ancient ruins that had sustained the Bo Tian clan's last line of inheritance for countless millennia let out a final, agonizing cry of unbearable pressure. At its core, the lingering phantom of the Bo Tian will, after emitting a faint fluctuation mixed with relief and resentment, completely disintegrated, turning into nothingness. Immediately following was the complete collapse of the entire ruined space. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected, only a chilling disintegration originating from the very level of rules. The distorted chaotic void shattered like broken glass, fragments turning into primordial chaotic currents that swept in all directions. The remaining mountains, earth, and fragments of stars within the ruins were all annihilated and dissipated in these chaotic currents. The ruins have collapsed. Where is the higher dimension sea? Grab it. Almost simultaneously with the collapse of the ruins, the various mythical beings, who could no longer restrain themselves, like sharks smelling blood, their divine senses intertwined, their true forms manifesting. Figures radiating terrifying pressure tore through the void, ruthlessly charging into the rapidly collapsing and destroying core area. The Titan giant swung its star-like fist, smashing through the chaotic energy tides. The tentacles of the abyss demon god, entwined with chaotic rules, reached into every space that might harbor wondrous treasures. The primordial queen commanded an endless swarm of insects, like locusts sweeping across the land, devouring and scanning every inch of the void. The eternal lord of the eternal race, his body radiating a chilling light, traversed the void at an illogical speed. However, no matter how these mythical beings searched, how they scanned and deduced with the power of rules, there was still no trace of the higher dimension sea in the gradually fading chaos. The chaotic artifact that sustained the ruins, coveted by all powers, seemed to have vanished into thin air. Gone? How is this possible? Someone must have gotten there first. A brief silence followed, then a fury and suspicion 10 times greater than before. Who is it? A mythical titan roared to the heavens, its sonic waves shattering a distant chaotic mountain. Hand over the high dimension sea. An 11th-tier cosmic behemoth's eyes flashed with ferocity as it scanned every competitor present. Seeds of doubt instantly took root and sprouted, quickly growing into towering trees. The greed and rage that had failed to find their target desperately needed an outlet. The brief peace agreement, fragile as paper, crumbled before the absolute gains and losses. Is it your eternal race? You have the most of your kind here. Bullshit. I think it's those cowardly abyss demons hiding their heads. The Zerg's devouring nature makes them most likely to silently steal the treasure. Kill. Someone made the first move, and a mythical level forbidden spell, capable of tearing through dimensions, suddenly erupted. Boom. The great battle broke out once more. This time, however, it was no longer a small-scale conflict or probing, but a true, all-out melee engulfing all the mythical beings present. Titans and behemoths clashed, their flesh exploding in a chaotic explosion of fists and claws. The laws of the Eternals and the Abyss demons clashed, light and darkness intertwining, order and chaos twisting. Swarms of interstellar insects engulfed countless alien mythical beings, only to be annihilated in droves by even stronger area of effect attacks. Furthermore, some solitary ancient mythical beings secretly intervened, attempting to profit from the chaos. The scale and scope of this mythical melee far surpassed anything seen before. Terrifying energy storms raged, rules were shattered, spatial structures were permanently altered, and temporal turbulence was everywhere. A significant portion of the celestial ape star realm was swept up in it, and countless chaotic cities, mountains, and even some weaker, peak-level races were silently reduced to chaotic dust in the aftershocks of this level of battle. The news spread like wildfire, shaking the entire heavenly ape star realm, and even attracting the attention of some supreme beings in other regions of the Chaos Divine Continent. As the 6 Chaos cities of the Firewood human civilization, closest to the Batian ruins, were the first to bear the brunt, plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Human Emperor City, Rift Mountain Ancestral City, Battle Soul City, Hun Tian City, Lice Branded City, and Heavenly Dawn City, These 6 firewood cities, standing like nails not far from the Batian ruins, were now on the edge of this mythical war storm. Except for Human Emperor City, which was guarded by the 3 firewood human emperors, Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, and Pei Dinan, possessed the 3 corpse divine shrine components, and was located in the very center of the 6 cities, with the most complete defensive system. It could barely maintain its footing. The other 5 cities, Rift Mountain Ancestral City, Battle Soul City, Hun Tian City, Lice Branded City, and Heavenly Dawn City, were almost entirely affected by the devastating aftershocks of the battle. Buzz! The city shields of the 5 Chaos Cities were simultaneously activated to their maximum. The dazzling light shields, like candlelight flickering in a storm, rippled violently under the impact of the energy storm, their brightness erratic. The cities trembled violently, as if they were about to disintegrate at any moment. Warning! The protective array's energy is rapidly depleting. A spatial rift has appeared in the West District. Fragments of mythical rules are falling towards the city. Anxious reports rang out in the command centers of each city. Countless captains of the fireship within the cities were pale-faced, staring at the apocalyptic scene beyond the sky, their hearts filled with powerlessness and horror, a collision of forces far beyond their comprehension. Activate the Zhou Tian Lu Ha revolving wheel array. Song Qi had just emerged from the heavenly market when he sensed the terrifying fluctuations sweeping through the chaos, and the urgent distress signal from the Rift Mountain Ancestral City. Without hesitation, he activated one of the ultimate trump cards built by the human civilization of the Burning Flame to cope with the crisis on the Chaos Divine Continent. A super array with 6 Chaos Cities as nodes, capable of rapidly teleporting mythical combat power. Buzz! At the core of the Rift Mountain Ancestral City, a pillar of light pierced the heavens and earth, and within the pillar, Song Qi's figure instantly blurred. The next instant, above the Battle Soul City, Song Qi's figure appeared out of thin air. His expression was cold and stern. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly ruined sky dome and several mythical servants appeared simultaneously. Dispel the mythical energy shockwave with all your might. The spacetime netherworld dragon roared, distorting spacetime and deflecting a sweeping torrent of energy. The dragon spine tyrant whale unleashed endless spatial laws, transforming them into a barrier to protect part of the city, while the Azura Emperor wielded the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword, slashing at an incoming remnant of the mythical flame demon. Almost simultaneously, Ji Hung appeared in Hun Tian City. The Xian Wang Qiyu exuded a powerful aura that suppressed the 8 wastelands, its hull shimmering with mysterious light, firmly holding back the shockwave. The massive body of the starry azure dragon coiled above Shirluo City, its roar shaking the world. Star power converged into a river, washing away the encroaching destructive energy. However, the enemy's numbers were too great, their strength too formidable, and their battle utterly chaotic. Song Qi and his companions could only rely on the teleportation effect of the Zhou Tian Lu Ha Zhuan Luan De Jin to constantly traverse between the 5 endangered cities. Having just stabilized the situation in Zhanpa City, the protective shield of Liaison Ancestral City was on the verge of collapse. Song Qi had to immediately teleport back, using the Zhu Ban de Dao Ruguijia to force back a remnant star beast that had been caught in the chaos, and was frantically ramming against the city's shield. Just as Ji Hung used the Xian Wang Qiyu to suppress the spatial rift in Han Tian City, a distress signal from Shirluo City arrived, this time for help from Xingyu Songlong. A destructive energy tide from the collision of Titan and the Insect Queen was surging forth. Exhausted? Truly exhausted. Every member of the human race's mythical warriors was on edge, pushing their power to the limit, frantically teleporting using the Great Array, like firefighters, struggling to keep the 5 cities from falling. Outside Chaos City, a battlefield of mythical bloodshed and collapsing rules stretched to its limits. Inside Chaos City, the flame of humanity flickered, a poignant testament to their united will. Song Qi teleported once again from Liaison Ancestral City to Zhanpa City, feeling the weariness emanating from the depths of his soul. He gazed at the endless chaos of the battlefield beyond the sky, his eyes icy cold. This mythical war, ignited by his taking the High Dimension Sea, had pushed humanity to the brink of despair. However, he also knew that even if he hadn't taken the High Dimension Sea beforehand, this massive melee was still unavoidable, so he never regretted it. What worried him more now was that if a way to break the deadlock couldn't be found quickly, even with the Zhou Tian Lu Ha revolving array, the fall of the 5 Chaos Cities was probably only a matter of time. They had to do something. Chapter 913. Looking at the undiminished mythical battlefield in the chaotic void outside, Song Qi understood that his strategy had to change. Continuing to fight like this would likely not bring any improvement. On the contrary, the dispersion of their mythical forces might give uncontrollable external factors more opportunities to exploit. Thinking this, Song Qi no longer hesitated. He switched his thoughts and entered the primal flame seed, highest communication channel. Song Qi, we can't go on like this. His voice, filled with unprecedented solemnity, resounded directly through the highest communication channel. The sudden voice immediately reached Jiang Yuan and the other three, but before they could speak, Song Qi added, the resource consumption of the Zhou Tian Lu He revolving array is secondary, the key issue is the immense strain on our mental and physical well-being. If this continues, any oversight will lead to irreparable losses. The fall of cities is a minor matter. We only occupied Huntian, Laishan, and the other three cities for a few thousand years. Not only have we not invested much, but we also heavily developed the surrounding areas, acquiring considerable resources. The crucial issue is the loss of the city's peak combat power and elite Firefly fleet, something we absolutely do not want to see. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan, Ji Heng, Ing Yi, and Pei Dinan's divine senses quickly responded. Song Qi is absolutely right, Jiang Yuan replied, his tone solemn. With our 5 cities scattered and our strength too weak, we are like a small boat in a storm, facing this mythical war sweeping across the star realm. We must concentrate our forces. Upon hearing this, Ji Heng, Ing Yi, and Pei Dinan immediately stated, abandoning the 5 outer cities and concentrating all forces to defend the human emperor city is the best option at present. After speaking, Ing Yi, who was in the human emperor city, took a deep breath, looking at the seemingly endless energy storm outside the city and the violent ripples constantly spreading across the protective barrier, and said in a deep voice, issuing the retreat order is not difficult, we only need to use our highest authority to cover the entire Torch network system. However, how to safely and quickly transfer the elite garrison fleets and resources of the 5 cities to the human emperor city is a problem. Directly crossing the chaotic battlefield is absolutely impossible, that would only result in greater losses. Use this. Emperor Jiang Yuan's voice was resolute. Our clan still possesses several rare dimensional artifacts, and coupled with the celestial teleportation platform of the celestial marketplace, this is sufficient to complete the transfer of core personnel and resources in a very short time. With the plan finalized, the 5's orders were quickly transmitted via the Flame Network to all the Flame captains stationed in the 5 Chaos cities. Even so, within the 5 Chaos cities, which were nearing their limits, there was no panic, only extremely efficient execution. An ancient altar radiating spatial fluctuations was urgently activated at the city's core, its light enveloping all important buildings, resource reserves, and Flame captains. Simultaneously, Song Qi manipulated the celestial marketplace, controlling the celestial teleportation platform, using the market as a transit point to send these Flame captains back to the human emperor city in batches. Withdraw? With this command, the celestial teleportation subplatforms built beneath the 5 Chaos cities simultaneously erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The next moment, countless figures and various war resources blurred under the influence of spatial power, transforming into torrents that surged into the celestial market through the channels constructed by the celestial teleportation platform. From there, they were transferred through the market and ultimately converged into the most securely defended human emperor city in the central region. The 5 Chaos cities, now deprived of the Flame fleet's protection, only held out briefly in the aftermath of the cataclysmic mythical war before collapsing and crumbling, ultimately becoming the ever-present ruins of the Chaos Divine Continent. Witnessing firsthand the destruction of 5 Chaos cities, including Rift Mountain and War Soul, that had been cultivated for thousands of years, reduced to ruins, filled many Flame fleet captains with resentment and rage. Each Chaos city represented a massive annual production of high-level resources, a crucial channel for the Flame civilization's accumulation of strength. Now, they could only flee like stray dogs. Despite their anger, they harbored no resentment towards the higher echelons of the civilization, only a bitter resentment at their own inadequacy. Everyone knew this was merely a desperate measure to save their lives. Heavenly Ape Star Realm, Human Emperor City. Human Emperor City, concentrating almost all of the peak combat power of the Torch human civilization, quickly displayed unprecedented defensive strength. Jiang Yuan's Divine Summer Ninely, Ing Yi's Immortal Qin Ancestral Dragon, Pei Dinan's Heavenly Holy Light, Ji Heng's Mysterious Yellow Crimson Yu, and Song Qi's Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky, 5 mythical immortal ships exuding mythical aura, hovered in 5 directions above Human Emperor City. Their hull shimmered with vast divine power, perfectly merging with the city's own defensive shield. Even more reassuring was the presence of Song Qi's 11th tier mythical servant, the Time-Space Nether Dragon, its massive body coiled above the city, its space-time laws naturally intertwined, forming a distorted domain that weakened or deflected any incoming attacks before they even reached it. Furthermore, the powerful seven-colored component, the Three Corpses Divine Shrine, allowed Jiangyuan, Yingyi, and Petitant's flagships to summon the Three Corpses hypergiant mechs at any time. These two 11th-tier mythical warriors, coupled with the top-tier chaotic origin of the human Emperor City, formed two formidable barriers that would pose a significant challenge to any 11th-tier mythical being. In addition, over 10 10th-tier mythical warriors, including Song Qi, Ji Heng, and a host of mythical enslaved creatures, provided assistance. With such a lineup, the human Emperor City was practically impregnable. Of course, this was all predicated on no transcendent beings personally engaging in combat. And indeed, that was the case. Over the next century, the mythical wars intensified, their reach expanding ever wider. Occasionally, the aftermath of battle or bloodthirsty mythical creatures would approach the human Emperor City, but sensing the combined mythical auras emanating from within, especially the intense threat posed by the time-space nether dragon, most chose to retreat. A few foolishly charging and were either routed or perished on the spot by the combined counterattack of the 5 mythical immortal ships and numerous mythical enslaved creatures. The human Emperor City, in this chaotic astral plane, seemed to have become a rare haven of tranquility. A century is but a fleeting moment for mythical beings, but for a war affecting countless superpowers, it is often enough to change many things. The high-ranking officials of the Firewood civilization initially believed that such a large-scale mythological war, lasting only a century, would be its limit. They reasoned that all factions would feel the pain, as 10th-tier mythical warriors were not commonplace, each was a force capable of suppressing the foundations of their respective races. Yet, in the past century, countless 10th-tier mythical beings had already perished. They thought the intensity would gradually decrease, perhaps even forcing a ceasefire and negotiations due to the overwhelming losses. However, they were wrong. Utterly wrong. A century later, the fighting surrounding the former Batian ruins, now an extremely dangerous chaotic turbulent zone, showed no signs of abating. Instead, it became even more brutal and violent. The number of fallen mythical beings skyrocketed, and the fall of a 10th-tier mythical being was almost always accompanied by a mournful cry and tremor originating from the very rules of the universe. What truly shook all those who had been observing this battlefield was that, a century later, a mournful cry of rules, 100 or 1,000 times more magnificent and tragic than the fall of a 10th-tier mythical being, swept across a significant portion of the heavenly ape-star realm. An 11th-tier mythical being had fallen. It was an ancient demon god from the abyss, and the collapse of the rules triggered by its fall was like tearing an eternal wound in the chaos, one that would never heal. The fall of the 11th-tier mythical being served as a signal, igniting a far wider battlefield. This earth-shattering war, sparked by the high-dimensional sea, not only failed to end but, like an uncontrollable plague, spread and expanded wildly beyond the heavenly ape-star realm at an unprecedented speed. Powerful races and ancient beings from other star realms on the chaotic divine continent were either drawn in or actively intervened, and the vortex of war grew ever larger, its reach ever wider. Within the human Emperor City, Song Qi, Jiangyuan, and others stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance at the chaotic void, even more chaotic and terrifying than a century ago. They felt the remnants of the fallen 11th-tier mythology emanating from it, their expressions grave. This storm seems far more terrifying than we imagined. Human Emperor Jiangyuan spoke slowly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible heaviness. Song Qi nodded silently, subconsciously sensing the high-dimensional sea lying quietly within his body in the myriad ruins. This chaotic artifact that had triggered everything now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He knew that while the Firewood civilization was temporarily safe, the entire chaotic divine continent seemed to be dragged into an unprecedented era of chaos, and this super-mythological war sweeping across numerous chaotic star realms was merely the beginning. Shattered Star Sea, the Brahma Spirit Mountain galaxy of the Shur clan. In the dark, desolate starfield, amidst the immense turmoil of this moment, all superpowers focused their attention on the node of the chaotic divine continent. The dominant Sakya civilization, however, took a completely different approach. From the pitch-black sea of stars, countless Buddhist soldiers, originating from the Sakya's river system clusters, set out, their targets aimed directly at the surrounding advanced and top-tier advanced civilizations. The Yafeng River System Cluster, once a prosperous cluster belonging to a top-tier advanced civilization. Now, it had been transformed into a purgatory. The golden Buddhist light brought not peace and salvation, but rather a chilling aura of slaughter and destruction. Countless Buddhist soldiers, clad in golden armor, their faces either compassionate or ferocious, surged like a golden tide, engulfing the starry sky. Wherever they passed, floating continents shattered, civilizations were ravaged, and dark energy space stations and Yafeng warships were reduced to cosmic dust under the relentless bombardment of Buddha's supernatural powers. Our race surrenders. We venerate the Shur clan as our supreme ruler, paying tribute annually. The rulers of the Yafeng civilization cried out in despair, attempting to exchange submission for a glimmer of hope. However, their only response was an even more ferocious attack, and the chilling, merciless chanting of Brahma echoing in the spiritual realm. The sea of suffering is boundless, entangled in karmic burdens. Enter my Brahma pure land to wash away the impurities and reshape your true nature. This was not acceptance, but utter erasure and conversion. All resistance, along with their traces of civilization, was physically wiped away. Only the vast quantities of rare resources and products were continuously transported back to the Shur clan's territory. Even the few top-tier advanced civilizations were utterly powerless against the Shur clan's army, let alone the countless mid- and low-level civilizations. Under the Shur clan's sudden and thunderous attack, these civilizations couldn't even mount a semblance of resistance, utterly annihilated like bubbles in the sunlight. Some astute advanced civilizations, especially the top-tier ones, decisively abandoned their outer territories at the onset of the catastrophe, consolidating their core forces in their final strongholds and attempting to unite for self-preservation. Simultaneously, messages filled with despair and pleading traveled across countless light-years to the territory of another hegemon in the nearest shattered star sea, the Imperial Barbarian Civilization. We request the Imperial Barbarians' assistance to jointly resist the Shur clan's tyranny. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. We beg His Majesty the Barbarian God to uphold order in the Star Sea. However, what awaited them was even deeper despair. The Imperial Barbarian Civilization itself was also a target of the Shur clan's bloody expansion. Almost simultaneously with receiving the plea for help, the vast border regions of the Imperial Barbarians were engulfed in war far more devastating than those of the advanced civilizations. The main force of the Buddhist warriors, along with their guardian deities exuding an aura of immortality, clashed fiercely with the vast beast army, totem warriors, and barbarian priests of the Imperial Barbarian clan. The accumulated strength and hatred of these two Star Sea overlords over countless years erupted at this moment. In the early stages of the war, the ferocity exceeded everyone's expectations. Stars were extinguished one after another like firecrackers, and vast swathes of star systems were transformed into dead zones by the clash of overlord-level forces. The Imperial Barbarian warriors were incredibly brave, and with their powerful bodies and ferocious totem power, they initially withstood the onslaught of the Buddhist warriors. The entire shattered Star Sea watched, expecting a protracted battle for supremacy. However, the course of the war took a dramatic turn in a way that left everyone speechless. Just as the main forces of both sides were engaged in a decisive battle in a key star region, and the second barbarian god of the Emperor Barbarian clan, deeply hidden in secret, was personally overseeing the operation with overwhelming momentum, a sudden change occurred. Within the Emperor Barbarian clan's ranks, more than 3 powerful 9th-tier Emperor Barbarian sovereigns, along with their most elite legions, betrayed them simultaneously without warning. Brilliant Buddhist light erupted from their bodies. Their originally ferocious barbarian bloodline was stained with an eerie golden hue, their eyes became empty and devout, and they turned their weapons, unleashing the most vicious curses and attacks upon their unsuspecting kin. By the power of Brahma, they have already been corrupted by the Sakya clan. The Emperor Barbarian clan's ranks instantly fell into chaos. Their meticulously arranged battle formation was torn apart from within, exposing a huge vulnerability to the Sakya clan's main force. Roar! You despicable bald monk! A roar filled with boundless rage and savagery shattered the void. The Emperor Barbarian clan's hidden trump card, a barbarian god, whose form had remained unrevealed until now, emanating an ancient and violent mythical aura, emerged from the depths of the void, attempting to reverse their defeat. His power was overwhelming, his savage aura sweeping across the star field. With a single punch, he blasted a treacherous 9th-tier Emperor Barbarian clan ruler, along with the surrounding star field, into dust. However, just as this 10th-tier barbarian god was about to display his invincible divine might and stabilize the battle, Amitabha! A calm Buddhist chant resounded. From the depths of the Sakya clan's camp, the Dharma form of Brahma Samagarbha Chakravartin manifested. The 1,000-petaled lotus beneath his seat radiated boundless light, and the wheel in his hand spun, drawing upon the power of cause and effect, instantly locking onto the mythical barbarian god. A battle on a mythical level erupted fiercely. Chapter 914. Divine Power Emperor Barbarian War Seal. Divine Power Buddha Kingdom in the palm. The mythical barbarian god and the Brahma Sound Womb Reincarnation King simultaneously unleashed their most powerful divine powers, a terrifying collision of mythical rule-level energy erupting in this starry sky. The great battle between the mythical barbarian god and the Sakya Brahma Sound Womb Reincarnation King entered its most intense phase from the very beginning. The power of rules clashed and annihilated wildly in the star field, its power far exceeding that of ordinary 10th-order mythical battles, almost completely reshaping this ancient starry sky. The Emperor Barbarian God roared repeatedly, his blood energy surging like a sea, condensing into countless roaring ancient battle spirits. His fist imprints were wrapped with the Emperor Barbarian race's most ancient totem battle runes. Each strike contained the power to shatter stars and tear apart galaxies, the ultimate, most primal, and violent power originating from the depths of his bloodline. However, the majestic and solemn Garbhodhata Mandala, facing this ferocious attack capable of shaking the starry sea, maintained a chilling calm. The thousand-petaled lotus slowly rotated, scattering endless pure Buddhist light, completely resisting and purifying the savage blood energy that could erode the laws of nature. The seemingly slowly rotating wheel in its hand actually drew upon the unseen power of cause and effect, the trajectory and power of each of the barbarian god's attacks, seemingly predicted by the wheel, subtly deflected and weakened by that invisible force of destiny. Roar! Bald monk, all you do is dodge. Unable to break through its defenses, the barbarian god grew increasingly impatient, its fighting spirit boiling to its peak. It didn't hesitate to burn its own divine blood, unleashing a forbidden divine power of the barbarian emperor clan. Its body suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant with stars beneath its feet and nebulae above its head. With a single punch, all paths were annihilated, as if it were forcibly breaking the troublesome cause and effect of destiny. Entangled in delusion, you shall fall into the deepest hell. The Brahma-sounding Garbhodhata Mandala finally spoke again, its grand chant no longer one of salvation, but of judgment. Its enormous form suddenly solidified, and the Buddha land within its palm transformed into a real, mythical, pure land of rules, pressing down upon the savage god. Within that Buddha land was not bliss, but an endless shackle of rules, a manifestation of the web of cause and effect. The savage god's supreme attack, capable of shattering galaxies, crashed into the Buddha land in its palm, but was like a clay ox entering the sea. The violent power was disintegrated and bound layer by countless layers of causal rules. The Mandala's fingers flicked lightly, and the wheel that guided destiny suddenly accelerated. Crack! A crisp yet soul-shattering sound rang out, not originating from the material realm, but from the rules, from the savage god's own destiny, and the very foundation of his existence. The savage god's massive body stiffened abruptly, its eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and resentment. It felt its connection to the bloodline of the imperial barbarian race forcibly severed, the battle rules that sustained its boundless power crumbling inch by inch. It struggled, but the Buddhist kingdom within its palm had already closed, endless Buddhist light transforming into the sharpest blade of law, piercing and tearing through its mythical body and immortal soul from within. No! With a final roar filled with despair and rage, this hidden 10th-tier barbarian god of the imperial barbarian race, its massive divine body utterly disintegrated in the dazzling yet icy Buddhist light, transforming into a cold corpse, devoured and purified by the Buddhist kingdom within its palm. Only the mournful cry of the rules triggered by its fall, like a death knell, heavily struck the hearts of every imperial barbarian warrior on the battlefield, spreading outwards in all directions of the shattered star sea. A 10th-tier mythical being was slain in a single swift act. This scene utterly shattered the last vestiges of resistance in the imperial barbarian army. A mythical being fallen, a traitor betrayed them, and a powerful enemy crushed them. Under this triple blow, the imperial barbarian front collapsed completely. The Brahma-sounding Garbhodhata wheel-turning king withdrew its form, still dignified and majestic, as if it had merely brushed away a speck of dust, not a mythical being of the same rank. Its majestic voice echoed across the battlefield. The karmic obstacles of the imperial barbarians have been cleared. Lay down your weapons, take refuge in the Buddha, and you will be freed from your sinful state and enter the pure land to cultivate. A sinful state. These 4 words were like a final judgment, meaning that even surrender would mean losing freedom and becoming Buddhist protectors to be converted and manipulated. In despair, some imperial barbarian warriors chose to self-destruct, perishing together with the enemy. But many more, faced with the pervasive influence of the sacred chants and the absolute disparity in power, lost the courage to resist, dejectedly laying down their weapons, their eyes gradually becoming numb and empty. As for the current barbarian god, far away on the chaotic divine continent, who was stationed in Emperor Barbarian City, upon sensing the fall of the hidden barbarian god of the ancestral domain, he let out a heart-wrenching roar of grief. Knowing that all was lost, he could only painfully abandon Emperor Barbarian City, which he had cultivated for countless years, and lead a portion of the core elite bloodlines of the Emperor Barbarian race in an attempt to tear through the void and escape. However, the Sakya clan seemed to have anticipated this, and two ancestral Buddhas lurking not far from Emperor Barbarian City simultaneously attacked. An invisible thread of cause and effect pierced through the divine continent. No matter how the current barbarian god traversed the void or entered any secret realm, the unseen lock could not be broken. Finally, after escaping for hundreds of thousands of light years, accompanied by a mournful cry filled with unwillingness and despair, the aura of the current barbarian god and the last embers of the Emperor Barbarian race he led completely vanished from the perception of all the powerful beings. For millions of years, the once mighty and savage imperial barbarian civilization, renowned for its bravery and barbarity, stood atop the shattered star sea. It was utterly annihilated. Its vast territory, boundless resources, and even some of its remaining inhabitants became spoils of war for the Shur race. This cataclysmic event was like a super bomb dropped on the already tense shattered star sea, its massive shockwaves sweeping across every corner. Fear spread, and order crumbled. All civilizations realized that the Shur race had displayed not only formidable strength, but also an all-pervasive ability to infiltrate and a ruthless method of extermination. Moreover, crucially, the Shur race had unexpectedly converted tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, of elite imperial barbarian protectors. This was what truly terrified all civilizations in the Shattered Star Sea. While the Shur clan had previously been keen on converting various powerful alien races into protectors of their Buddhist sect, this was relatively rare. Never before had they converted tens or even hundreds of billions of protectors at once, especially since they were all elite 4th tier or higher imperial barbarians. Upon receiving this news, the leaders of all civilizations immediately thought of only one thing. This was far from the end. This massive troop buildup indicated that the Shur clan had only one purpose. Their current expansion was just the beginning, and the subsequent bloody expansion and invasion would be even more rapid and brutal. And indeed, not long after, the Shur clan civilization, without any pretense of restraint, once again wielded its sword. Countless Buddhist soldiers, and an even more astonishing army of Buddhist protectors were mobilized again, centered on the Shur clan's original 14 river system clusters, launching an even more frenzied external expedition. The chaos of the Shattered Star Sea had thus begun. The Shur clan, how dare they? The chaotic divine continent is already chaotic enough. What exactly are these bald monks trying to do? The Shattered Star Sea is going to be in chaos too. Aren't the Eternal Clan and the Titans going to do anything about it? Don't overthink it. Most of their forces are tied up in the heavenly 8-star realm. As long as the Shur clan doesn't directly clash with them, they won't have the time to interfere. For a time, all the prominent civilizations in the Shattered Star Sea were discussing this, but no one was willing to be the first to speak out, choosing to watch from the sidelines and wait for developments. The newly emerging hegemon of the Star Sea, the Fire Civilization, naturally did the same. However, it soon became difficult for any civilization to remain uninvolved. Perhaps influenced by the Shur clan civilization, in less than a century, another hegemonic civilization in the Star Sea followed suit, embarking on a bloody expansion. The Abyss Demon Civilization, they actually started expanding on a massive scale too? Chaos. Utter chaos. Quickly, summon all core high-ranking members of the civilization and convene a civilization decision-making conference. The Torch of Humanity Civilization, the highest-level Torch of Humanity communication group chat. At this moment, Jiang Yuan, Song Qi Ji Hung, the Lord of the Big Dipper Star, Tan Ren Hong of the Sky Eagle Tan clan, and other core high-ranking members of the Torch of Humanity Civilization were all gathered in this highest-level communication group chat. Once everyone had arrived, Jiang Yuan spoke first. It is like this. The reason for summoning all the core high-ranking members of our civilization here today is to discuss the fundamental matter of the future inheritance and survival of our Torchfire civilization. Jiang Yuan's voice echoed in the highest Torchfire communication group chat, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Gentlemen, the Shur clan and the Abyss Demon Civilization have successively launched expansionist frenzies. The order of the Shattered Star Sea has collapsed, and chaos has arrived. Although our Torchfire civilization is a newly emerging overlord, its foundation is still shallow. At this critical juncture, whether to advance or retreat is fundamental to the future survival of our civilization, and we must make a joint decision. As the words fell, a brief silence descended upon the group chat, each core member rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Tan Renhong of the Tianning Tan clan broke the silence first, his divine sense carrying a hint of worry. The actions of the Shi clan and the demon civilization are both mad and ruthless, surely with a deeper purpose. Our firewood civilization has only recently advanced, and although our territory is vast, it has not yet been fully assimilated and stabilized. Is it too risky to rashly follow suit and expand now? Once our main force is on a distant expedition, our rear will be vulnerable, and we cannot guarantee that someone won't take advantage of the situation. His concerns were not without merit, and were quickly echoed by several seasoned and prudent elders of powerful factions. The conservatives believe that they should seize this opportunity to consolidate their existing territory, utilize the human emperor city's solid defenses on the chaos divine continent, observe the situation, and accumulate strength. However, another faction, led by Ji Hung and Ing Yi, the two firewood human emperors, held a completely different view. Ing Yi's voice was firm and resonant. While Patriarch Tan's words have merit, in chaotic times, stagnation means regression. Why are the Shi clan and the demon civilization expanding? It's simply to seize opportunities in this great upheaval, plunder resources, and strengthen themselves. If our civilization stubbornly clings to its defenses, it may seem secure, but in reality, it will miss crucial opportunities. Once other overlords have grown powerful through plunder, our civilization will have no chance to catch up. At that time, we may become their prey. Ji Hung interjected, her tone grave. Emperor Ing is absolutely right. Moreover, our civilization is not without the power to advance. With Song Qi, Jiang Yuan, and Pei Dinan at the helm of the human emperor's city, supplemented by the time-space, netherworld dragon, and the three-corpse divine shrine, it is impregnable, and can ensure the safety of the chaos divine continent front. As for the shattered star sea, just a few of us mythical warriors, combined with our civilization's elite fleet, are enough to support a large-scale expedition. With the two factions deadlocked, all eyes eventually turned to Song Qi and Jiang Yuan, who hadn't yet expressed their opinions. Song Qi, sensing the gazes, subtly shifted his thoughts and calmly spoke, "We understand Patriarch Tan's concerns, but what Emperors Ji Hung and Ing Yi said is more in line with the current situation. The unusual actions of the Shi clan and the demon civilization, the millennia-long acquisition of war supplies by the City of Transcendence, all point to one thing. A massive storm affecting the entire cosmos is brewing, far exceeding our previous expectations." He paused, then continued, "In this storm, remaining in one corner might offer temporary respite, but it's impossible to escape unscathed. Only by actively engaging, plundering resources in blood and fire, forging fleets, and enhancing strength can we increase our chances of survival in future upheavals." Moreover, Song Qi's voice carried a barely perceptible certainty, with the cosmic marketplace as a strategic support. At this point, the logistics, troop deployment, and even emergency support of our civilization expeditionary force will possess a flexibility and margin for error far exceeding any other force. Even if ambushed by a powerful enemy, our mythical combat power can arrive instantly. This is our greatest confidence in daring to take the initiative. Emperor Jiang Yuan concluded, making a definitive statement. What Song Qi said is also my opinion. Opportunities and risks coexist, but our fire civilization has risen from humble beginnings not because of fear and hesitation. I hereby issue my highest order. From this day forward, fire civilization enters a state of full-scale war and establishes the Fire Expeditionary Force. With the immortal Qin ancestral dragon, mysterious yellow crimson Yu, mythical Azura, 36-winged holy angel, and returning void annihilation whale as its core, elite fleets from various galaxies will be drawn, divided into 5 routes, to launch an expedition beyond the territory of our fire-human civilization. Objective: plunder all available resources, eliminate potential threats, and display the might of our torch fire civilization. Yes! In the group chat, all the core high-ranking members responded simultaneously, with no further objections. A surge of iron-blooded and soaring fighting spirit resonated within the invisible communication network. With the decision made, the entire torch fire civilization's massive war machine began to operate efficiently. Countless ordinary warships sailed out from the core shipyards of various river systems, converging into a mighty fleet torrent. Massive amounts of strategic materials were transported directly from various resource starfields in the rear to the frontline assembly starfields via the interdimensional teleportation platform. Finally, this was supplemented by hundreds of millions of torchfire warriors of various ranks. The ships, each centered around a mythical warrior, the Xian Wang Qiyu, the Xian Qin Zulong, and the Guishu Annihilation Whale, officially set sail for star systems beyond civilization. The expedition has begun. Shortly after the Torchfire Civilization's army departed, Song Qi, residing in the human emperor city, once again focused his thoughts on the myriad celestial markets within his body. He gazed at the high-dimensional sea, seemingly containing boundless mysteries, and recalled the millennia-long anomalies of the transcendent city, as well as the near-frenzied expansion of the Sher clan and the demon civilization. A growing premonition of impending doom filled him. What will be the end of this chaos? He murmured, his eyes growing ever more resolute. Chapter 9:15. 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For the vast cosmos, 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment. However, for the shattered cosmos now embroiled in endless warfare, this millennium has been stained with the blood of countless low and mid-level civilizations, a period known as the Crimson Millennium. A bloody expansion lasting over 1,000 years, like an uncontrollable plague, spread rampantly among the dominant civilizations. Initially, it was the Sakya and Abyss demon civilizations, followed by the Wizard civilization, the Angel civilization, the Titans. Almost all the established and newly emerging hegemons were swept up in this torrent, forced or willingly raising the swords of conquest. The cosmic map was violently reshaped. Countless ancient civilizations, with their long histories, were reduced to cosmic dust under the cannon fire of the hegemon fleets. Endless resources were plundered and concentrated. In this Crimson Millennium, the humanity of the Flame, with its highly efficient war machines and the terrifying strategic mobility provided by the celestial market, became a dark horse in this wave of expansion. The territory expanded wildly from the initial 6 galactic clusters to an astonishing 18. The size of its fleet multiplied several times over, the number of firewood captains surged, and the massive resources plundered increased the number of its core fighting force more than tenfold. Under these circumstances, the civilization's foundation was rapidly accumulating over time. However, the flames of war weren't only burning in the shattered star sea, the fighting on the chaotic divine continent had also reached a fever pitch. The battle lines in the heavenly Abe star realm were locked in a daily tug-of-war, with mountains of corpses and the very rules of the world shattered. On this day, in the heavenly Abe star realm of the chaotic divine continent, the majestic firewood human emperor city still stood at the forefront of the battle. Having withstood 1,000 years of war, the immortal runes on its walls had become even more profound, stained with the divine blood of countless powerful enemies, exuding an aura of vicissitude and grim determination. Above the city, Song Qi, Jian Yuan, and Pei Dinan, who had long been stationed there, possessed an aura subtly connected to the laid lines of the entire human emperor city, and even the chaos divine land below, unfathomable in its depths. Suddenly, rumble. Without warning, 3 enormous gaping holes were torn open in the sky above the human emperor city. A torrent of chaotic demonic energy, like a burst dam, swept out instantly, staining the sky for tens of thousands of light years in radius a murky black. Within this demonic energy lay a terrifying power that eroded the rules of nature and twisted minds. Even space itself groaned under its corrosive influence. 3 enormous, suffocating figures slowly emerged from the gaping holes in the demonic energy. They were of various forms. Some were claws of world burning, their bodies covered in lava-like cracked shells, and their heads sprouting twisted giant horns. Others were soul-silent demon gods, their bodies entwined and coalesced from countless wailing souls, wielding enormous soul-reaping scythes. Or perhaps it was the plague demon lord, with tattered fleshy wings on its back, its body flowing with filthy pus and blood, radiating the ultimate plague and disease. 3 undisguised 11th-tier abyss demonic pressures, like 3 invisible ancient demonic mountains, crashed down, crushing the human emperor's city. The city's protective shield instantly activated to its maximum on its own, layers of dazzling light illuminating it, yet it rippled violently under the demonic pressure, emitting creaking and twisting sounds. Humph! Song Qi, Jian Yuan, and Pei Dinan, who were stationed in the city, opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their eyes blazing with light. The hulls of their mythical immortal ships shone with boundless dark light, and 3 equally powerful mythical auras soared into the sky, merging with the city's very essence, firmly resisting the overwhelming demonic pressure. The void trembled, rules clashed, and a silent battle unfolded fiercely on the spiritual level. Abyss demon gods, and 3 of them. Pei Dinan's expression was solemn, his voice low and menacing. Jian Yuan's eyes were sharp as knives, and mythical psionic energy flowed around him. It seems that the expansion of my fire civilization over the past 1,000 years has finally attracted the special attention of certain beings. The heavenly ruined sky hovered to the left of the divine summer Ninely. In the warship's main control room, Song-Chi calmly gazed at the three demon gods radiating an aura of destruction in the sky, yet his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. He was familiar with the world-burning claw among the three 11th-tier mythical demon gods. He remembered their first encounter, when he ventured alone into the bottomless abyss, encountering it attacking from afar in the fiery hell abyss. The second instance was during the previous exploration of the origin star. However, in those two instances, the opponent was merely a 10th-tier demon god. Now, thousands of years later, it had actually reached the 11th tier, making him even more apprehensive about the terrifying power of the bottomless abyss. But before he could think further, the three 11th-tier demon gods above him had already made their move. Without any questioning or explanation of their purpose, they seemed to have come specifically to destroy the human emperor's city. After a brief moment of shock, Song-Chi and his companions quickly responded forcefully. "If you want to fight, then fight." The instant the words fell, two ancient Great Wall phantoms spanning the cosmos suddenly appeared in the void around the human emperor's city, projections of the rules of two civilization Great Walls. The moment the two civilization Great Walls appeared, a silent amplification force acted upon the three mythical immortal ships. The three mythical immortal ships, in a joint magnetic wave communication group chat, Song-Chi and his companions exchanged glances, and the next second they all nodded. As a flash of seven-colored light appeared, spatial ripples appeared above the human emperor's city. Soon, three almost identical supergiant ships materialized beside the three mythical immortal ships, their warship clones. Replica of 3 Corp Shrine Xiao LV-120. Replica of 3 Corp Shrine G LV-120. Replica of 3 Corp Shrine Ju LV-120. Instantly, the replicated 3 Corp Shrine components on the three mirror image warships activated simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, the three completed the assembly of the 3 Corp's hypermorphic mecha giant. The moment the 3 Corp's hypermorphic mecha giant, composed of the three warship clones, appeared, a powerful 11th tier mythical aura emanated from the mecha giant. Coupled with the enhancement of the human emperor's city's own chaotic origin, the 3 Corp's hypermorphic mecha giant's oppressive aura surged straight to the peak of the 11th tier. Under the mental control of Song-Chi and the other two, the 3 Corp's hypermorphic mecha giant caught a 7-colored battle axe thrown from the divine Summer Ninely, and then charged straight at the three 11th tier mythical demon gods above the city. Wielding the 7-colored battle axe, the mecha giant, imbued with the terrifying power of a peak 11th tier being, fiercely cleaved towards the claw of world burning above. Where the axe blade passed, the lines of rule shattered, and chaotic energy swirled, as if about to split the heavens and earth. At the same time, a majestic dragon roar echoed from the depths of the void, and the enormous body of the time-space netherworld dragon, stretching across the sky, appeared. Time-space runes flowed in its eyes, and with each swing of its claws, the flow of time shifted unpredictably, and space layered upon layer, forcibly pulling the soul-silent demon god and the plague demon lord into an independent time-space battlefield, separating them. The heavenly ruins azure sky, the divine Summer Ninely, and the heavenly holy light firmly occupy the central hub of the human emperor's city. The ship's hull resonates with the city's origin, unleashing torrents of destructive energy, amplified by the rules of the chaotic origin. Light of judgment, Haotian strike, holy light sanction. Precisely traversing the void, bombarding the key nodes of the three demon gods, interfering with their divine power condensation, and weakening their demonic energy domain. However, these three abyss demons, having reached the 11th rank, were no pushovers. Burning World Claw roared, countless twisted abyssal runes appearing on its lava carapace, coalescing into a massive burning world demon shield, which clashed head-on with the 7-colored battle axe. Although the shield trembled violently, it did not shatter. Instead, it unleashed a torrent of demonic fire, which eroded the mecha giant along the axe blade. Soul-slaying demon wielded its giant scythe, the mournful sound of reaping countless souls piercing the very soul, even interfering to the time-space nether dragon's control over space-time to some extent. Countless vengeful phantoms pounced on the dragon's body, frantically biting and devouring it. Plague Demon Lord was even more bizarre. Its body dripped with pus and blood, transforming into invisible, intangible plague rules that permeated the space-time barrier, attempting to corrupt the mecha giant and the time-space nether dragon's essence. The battle instantly intensified, the light of the colliding rules illuminating the dim heavenly ape star realm, the aftershocks shattering distant chaotic mountains. All three demon gods possessed abyssal artifacts of 7-colored quality, combining offense and defense with unpredictable and difficult-to-defend methods. Even with the aid of the human emperor's city and the Great Wall of Civilization, Song-Chi and his companions struggled to gain a decisive advantage in the short term, and the battle reached a stalemate. Just then, In the highest level communication channel, Ji Hung and Yi suddenly sent out urgent and furious plea for help. Jiang Yuan, Song Qi, Pei Dinan, the ancestral domain has been attacked by the Sakya clan's ancestral Buddhas. Number 5. Urgent request for assistance. The message was brief, yet it struck Song Qi and his companions like a thunderbolt. They were facing enemies on two fronts, both with terrifying forces capable of destroying a civilization. Was it a coincidence or premeditated? Jiang Yuan and Pei Dinan's expressions changed drastically. The three 11th-tier demon gods on the human emperor city side were already a huge pressure, and now the ancestral domain was facing 5 Sakya clan ancestral Buddhas. The fire spirit civilization was plunged into the greatest crisis since its founding. However, there was no time to think further. Jiang Yuan quickly said, Song Qi. He looked at Song Qi, his eyes resolute. You must go back. Only your heavenly ruined sky dome has the capability to quickly return and turn the tide of battle. Here, Pei Dinan and I, relying on the human emperor city, can still hold out. Pei Dinan nodded emphatically, and the heavenly holy light ship erupted with even more intense holy light, demonstrating its determination to fight to the death. Song Qi's pupils contracted, his mind racing. In the current situation, dividing forces was a grave mistake, but if the ancestral domain was lost, the foundation of the fire civilization would be destroyed. Even if the chaos divine continent held, it would become a rootless duckweed. There was no time to hesitate. All right. Song Qi shouted, and with a thought, the heavenly ruined sky dome's main body flashed with a ghostly light, directly severing its connection with the city's origin. Meanwhile, the 3-corpse super mecha giants, locked in fierce combat with the claw of world burning, momentarily halted their offensive. The energy fluctuations of their core warship clones became slightly sluggish, maintaining their 11th-tier combat power, but lacking some of their agile dynamism. The time-space netherworld dragon let out a reluctant roar, yet could only obey orders. Its tail swept across, temporarily forcing back the soul-silent demon god, and it fully cooperated with the weakened mecha giants, relentlessly entangled the 3 demon gods. Hold on. Song Qi glanced one last time at the scorching battlefield. The heavenly ruined sky dome instantly disappeared into his brow, and then his figure vanished into thin air, entering the myriad heavens market within his body. Using the market as a transit point, he returned to the ancestral domain of the flame. When the heavenly ruined sky dome tore through the void and returned to the ancestral domain of the flame, the scene that entered Song Qi's senses made his heart sink. The situation was far worse than Ji Hung and the other had described. In the vast starry sky, 5 majestic golden statues of the Buddha of the Sakya clan occupied the 4 directions, and the grand chanting of the Buddha transformed into tangible golden ripples, constantly washing over the core territory of the ancestral domain of the fire of the sacred flame like a tide. The brilliant network of primordial flames constructed by the original source seed resisted fiercely, isolating most of the transformative chants, but the network's light barrier flickered erratically, clearly under immense pressure. At the center of the star battlefield, the Xian Wang Qiyu and Xianqin Zulong ships were riddled with wounds, their energy shields were shattered, and their hulls were covered in dents and charred marks from Buddha seal attacks. The mythical Azura, having lost an arm and covered in blood, roared and swung its remaining arm, unleashing a torrent of blood energy, only to have it easily dispersed by the Buddha seal casually struck by the Brahma Sound Womb Reincarnation King. The massive body of the Guishu Annihilation Whale was riddled with holes, constantly leaking its primordial essence, and its movements were sluggish. The 9-tailed celestial fox was even more weakened. Its pure white fur was stained black by the tainted Buddhist light, and blood trickled from its mouth, clearly indicating it had no strength left to fight. Most crucially, in the brief instant Song Qi arrived, he witnessed firsthand the 10th-tier planet devourer being struck by the great sun Buddha of Mount Ling, seated on a lotus platform with a blazing sun hanging behind his head, with a single great sun Tathagata palm. Its massive body instantly disintegrated, turning into countless cosmic dust particles, its divinity utterly annihilated. A 10th-tier mythical being had fallen. Bald monk, how dare you? Song Qi's eyes widened in fury. The moment the heavenly ruins azure sky appeared, it unhesitatingly activated its strongest attack mode. The light of judgment, charged to its limit, quickly transformed into a terrifying, gray beam of light, seemingly capable of annihilating the very source of all things. It traversed space, striking the Brahma-sounding Garbhodhata wheel-turning king, who was about to kill the mythical Azura. This attack, unleashed in fury, transcended the ordinary 11th-tier realm, approaching the transcendent level of the 12th tier. Sensing the terrifying power of judgment contained within this attack, a hint of solemnity appeared for the first time on the dignified face of the Brahmasound womb-turning wheel king. His thousand-petaled lotus spun rapidly, layers of illusory Buddhist realms overlapping in an attempt to resist. Boom! An indescribable explosion of light erupted in the star field, terrifying ripples of rules sweeping outwards, instantly vaporizing numerous fragments of nearby floating continents. As the light dissipated, the Buddhist light surrounding the Brahmasound womb-turning wheel king dimmed considerably, and a fine crack appeared on the thousand-petaled lotus. Song Chi's return, and this earth-shattering attack, instantly reversed the momentum of the battlefield, rekindling a glimmer of hope for the nearly despairing flame civilization. However, opposite them were 5 menacing Sakya ancestral Buddhas. Among them, the Brahmasound womb-turning wheel king and the Vairocana Buddha of Mount Sumeru were both 11th-tier mythical beings, their combat power far exceeding that of ordinary 11th-tier beings. With both the warship clone and the time-space nether dragon currently absent, the pressure Song Chi faces is unimaginable. Chapter 916. Song Chi suppressed the turmoil surging within him, maintaining absolute composure. Roar! Accompanied by a roar seemingly from the ancient wilderness, a towering, star-like skeletal giant materialized from the endless white bones erupting from beneath the warship. Its bones were as white as jade, yet shrouded in a profound aura of death. A ghostly blue soul fire burned in its eye sockets. It was none other than the 11th-tier skeletal giant summoned by the Bone Tomb. At the same time, the void distorted on the flank of the heavenly ruined sky dome, and the colossal body of the mythical dragon spine tyrant whale, comparable to a small floating continent, emerged. Stimulated by the enslavement seal berserk characteristic of the Ring of Heavenly Authority, its already incomparably powerful aura surged once more, temporarily breaking through the barrier. Its dragon scales bristled, and the bone spikes on its spine emitted a chilling light capable of tearing through the starry sky, temporarily granting it 11th-tier combat power. 3 against 2. The heavenly ruined sky dome stood in the center, the 11th-tier skeletal giant on the left, and the raging mythical dragon spine whale on the right. The 3 powerful 11th-tier auras merged, actually suppressing the combined Buddhist might of the Brahma-sounding Garbhodhata wheel king and the great sun victorious Buddha of Mount Ling. Fight! With a thought from Song Chi, the heavenly ruined sky dome launched the first attack. The light of judgment seemed to have completed its recharging, the pillar of light tearing through the void, pointing directly at the 2 ancestral Buddhas. The skeletal giant wielded a giant sword formed from countless mythical bones. With a single slash, the sword's deathly aura annihilated life force, even Buddhist light withered wherever it passed. The mythical dragon spine whale let out a roar that shattered stars. Its massive body, imbued with immense power and raging blood energy, crashed directly into the magnificent lotus platform of the great sun victorious Buddha of Mount Ling. A great battle erupted instantly. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the chanting of sutras shook the heavens. Judgment and judgment were delivered, and deathly aura permeated the air. Dragon whales surged and roared, their immense power tearing through the sky. The entire core starry sky of the ancestral domain of the flame transformed into a terrifying arena of rules and slaughter. Fearing the possible machinations, and prying eyes lurking in the shadows, Song Chi, though he dared not use the projection power of the heavenly market, steadily gained the upper hand thanks to the formidable strength of the heavenly ruined sky ship and the perfect coordination of his 2 11th-tier summoned creatures. The light of judgment struck unexpectedly, targeting the operational nodes of the Buddhist kingdom. The death rules of the skeletal giants naturally countered the radiant golden bodies of the Buddhist monks. The ferocious impact of the mythical dragon spine tyrant whale forced the great sun victorious Buddha of Mount Ling to devote a significant amount of his attention to dealing with it. Especially the Brahma-sound Garbhodhata wheel king, whose Buddhist treasures were already damaged from taking Song Chi's enraged attack, was now even more overwhelmed by the coordinated and ferocious attack of the 3. Its thousand-petal lotus's rotation slowed, and the cracks on its golden body showed signs of widening. The time has come. In the midst of the fierce battle, a glint flashed in Song Chi's eyes, as he caught a slight lag in the Brahma-sound Garbhodhata wheel king's repair of its golden body. Power of Time 0. The Time God King's blessing component was instantly activated, and an invisible wave of temporal energy permeated the interior of the heavenly ruined sky-piercing ship, acting on the energy circuit of the newly activated Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation high-dimensional chaotic annihilation strike characteristic. In an instant, the terrifying strike that originally required a considerable amount of time to accumulate energy, activate the 4 illusory swords of execution, slaughter, traps, and annihilation, and condense the power of chaotic annihilation was forcibly reset to 0. Not that the power was reduced to 0, but that the preparation time was compressed to the extreme, achieving an effect that was almost instantaneous. Clang! A sword cry, seemingly emanating from a higher dimension, resounded through the starry sky. Before the illusory image of the immortal slaughtering sword formation could even fully solidify, an invisible, intangible sword beam, seemingly condensed from pure chaos and the rules of destruction, had already transcended the limitations of time and space, appearing directly before the golden body of the Brahmasound Womb-Turning Wheel King. What? The Brahmasound Womb-Turning Wheel King's pupils shrank drastically, and for the first time, a look of utter horror appeared on its solemn face. It had no time to make any effective defense. The high-dimensional chaotic annihilation strike, imbued with the supreme killing power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation, had already struck its golden body's core with tremendous force. Crack. Boom. Like shattered glass, or the collapse of stars. Under the incredulous gazes of the great Sun Buddha of Mount Ling, and the other 3 10th-tier ancestral Buddhas, the golden body of the Brahmasound Womb Treasury Wheel-Turning King, tempered through countless tribulations, shattered violently, transforming into countless fragments burning with dim Buddhist light, scattering in all directions. Even more terrifying, this sword strike not only shattered the golden body, but also damaged its very life essence. A chaotic, annihilating force of rules coiled around its broken divine soul, forcibly knocking its life rank down from the 11th tier mythology level, plummeting it back to the 10th tier. Ugh! A shrill, unwilling scream emanated from the shattered golden light, its aura instantly weakening to its absolute limit, like a candle in the wind. The Brahmasound Womb Treasury Wheel-Turning King, critically injured and on the verge of death, even if it miraculously escaped with its life, would never be able to recover its peak 11th tier combat power for the next million years. At this moment, the starry sky was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering, game-changing attack. Song Chi's eyes were icy, his killing intent undiminished. The heavenly ruined sky dome turned its cannons around, and the light of judgment began charging again, its target the shattered golden light. He intended to seize this opportunity to completely obliterate this formidable enemy from the world. However, just before the destructive beam was about to erupt, a sudden change occurred. A familiar gray misty phantom shot out from the body of the Brahmasound Womb Reincarnation King with lightning speed, instantly traversing a vast distance and directly colliding with the white hole energy shield on the outer layer of the heavenly ruined sky dome. However, the white hole aura sky supporting shield, possessing the white hole overclocking shield effect and capable of withstanding special attacks such as mental attacks, physical attacks, and curses, seemed to lose its defensive capabilities upon contact with this gray mist light. It failed to provide any resistance whatsoever, and the gray mist phantom continued its unimpeded advance, ultimately penetrating directly into Song Chi's body within the warship's main control room. Instantly, Song Chi felt a massive mental storm surge into his mind, heading towards the ancestral fire aperture between his brows. Under this terrifying spiritual impact, the ancestral fire seed deep within the aperture, which had already evolved into a 7-colored form, appeared shaky and precarious. Even with the support of the vast network of trillions of ancestral fire seeds constructed by the entire ancestral fire civilization, it began to flicker and become unstable under this massive gray mist spiritual invasion. A 12th tier transcendent level divine soul. Almost instantly, Song Chi understood the true nature of this super divine soul. However, he had no time to be distracted by fear, because the divine soul power that had invaded his ancestral aperture had emitted an even more terrifying shriek. Amidst the piercing scream, Song Chi vaguely grasped its meaning. Heart-stealing slave's seal. Instantly, the gray mist divine soul surged towards the seed of fire at the center of his ancestral aperture with even greater terrifying speed. Song Chi's expression changed again, but fortunately, his ancestral aperture of fire contained more than just the 7-colored seed of fire. It also possessed the illusory Dragon Whale Palace, which had evolved to 5-colored quality for protection. Furthermore, the Jade Bright Immortal Talisman Sect Immovable King Talisman, which he had deliberately exchanged for earlier, was also suspended high above the seed of fire. Having evolved to 5-colored quality through the mirror image devouring python's molt thousands of years ago, it was now also radiating boundless 5-colored light, working together with the illusory Dragon Whale Palace covering the 7-colored seed of fire to resist the erosion and approach of the gray mist divine soul's power. This anomaly, affecting the entire fire network system, was quickly transmitted to Jiang Yuan and the other 3 through the original fire source seed. The 4 men's expressions changed drastically. While stabilizing their own battlefield, they quickly diverted a portion of their divine sense, using the highest authority of the original flame seed to fully drive the entire vast flame network. With the fully activated flame network, Song Chi's flame seed received a significant boost. Within the flame ancestral aperture, the Dragon Whale Palace and the immovable King Talisman, under Song Chi's full power, shone with dazzling multicolored light. Combined with the 7-colored flame seed, the three worked together, and Song Chi finally let out a cold shout. Break! With the combined force of the three, the gray mist phantom, which had transformed into a mark, was finally barely obliterated. At this moment, Song Chi completely understood that the Brahma Sound Garbhodhata Wheel King, or rather the entire Sakya civilization, was no longer itself, but was enslaved and controlled by the mysterious gray mist race hidden behind the scenes. The Sakya race's rampant expansion was inevitably related to those gray mist beings. In the starry sky, the heavenly ruined sky hovered silently, its white hole energy shield remaining stable, as if it had never been breached. However, inside the control room, Song Chi's face was slightly pale, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his eyes burned with a chilling coldness and profound understanding. Although the heart-stealing slave seal had been obliterated by the combined power of the entire civilization network and its own inherent strength, the fragmentary information it carried, along with the pure and eerie essence of the gray mist divine soul, had already revealed the truth. The Shur clan has already become a puppet. A storm raged in Song Chi's heart. No wonder their expansion was so frenzied and reckless. Behind it all, it was the Gray Mist clan manipulating things. He recalled the blood-red expansion of the Shattered Star Sea that had lasted for millennia, the Abyss Demon's illogical simultaneous attacks on the human Emperor city. Behind all of this, it seemed, an invisible gray hand was stirring up the storm. The Shur clan was merely one of the pawns laid bare. As for their sudden expansion, he vaguely gleaned some answers from those fragmented memories. The core of the floating continent's origin. Over the past millennium, the entire galactic system occupied by the Shur clan had over 90% of its floating continent's core origin extracted. And the destination of these core origins wasn't the Spirit Mountain continent within the Shur clan's ancestral domain, but rather the Abyss. Instantly, Song Chi felt a chill run through his entire body. The unknown mastermind behind it all was the bottomless abyss. And regarding the gray mist energy entity, he also found specific information from the fragmented memories. The ruling demon race at the very bottom of the bottomless abyss. The mind-stealing demon. Whether it was the former Batian clan, the immortal realm civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago, or the current Shur clan, the masterminds behind it all are these beings. Just as a storm was brewing in Song Chi's heart, Ji Heng's urgent thoughts arrived through the Fireline network. Song Chi, what was that just now? It was the heart-stealing slave seal of the gray mist creatures. No, it should be the bottomless abyss. The heart-stealing slave seal of a 12th order heart-stealing demon soul split. Song Chi spoke succinctly, suppressing the slight tremor in his soul, his cold gaze once again fixed on the starry battlefield. The Shur clan has been enslaved. Behind this battle, the bottomless abyss is driving it. Their ultimate goal is to propel the entire bottomless abyss to dimensional ascension. The message was instantly shared with Jiang Yuan, Pei Dinan, and Ying Yi through the Fireline network. All four were greatly shocked, and then a deeper chill surged from the depths of their hearts. This seemingly lengthy exchange of emotions actually occurred in a mere instant. At this moment, the vulture Buddha of Mount Ling, whose state had been briefly halted by the sudden injury to the Garbhodhata Mandala and the shooting of the Grey Mist Phantom, displayed disbelief for the first time on his solemn face. He stared intently at the heavenly ruins, then at the Garbhodhata Mandala, whose golden body was shattered, whose aura had plummeted to the 10th rank, and whose lotus platform was cracked. A deep sense of dread flashed in his eyes. Om Mani Padme Hum. The magnificent 6-syllable mantra suddenly resounded throughout the starry sky, no longer a pure, liberating chant, but instead carrying a twisted, frenzied quality. The vulture Buddha of Mount Ling's radiant light surged, but deep within that light, a faint, ominous darkness emanated. Ignoring its severely injured companion, it directly activated the great sun lotus platform beneath its feet, enveloping the blazing Buddhist fire that could burn the stars, transforming into a blazing stream of light that traversed the sea of stars, heading straight for the heavenly ruined sky. Its power was even greater than before, carrying a kind of madness that was almost self-destructive. Clearly, this was the final frenzy of the mind flayers controlling the battle from behind the scenes, realizing their identities had been exposed. Seeing this, Song Chi's eyes sharpened. Suppressing the discomfort on his spiritual level, 7-colored light flowed within the cabin of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Time chessboard, time chess game. Instantly, both the Tianxu Sangqiong and the Lingshan Tathagata Great Sun Victorious Buddha were simultaneously pulled into a closed, high-dimensional space. Swoosh, the hatch opened, and the 11th tier skeletal giant, which had already been brought into the warship, stepped out. Its eye sockets burned with the flames of its soul. It raised a giant sword formed from countless bones, the rules of death coiling around its blade. With a single slash, a gray sword aura of death pierced through space, severing the Buddha's flames and striking directly at the golden head of the Ling Shan Tathagata Great Sun victorious Buddha. Song Qi himself controlled the heavenly ruin's azure sky, unleashing a furious barrage of fire from all its cannons. The boundless firepower focused entirely on the venerable Tathagata of Mount Ling, whose combat power had plummeted to the half-step 11th level. Besides this, he also managed to control the dragon spine tyrant whale outside, charging directly at the weakened Brahmasound Garbhodhata wheel-turning king, who was attempting to rebuild his golden body. Now that he had discovered the identity and schemes of the heart-stealing demon, the two sides were destined for a fight to the death. Rather than waiting for the other to come to him later, it was better to go all the way and completely sever the tentacles of the Sakya clan under the other's command. Boom! The mythical dragon spine tyrant whale collided violently with the thousand-petaled lotus platform. The violent energy tore apart a large portion of the surrounding starry sky. The dragon spine tyrant whale let out a painful roar, its scales shattered and blood gushing from its body, but the thousand-petaled lotus platform opposite it was in even more dire straits. The lotus, already riddled with cracks, was struck again, and immediately let out a mournful cry of unbearable pain. Its petal shattered inch by inch, and the Buddha's light dimmed rapidly. Below, the illusory golden body of the Brahmasound womb-turning king, which had just barely condensed, trembled violently once more, its aura growing increasingly weak. Roar! The dragon spine tyrant whale, pressing its advantage, swept its massive tail, tearing through space, and opened its maw, large enough to devour the floating land, carrying a monstrous, annihilating bloodlust as it lunged at the shattered golden light. The Brahmasound womb-turning king tried to dodge, but its speed was slowed by its severe injuries, and it was ultimately torn apart by the dragon spine tyrant whale's blood-red fangs. The 11th tier Sakya ancestral Buddha has fallen. The battle outside was progressing smoothly, and the time chessboard space was no exception. The Great Sun victorious Buddha of Mount Ling, weakened to half a step into the 11th tier, was no match for the Bone Giant and the heavenly ruined Sky Dome. However, Song Qi was not in the main control room of the heavenly ruined Sky Dome at this moment, but had already entered the Celestial Ruins Market. Shattered Star Sea, Titan Giant Ancestral Domain. Within the mansion of a 9th-tier Titan, Tyrone, a 9th-tier Titan of the Overlord tribe, stared in astonishment at the market token in his hand, which was uncontrollably flashing with an eerie light. The next second, a chilling voice echoed deep within his mind. Junior, Song Qi, the mythical captain of the Torchfire civilization, has entrusted me to convey this message. The source of chaos in the myriad star seas this time is the mind-stealing demon at the very bottom of the abyss. The Boiling Sky Clan, the Immortal Realm civilization, the Shattered Clan civilization, and the Abyss Demon civilization have all been destroyed and controlled by it, with the aim of pushing the Abyss to ascend to a higher dimension. Report this matter immediately. Upon hearing this shocking news, Tyrone was greatly alarmed, but he quickly recovered. Thank you, Lord of the Market. I will immediately report this matter to my clan's God King. Song Qi's reaction was swift. He immediately conveyed the message to the Titan Giant clan in his capacity as Lord of the Market. Currently, both the Titan Giant clan and the Eternal clan are focused on the Chaos Divine Continent. Once the Rift God King receives the message, the Eternal clan will naturally know as well. As two of the few remaining transcendent beings in the Shattered Star Sea, the return of the Sky-Splitting God King and the Eternal Ancestor to oversee the Star Sea would undoubtedly exert considerable influence over the bottomless abyss. This was also the only way for the Flame civilization to survive. However, Song Qi's heart was far from at ease. Instead, it grew increasingly heavy. What was the bottomless abyss? It was a transcendent force existing independently of the Shattered Star Sea for countless eons. They had been secretly plotting for endless years, all for this final dimensional ascension. Could this small incident truly cause their ascension to be halted? Chapter 917. Almost at the same instant, Song Qi sent a message to the Titans through the heavenly market, far away on the Chaos Divine Continent, in the heavenly 8-star realm, a realm half-step into a higher dimension. The Sky-Splitting God King, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Eternal Ancestor, confronting various forces including the Star Sea Insectids and the native beings of the Divine Continent, suddenly trembled, his colossal body spanning star mountains blazing with unbelievable divine light. Mind-stealing demon? Abyss dimensional ascension? It received an urgent warning from its juniors via Bloodline's secret technique, originating from the Lord of the Heavenly Market. The message, though brief, was earth-shattering. Without the slightest hesitation, its divine sin surged like a tidal wave towards the being shrouded in eternal divine light beside it. Eternal, see this message immediately. The river of time flowing around the eternal ancestor seemed to freeze for a moment. The next instant, an unprecedented solemnity and horror appeared on his unchanging face. The mastermind behind this is the Abyss mind-stealing demon. We all been tricked. The two transcendent beings instantly understood everything. The unusual expansion of the Sakya clan, the frequent anomalies of the Abyss demon god, and even the escalating chaos on the Chaos God continent and the conflict in the Shattered Star Sea, all of this was to divert the attention of the top forces from all sides, paving the way for the Abyss's final dimensional ascension. Withdraw? All clansmen immediately abandon the struggle, withdraw from the Chaos God continent, and return to the Star Sea. The roar of the sky-splitting God King and the cold voice of the eternal ancestor resounded almost simultaneously in the depths of the souls of all the titans and members of the eternal clan. The order was issued with unparalleled decisiveness, without the slightest hesitation. Faced with this earth-shattering conspiracy concerning the survival of the entire celestial realm, the Abyss's dimensional ascension, the higher dimensional sea that had sparked the struggle between the various factions instantly seemed insignificant. However, just as the elite legions of the two dominant civilizations received their orders, and before they could even begin to act, rumble! The entire chaotic sky of the heavenly eight-star realm was suddenly enveloped by endless chaotic demonic energy. This energy was deep and viscous, seemingly a collection of all the negativity and filth of the celestial seas, its roars and whispers enough to shatter the minds of even the most powerful beings. Amidst the surging demonic energy, 6 majestic, twisted figures, radiating endless calamity and chaos, slowly emerged. Their forms varied, some resembled aggregates of countless agonizing souls, others were manifestations of pure destruction, some possessed thousands of tentacles whose suckers seemed capable of devouring the very rules of existence. But without exception, they all emanated a terrifying aura that made the void tremble and countless cries of agony resound. It was the absolute pressure of a 12th-tier transcendent being. Moreover, 6 abyssal demons appeared at once this time. The moment they appeared, they completely ignored the prepared sky-splitting God King and the eternal ancestor. 6 destructive attacks, imbued with the primordial rules of chaos and rage, tore through the chaotic void in an instant, their target the other side of the battlefield, the colossal, mountain-like primordial Mother Queen, who continuously spewed forth swarms of insected units. Hiss! Roar! The primordial Mother Queen let out a sharp and furious mental roar. The 3 primordial Emperor insects guarding her, also at the 12th level, and with terrifyingly ferocious forms, instantly charged forward, their bladed arms slicing through dimensions, their venomous stingers containing powerful corrosive laws, attempting to withstand the sudden, deadly encirclement from above. However, the Abyss demons had been plotting for a long time. 6 against 3, and with the ambush launched first, the difference in strength was overwhelming. A gray beam of light, condensed from pure chaotic rules, pierced the core of a 12th-tier primordial Emperor insect. Its massive body instantly lost all life, vanishing like dust. Immediately afterward, countless cutting chains, bound by the rules of space, emerged from the void, binding another primordial Emperor insect tightly. Its indestructible carapace was visibly torn apart. The last primordial Emperor insect was completely swallowed by a gigantic, dark maw that devoured light, unable to even struggle. The entire process was faster than imagined. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful 12th-tier primordial Emperor insects were completely annihilated. The primordial Mother Queen, having lost her strongest protector, faced the siege of 6 demon gods of the same tier. Her fate was sealed. Countless raging abyssal demonic energies engulfed the void where she stood. The Mother Queen's piercing mental scream abruptly ceased, and her immense life force dissipated like a candle flame extinguished by a storm. The Starsea Insected's top combat power, a 12th-tier primordial queen, perished so swiftly. From beginning to end, her bloated body was imprisoned in place by unknown means, unable to move an inch, clearly indicating that the Abyss demons had come prepared. All of this happened too quickly. From the demon's appearance to the queen's demise, only a few breaths passed. The sky-splitting God King and the eternal ancestor were both shocked and furious. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but the two sides were originally far apart, and the demon's appearance was too sudden, with an extremely clear target, leaving them no time to react or rush to their aid. What sank the two transcendent beings even further was that, at the same time the demons appeared, a hazy and thick barrier, seemingly woven from countless chaotic currents and high-dimensional rules, had already completely enveloped and sealed off the entire heavenly eight-star realm like an inverted giant bowl. This high-dimensional chaotic barrier severed the retreat routes of the Titans, the Eternals, and all forces wishing to immediately evacuate the chaotic divine continent. It also formed a powerful isolation barrier, effectively delaying, and possibly even completely blocking, the energy fluctuations of the transcendental level war erupting here, as well as preventing other native transcendent beings from the divine continent from being alerted and rushing to the scene. This was a meticulously planned killing trap. The sky-splitting God King and the Eternal Ancestor exchanged a glance, both seeing unprecedented solemnity and resolve in each other's eyes. Their minds raced, instantly understanding the Abyss Demon's deeper and more terrifying scheme. The previous blood-red millennium in the Shattered Star Sea, the rampant expansion of the Shur-Clan civilization and the Abyss Demon civilization, were merely the first link in their dimensional ascension plan. The suppression of the 12th-tier primordial queen of the insected race, and the annexation of the nearly 50 galactic colonies under the Star Sea insected race's command were only the second step in the plan. This third step was the true plan of annihilation, utterly insane. They intend to turn this entire heavenly ape star realm, along with trillions of beings within it, into resources for their ascension into the abyss. The voice of the rending God King was like the collision of stars, carrying unprecedented rage and chilling intent. The eternal divine light surrounding the Eternal Ancestor fluctuated violently, reflecting the turbulent waves within its heart, using chaotic artifacts to seal off the star realm, blocking us here, and then with the force of thunder, slaughtering and devouring. What ruthless methods, what grand schemes! They clearly saw that first the chaotic demon ape clan was wiped out, leaving the heavenly ape star realm without any transcendent force to suppress it. Furthermore, the high-dimensional sea emerged from the Bo Tian ruins, and now the beings gathered in this heavenly ape star realm represent almost 30% of the current essence of the myriad star seas. Countless mythical legions of the pinnacle races of the divine continent, unparalleled powerhouses in the starry seas, and even transcendent beings like them, if truly wiped out by the abyss demons, their flesh, souls, and even the civilization they embodied could fuel the abyss's dimensional ascension process, and even its success rate. But this isn't the most terrifying part. What truly chilled the two transcendent beings was that this chaotic barrier wasn't merely for sealing and isolation, the eerie fluctuations it emitted, forcefully distorting, assimilating, and drawing upon the rules, clearly intended to strip the entire heavenly ape star realm, this fragment of the semi-high-dimensional chaotic divine continent, from the main body of the divine continent, and forcibly drag it into the dimension of the abyss. If successful, the primal blessing from devouring a chaotic divine continent star realm would propel the abyss's dimensional ascension even further than devouring trillions of lives. A fundamental leap, a solidification of its foundation. We must not let them succeed, roared the sky-splitting God King, his billions-foot-tall divine body erupting with golden divine light that tore through the universe. His enormous fist, imbued with the ultimate power of the rules, slammed fiercely into the chaotic barrier. Boom! A muffled, deafening roar echoed. The chaotic barrier trembled violently, rippling with countless waves, yet it did not shatter. Instead, it repelled the sky-splitting God King's power, causing his massive body to sway slightly. Almost simultaneously, the Eternal Ancestor also made his move. He manipulated the river of time, attempting to find a weak point in the barrier's timeline to erode and dismantle it. Above his head, the tangible phantom of the eternal divine furnace hung high, endlessly empowered by the primal power of the chaotic artifact. However, the power of time, as it washed over the barrier, was like a mud ox sinking into the sea. The barrier seemed to exist outside all timelines, impervious to all laws. Useless, rift heaven, eternity. A hoarse, chaotic voice, like the whispers of billions of souls, echoed from the depths of demonic energy. It was one of the 6 abyss demon gods. This is a projection of the chaotic marvel of my bottomless abyss, hyperdimensional world, activated by the 6 transcendent ones. Though not its true form, it is more than enough to trap you and isolate you from the outside world. Obediently become the cornerstone of the abyss's dimensional ascension. Before the words were finished, the other 5 demon gods moved. They no longer concentrated their attacks on a single target, but dispersed, their demonic power vast and boundless, like the shadow of death, beginning to envelop the other terrified mythological legions and starseed forces within the heavenly ape star realm. No! Demons! How dare you! Fight them! Desperate roars, furious howls, and the radiant light of laws in a desperate struggle erupted throughout the star realm. Those who could enter the chaotic divine continent to vie for opportunities were all the cream of the crop from the myriad stars, including many powerful beings at the 10th and 11th ranks. However, before true transcendent beings, especially before 6 abyss demons, who had long plotted and possessed overwhelming strength, these resistances appeared utterly pale and powerless. A demonic claw tore through the sky, crushing a steel mythical fleet built by a certain technological civilization, along with its commander, into pure energy and matter. A demonic maw devoured an ancient lineage of a cultivation civilization, along with its 3 11th-rank supreme elders guarding its mountain gate, swallowing it whole, their lives extinguished. Demonic flames scorched the sky, igniting a continental celestial vessel inhabited by numerous reverted creatures. Billions of lives turned to ashes amidst their cries of agony, their life essence forcibly extracted and flowing into the depths of demonic energy. Faintly, one could sense the greedy and pleasurable throbbing of the bottomless abyss. This was an unequal massacre. The celestial ape starfield had become a hunting ground and blood ranch for the abyss demons. The sky-splitting God King and the eternal ancestor were filled with rage. They attempted to rescue, but were firmly restrained by the power of the speaking demon god and the projection of the hyperdimensional world. Each attempt to break through the barrier or overcome the interception only brought stronger backlash and resistance. We must break this barrier, or send the message out. The eternal ancestor's thoughts raced. The sky-splitting God King's massive eyes swept across this starfield, rapidly turning into hell, seemingly piercing through endless dimensions, looking at the shattered star sea ravaged by the released race, mind-stealing demons. As time passed, every second, massive amounts of life essence and civilizational fortune were devoured by the abyss demonic energy, transformed into nourishment for the abyss's dimensional ascension. The barrier formed by the projection of the hyperdimensional world was like the most solid cage, firmly locking despair and death within this starfield. "We can't wait any longer," roared the sky-splitting God King. Countless ancient divine runes lit up his star-like body, and a phantom of a massive, ancient axe, a weapon seemingly capable of cleaving chaos and reshaping earth, water, fire, and wind, condensed in his palm. It was a projection of the heaven-opening axe, a chaotic artifact used by the Titan race to suppress destiny. Although not in its true form, the trace of primordial chaos within it caused the surrounding dimensional barriers to tremble slightly. A coordinated attack from within and without. The eternal ancestor understood. The phantom of the eternal furnace above its head, seemingly bearing the weight of countless ages, shone brightly. Endless eternal divine light poured from its opening, not directly attacking the barriers, but transforming into countless intricate time runes, like the most precise carving knives, frantically analyzing and eroding the structure of certain nodes within the barriers. Simultaneously, using its transcendent status as a conduit, it forcefully set an eternal imprint, condensing the urgent message and coordinates of this place, through the connection between the eternal divine furnace main body and its projection, disregarding the consumption of energy, to other star realms of the chaos divine continent. To those native transcendent beings, who were undoubtedly alarmed by this unusual event, the bottomless abyss intends to ascend to a higher dimension. Friends from the outside world, please join us in breaking through the barrier. The divine thought of the eternal ancestor, like a thunderclap, pierced through the layers of blockade of the hyperdimensional world projection, weak yet precisely transmitted. Almost simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the heavenly ape star realm, on that hazy dimensional barrier, several completely different, yet equally powerful transcendent level attacks suddenly erupted. Sand Spirit Seal. Ice Demon Devouring Wave. Burning Flame Suppressing Evil Fist. The native transcendent beings of the Chaos Divine Continent have made their move. Perhaps they were previously deceived and delayed, but guided by the eternal ancestor at all costs, and amidst the increasingly intense energy fluctuations here, they finally arrived and attacked without hesitation. Now! The rending heaven god king's massive eyes widened in fury, his divine power surging like a dam bursting, frantically pouring into the projection of the heaven-opening axe in his hand. The axe shadow instantly solidified, its blade unleashing an extreme sharpness capable of tearing apart all chaos and separating the clear from the turbid. Open heaven! Accompanied by the rending heaven god king's roar that shattered the starry sky, the heaven-opening axe projection transformed into a dazzling axe beam traversing the star realm, fiercely cleaving down along the node marked by the eternal ancestor with time runes, the point where multiple transcendent beings outside were jointly attacking. At the same time, the attacks from the outside world also reached their peak. Break for me. The combined power of multiple transcendent beings and the ultimate might of numerous chaotic artifacts converged perfectly at this moment. Buzz. Rumble. The seemingly impenetrable hyperdimensional world projection barrier finally succumbed to this concentrated attack far exceeding its limits. First, the locked node flickered wildly, countless rule runes flickering and emitting mournful cries of unbearable strain. Then, a thin yet shocking crack spread out like a spider web. Crack, Boom! Finally, with a deafening roar as if the entire star realm were collapsing, the node shattered, revealing a massive hole tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. The familiar chaotic storm aura of the chaotic divine continent instantly surged in from outside the hole. The barrier is broken. However, the faces of the rending God King and the eternal ancestor showed little joy. Through the gaping hole, they could see the figures of several Chaos God continent natives, standing guard with expressions of shock and anger. But what they could see even more was the devastated scene within the heavenly 8-star realm. The once brilliant star field was now dim and lifeless. Countless corpses, celestial ships, and even the remains of stellar artifacts floated in the void, the thick, almost tangible stench of blood and death. The previous bustling scene, teeming with powerful beings, had vanished, replaced by a deathly silence, and a few points of light still desperately struggling under the pursuit of demonic energy. Trillions of high-level beings, less than 1 in 10 remained. The life force of the entire heavenly 8-star realm had dwindled by more than 90%. The overwhelming bloodlust and resentment even stirred the lament of the star realm's very origin. The Abyss Demon's harvest was incredibly efficient. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the depths of the demonic energy, emanating from the Abyss Demon God. They clearly hadn't expected that. With the hyperdimensional world projection and their 6 demon gods present, the barrier would actually be forcibly breached from within. But it was too late. Although the plan wasn't entirely successful, having devoured the essence of nearly 90% of the beings in the heavenly 8-star realm, their objective was largely achieved. Retreat! The leading Abyss Transcendent Demon God made a decisive move, ceasing all pursuit. 6 demonic shadows, carrying surging demonic energy and the immense life essence they had just devoured, transformed into 6 streams of light, instantly fleeing towards the chaotic void deep within the star realm's sky. The rending Heaven God King, the eternal ancestor, and the many native transcendent beings from the divine continent who had just arrived were filled with rage, and all wanted to give chase. After all, these native transcendent beings of the chaotic divine continent were mostly beings who had ascended to mythology before the shattered Star Sea era, and were simply incapable of stepping even half a step outside the divine continent. Because of this limitation, if we miss this opportunity, things will only become many times more difficult afterward. Chapter 918. Seeing the 6 Abyss Demons, carrying a massive amount of blood essence, attempting to escape, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the rending Sky God King and the eternal ancestor. If they were allowed to return safely to the Abyss, with such a vast amount of resources, the Abyss's dimensional ascension would be difficult to contain. Chase! The rending Sky God King roared, the heaven-opening axe projection shining even brighter, transforming into a golden streak of light, piercing through the breach in the barrier, and chasing after the demons. The eternal ancestor remained silent, his body radiating eternal divine light, his feet treading the river of time, his speed undiminished. Outside the barrier, several transcendent beings from the chaos divine continent. The father of the sand sea, whose body was formed from endless quicksand, exuding the aura of the ancient earth. The burning flame ancestor, whose entire body was composed of the rules of incineration, resembling a blazing chaotic sun. And the ice demon ancestor, who could freeze everything, even concepts. They exchanged glances, each seeing the resolute determination in the other's eyes. Although bound by the rules of the divine continent, and essentially unable to stray far from the chaos divine continent, as long as they can intercept their opponent in the chaotic void outside the divine continent, the problem won't be too significant. The Abyss Demons have already threatened the balance of the entire celestial sea, and have even raised their swords against their own chaos divine continent. Such actions have created a situation of no return. It should be understood that once the Abyss successfully ascends to a higher dimension, even the worst outcome would be for it to become a semi-higher dimensional being on par with their chaos divine continent. In the future, more than half of the chaos divine continent's authority would be taken away. Even worse, the entire bottomless abyss could ascend to a higher dimension, completely venturing into that higher dimensional realm. However, the consequences would undoubtedly fall on the celestial sea and the chaos divine continent. The dimensional fortune drained by their opponents might not be fully recovered for several or even dozens of epochs. Neither of these 2 points is something these native beings of the chaos divine continent would want to see. Therefore, the attitudes of the several native transcendent beings of the divine continent at this moment are very clear. You have offended our divine continent, slaughtered trillions. How dare you come and go as you please? The father of the sand sea's voice was deep, like billions of grains of sand rubbing together. A huge sand spirit divine seal appeared above his head, drawing upon boundless chaotic energy, transforming into a giant hand that covered the starry sky, slapping towards the fleeing demonic shadows. "Stay here." The burning flame ancestor, with the most violent temper, transformed his entire body into a great sun that traversed the chaotic void. The terrifying heat, enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, instantly spread out. Wherever it passed, even the chaotic energy was ignited, forming a boundless sea of fire, blocking the demon's path. The ice demon ancestor was the most direct. Its body, constructed of eternal ice, emanated an absolute zero chill. A chaotic artifact, resembling an ice crystal heart. The frozen heart appeared on its chest. The extreme cold instantly spread, silently freezing a vast expanse of chaotic void ahead, even halting the flow of rules, attempting to slow the demon race's escape. The 6 abyss demon gods hadn't expected these native transcendent beings to dare pursue them beyond the divine continent's boundaries, and to act so decisively and ruthlessly. The leading transcendent heart-stealing demon snorted coldly, forced to halt its escape and turn to face them. "Since you're courting death, I grant your wish." Perfect. The essence of transcendent beings is a great tonic. In an instant, more than 10 transcendent beings clashed violently in the depths of this void, far removed from any star field, where only raging chaotic currents raged. Boom! The battle erupted instantly, its intensity far surpassing any scene that had occurred in the heavenly ape-star realm. The God King of rending heaven wielded the heaven-opening axe, each strike seemingly capable of reshaping heaven and earth. Its dazzling axe light tore through chaos, severing the core of the demon god. The eternal ancestor activated the eternal divine furnace, its spout no longer divine light, but materialized blades of time, slicing through past and future, eroding the demon god's immortal soul. The father of the sand sea's eye of the sand spirit vortex stirred up boundless chaotic sand, each grain as heavy as a mountain, converging into a deathly sandstorm that buried everything. The great sun blazing sun activated by the burning flame ancestor burned and purified demonic energy with frenzied intensity. At its core, a rune flickered, the very essence of the chaotic marvel great sun blazing sun, releasing extreme heat and light capable of incinerating all things. The ice demon ancestor's heart of frozen ice beat slowly, each pulse brought thousands of light years of chaotic void to absolute stillness, the icy blue chill specifically freezing the demon god's actions and the workings of its rules. The abyss demons also employed every means at their disposal. Although the projection of the hyperdimensional world had been breached, it hadn't completely dissipated. Now, under the combined power of the 6 demon gods, it coalesced again, transforming into a distorted dimensional barrier, attempting to deflect and weaken the attacks from all sides. A phantom image of a chaotic artifact, shaped like a giant anchor and entwined with countless chains, was none other than the dimensional anchor chaotic artifact that had disappeared from the origin star. It was summoned by one of the demon gods, anchoring the chaos in all directions, and stabilizing the void that was constantly collapsing due to the great battle. At the same time, the chains, like venomous snakes, traversed dimensions, coiling towards the Rift God King and other beings. Another demon god shook an ancient bell inscribed with countless chaotic runes, the Chaos Bell. The bell sound wasn't just a sound, but chaotic ripples that directly affected souls and rules, causing the Sand Sea Father's sandstorm to spiral out of control, the burning flame ancestor's flames to inflate, and even interfering with the eternal ancestor's control over time. More than 15 transcendent beings, wielding over 10 legendary chaotic artifacts, powerful enough to suppress half an epoch, engaged in a fierce battle deep within this chaotic void sea. Boom! Crack! A cacophony of indescribable roars mingled together. Laws crumbled, rules wailed, energy storms swept everything, and brilliant divine light and profound demonic energy annihilated and regenerated repeatedly. This already extremely unstable region of the chaotic void sea simply could not withstand the aftershocks of so many transcendent beings and chaotic artifacts clashing. The void shattered layer by layer like fragile glass, turning into primordial nothingness. Vast swathes of chaotic energy were directly evaporated, revealing the colorful yet extremely dangerous undercurrents of underlying rules. At the center of the battlefield, an ever-expanding zone of annihilation seemed to have formed. Any being below the transcendent level, even an 11th-order mythical being, once caught in this annihilation aftershock, would be instantly decomposed into primordial particles, their soul and spirit utterly destroyed. This was a true war of annihilation. While its reach wasn't as vast as the astral plane, its destructive power was far deeper, directly impacting the fundamental rules of the celestial realms. The God King of rending heaven cleaved a chaotic bell wave with his axe, then severed a dimensional chain attempting to ambush the eternal ancestor. Several deep, bone-revealing demonic wounds appeared on his massive divine body, injuries inflicted by the dimensional anchor. The eternal ancestor's eternal divine light dimmed somewhat, maintaining the eternal furnace against the interference of the chaos bell, and the hyperdimensional world for so long had taken a heavy toll. The Sand Sea Father's quicksand body was largely incinerated by demonic flames. The blazing flame ancestor's blazing sunlight was significantly weakened by the distortion of the hyperdimensional world, and the ice demon ancestor's icy domain was suppressed by several abyssal chaotic artifacts working together. The abyss demons were also in dire straits. One demon god was struck by the residual force of the heaven-opening axe, its demonic body nearly cleaved in two. Another demon god's body was frozen by the frozen heart, its movement sluggish, and it narrowly escaped being killed by the divine seal of the Father of the Sand Sea. The battle reached a fierce stalemate, both sides gritting their teeth and holding on, waiting to see who would first reveal a weakness, or whose reserves would be exhausted first. Just as the battle deep within the chaotic void sea reached its climax, with both transcendent beings on both sides heavily wounded and struggling to hold on, with the help of chaotic artifacts and undying wills, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, a will far more magnificent and ancient than the hyperdimensional world, abruptly descended upon this chaotic battlefield. From the chaotic currents at the edge of the battlefield, the phantom of an ancient city, beyond description in size, slowly emerged. It was entirely constructed of some indescribable chaotic divine stone, its walls etched with countless traces of rise and fall across eras, radiating an aura of transcendence, impervious to all laws and eternally free. If Song-Chi were here, he would surely feel a sense of familiarity. For this was none other than the mysterious and unpredictable city of transcendence, existing beyond the myriad star seas and the chaotic divine continent. What made the hearts of the rending heaven god king and the others sink even deeper was that two figures, exuding an aura no weaker than any of the transcendents present, stepped out from the gates of the city of transcendence. Their forms were blurred, seemingly existing between reality and illusion, their auras perfectly integrated with the city of transcendence, clearly two 12th-tier transcendents belonging to the city of transcendence. The moment these two transcendents appeared, without the slightest hesitation, their gazes instantly locked onto the ice demon ancestor, who was fully activating the heart of ice, using extreme cold to restrain the abyss demon clan. Clearly, the abyss demons and the city of transcendence had long been secretly colluding. This was their trump card. Suppress. Seal. Two beings from the city of transcendence attacked simultaneously. One unleashed the immense power of the city of transcendence itself, transforming it into invisible shackles of rules, instantly imposing themselves on the ice demon ancestor. The other conjured an ancient stone mirror. Its light caused the chilling aura emanating from the frozen heart to become disordered and reversed. Not good. For the first time, shock and anger appeared on the ice demon ancestor's face, constructed of eternal ice. Already greatly depleted from simultaneously fighting multiple abyss chaos artifacts, it was now attacked by two beings of the same level relying on the chaos artifact, the city of transcendence. Besieged on all sides, it was immediately plunged into a desperate situation. Crack. Cracks began to appear on the eternal ice covering the ice demon ancestor's body, and the heartbeat of the frozen heart became rapid and chaotic. Despite its frantic burning of its own essence, pushing the power of the frozen heart to its limit, and the icy blue chill attempting to freeze everything, its defenses crumbled rapidly like a lone boat in a storm under the combined suppression of three transcendent beings, one demon god plus two transcendent cities, the dimensional anchor, and the transcendent city itself. Heh. Ice demon, I take your icy essence. The abyss demon god wielding the dimensional anchor grinned maliciously, seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The anchor tip gleamed with a ghostly light capable of shattering dimensions, aiming straight for the ice demon ancestor's core. Just as it was about to be completely annihilated under the onslaught, an unprecedented madness and determination flashed in the ice demon ancestor's icy eyes. You want to seize my essence? Then let's perish together. With this soul-shaking shriek, the ice demon ancestor ceased its attempts to defend or break free. Instead, it poured all its remaining power, along with its undying divine soul and transcendent status, into the frozen heart before its chest. Frozen soul domain. Open! The frozen heart suddenly erupted with unprecedentedly brilliant chaotic light. A freezing power, surpassing even the extreme cold, specifically targeting the divine soul and the origin of life, spread out with a deafening roar. The nearest transcendent demon god wielding the dimensional anchor, and the two transcendent beings from the city of transcendence, never expected the ice demon ancestor to be so resolute, nor did they anticipate that the frozen heart concealed such a forbidden ability of mutual destruction. Their divine souls, thoughts, and even the will to activate the chaotic artifact were forcibly frozen at this moment. Although this process might be extremely brief, in a battle between transcendent beings, it was already a fatal flaw. In that brief moment of freezing, the ice demon ancestor's cracked, icy body exploded. Boom! The self-destruction of a 12th-tier transcendent was far more powerful than any mythical being could imagine. It wasn't a simple release of energy, but the complete annihilation and self-destruction of the rules cultivated throughout its life, the condensed essence, and the status it embodied. An indescribable destructive energy storm, centered on the ice demon ancestor's original location, spread wildly in a sphere, reducing everything to nothingness under this terrifying energy storm. The most severely injured were the three transcendents, who bore the brunt of the attack, their souls temporarily frozen. The abyss demon god closest to the self-destruction's epicenter wielded the dimensional anchor, a chaotic artifact capable of anchoring to dimensions and traversing the void, but not one known for its defensive capabilities. Without consciousness and unable to actively activate it, its demonic body was almost entirely exposed to the core of this destructive storm. No! The other demon gods nearby roared in alarm and fury, but it was too late to intervene. The destructive storm swept through. When the radiant light of the devastating explosion, powerful enough to annihilate stars and reshape the rules, dimmed slightly, revealing its interior, all beings gasped in shock. The abyss demon god wielding the dimensional anchor had vanished from its imposing form, leaving behind only a collapsing, annihilating void, and the dimensional anchor, its light dimmed, groaning, and cracked, floating in the void. Its life force had completely dissipated. A 12th-tier transcendent demon god has fallen. The two transcendent cities further away are far more fortunate. At the critical moment, the phantom of the transcendent cities erupted with a thick chaotic light barrier, enveloping them. Even so, the chaotic light barrier was shattered by the force of the self-destruction, and the two transcendent beings' auras rapidly weakened, clearly suffering unimaginable injuries and incapable of fighting again for the time being. Even the sky-splitting god king, the eternal ancestor, the father of the sand sea, the burning flame ancestor, and the remaining 5 abyss demon gods in other areas of the battlefield were violently thrown back by the terrifying aftershocks of the self-destruction. Their divine bodies trembled, their auras were disordered, and they all suffered injuries to varying degrees. The chaotic void sea fell into a deathly silence. Only the lingering chill and destructive aura of the ice demon ancestor's self-destruction, along with the 2 unclaimed floating frozen heart and dimensional anchor, silently testified to the carnage and ruthlessness of that instant. The ice demon ancestor, at the cost of his own annihilation, forcibly replaced a transcendent abyss demon god and severely injured 2 transcendent city beings of the same rank. Chapter 919. Just as the aftershocks of the ice demon ancestor's self-destruction had not completely subsided, and the battlefield fell into a brief, deathly silence, the 2 beings from the city of transcendence, protected by the city's light barrier and weakened by their own power, suddenly felt a pang of pain in their eyes. Without hesitation, they simultaneously crushed a 7-colored crystal hidden at its core. Buzz! A burst of 7-colored light, brimming with boundless vitality and the power of creation, erupted suddenly, instantly engulfing the 2 beings like a warm tide. Where the light passed, their divine bodies, on the verge of collapse from withstanding the self-destruction, rapidly repaired themselves at a visible speed. Their dim transcendence essence regained its dazzling brilliance, and even the wounds on their souls were healed in the blink of an eye. One-time use 7-colored healing artifact creation source light. This precious artifact, capable of instantly restoring a transcendence being from the brink of death to their peak, was a treasured possession even within the city of transcendence, yet it was used without hesitation. In a mere fraction of a second, the 7-colored light faded, and the 2 beings from the transcendent cities were fully recovered, their auras restored to their peak, as if they had never suffered any serious injury. They took a step forward, standing once again alongside the remaining 5 abyss demon gods, their icy gazes sweeping towards the sky-splitting god king's side. In an instant, the situation on the field shifted dramatically. The balance, which had slightly tipped due to the ice demon ancestor's self-destruction that had sacrificed 1 demon god and severely injured 2 powerful enemies, was forcibly reversed by this sudden recovery. The abyss demon clan's side, 5 demon gods, each injured, but still possessing considerable fighting power, plus 2 transcendent cities restored to their peak equals 7 transcendent combatants. The Chaos God continent side, also 7 transcendent combatants. 7 against 7. Their previous numerical and physical advantage had vanished. The heavenly rending god king's golden eyes blazed with fury, yet held a hint of solemnity. The eternal ancestor's body rippled violently with time-space fluctuations, clearly indicating his turmoil. The father of the sand sea and the burning flame ancestor, among others, also churned with shock and rage. However, the Abyss demons had no intention of capitalizing on this advantage. The transcendent mind-stealing demon's gaze, deep and unfathomable, swept over the heavenly rending God King and the others, seemingly piercing through endless chaos to gaze into the depths of the chaotic divine continent. It knew that the chaotic divine continent, as a semi-high-dimensional realm that had stood for countless epochs, possessed unfathomable depths, and could not possibly contain only these few transcendent beings. Perhaps they hadn't arrived in time due to distance or certain rule restrictions, but if the battle continued, once other ancient beings from the divine continent arrived, escape would be difficult. Objective achieved. No need for further entanglement. Let's go. The transcendent heart-stealing demon transmitted its thoughts decisively. Before the words were even finished, the remaining 5 Abyss demon gods and 2 transcendent city beings simultaneously erupted. Hyperdimensional barrier universal repulsion. They once again combined their efforts to activate the not yet completely dissipated projection of the hyperdimensional world, this time not for defense or attack, but to transform it into a distorted, tilted high-dimensional barrier, standing between the two sides. At the same time, the transcendent demon gods burned their demonic blood, and the transcendent city beings activated the city's essence. A terrifying force of repulsion, fused with high-dimensional characteristics and chaotic rules, erupted like the first shockwave at the beginning of the universe. This force did not contain terrifying destructive power, but rather carried the absolute true meaning of the rules of repulsion and isolation. What? The God King of rending heaven roared, swinging his heaven-opening axe to cleave the invisible barrier. The axe's blade struck, but failed to unleash much power. Most of its force was distorted and dissipated by the higher dimensional barrier. The eternal ancestor, treading the river of time, attempted to flow upstream, only to find that the space-time structure before him was solidified and pushed away by this repulsive force. The chaotic sandstorm condensed by the father of the sand sea, and the blazing flame sweeping across the heavens by the burning flame ancestor, collided with this overwhelming repulsive force, like waves crashing against an invisible embankment, both being swept back. Under this combined repulsion, a fusion of multiple chaotic artifacts and transcendent divine powers, the 7 transcendent beings of the divine continent were powerless to resist, pushed back rapidly by the irresistible force. The chaotic void swept past them at breakneck speed. In just a few breaths, they had been forcibly pushed back hundreds of billions of miles. This distance, which should have been traversable in an instant for those who had transcended, felt like an insurmountable chasm thanks to the still stable barrier of the hyperdimensional world. Once the rending God King and the others steadied themselves and forcibly stabilized the void, they looked again. Where were the Abyss demons and the city of transcendence? Only the chaotic void sea, shattered by the great battle and bearing the remnants of terrifying rules, and the chilling, eternal cold emanating from the ice demon ancestor's self-destruction, testified to the incredibly brutal battle of transcendence that had just taken place. The only good news might be that they had retrieved the ice demon ancestor's frozen heart chaotic artifact beforehand. Damn it! The rending God King's unwilling roar echoed through the chaos. His axe flashed, cleaving through the void, but could only obliterate the endless chaotic currents. The eternal ancestor's face was ashen, fragments of time swirling around him, as he calculated the opponent's escape route. The father of the sand sea and the burning flame ancestor remained silent, but the fluctuating auras emanating from them also revealed their inner rage and resentment. Having paid the heavy price of the ice demon ancestor's demise, they still allowed their opponent to escape safely with that overwhelming essence of blood and flesh. With this shift in power, the Abyss's ascension to a higher dimension seemed unstoppable. The myriad star seas and the chaos divine continent were about to face an unprecedented storm. This battle, which took place deep within the chaotic void, undoubtedly attracted the attention of all forces in the myriad star seas. When the news broke that the Abyss demons had safely retreated to the bottomless abyss at the cost of a transcendent demon god, a chill ran through the hearts of all forces in the myriad star seas and the chaos divine continent. The 5 transcendent demon gods have safely retreated to the abyss, meaning that further restrictions on them will be significantly reduced, and the abyss's dimensional ascension will inevitably continue. Shattered Star Sea, ancestral domain of the Torchfire civilization. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Torchfire civilization are gathered for an emergency meeting to discuss this matter. The atmosphere inside the magnificent council hall of the ancestral domain is so heavy it's almost palpable. The leaders from the 5 great empires and various families are solemn, all deeply feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from the depths of the chaotic void sea. The fall of the transcendence, the escape of the demon gods, the unstoppable dimensional ascension of the abyss, each piece of news strikes like a hammer blow to everyone's heart. The meeting lasted for several days, filled with debate, analysis, and deduction. Some advocate uniting all forces across the star seas to launch a proactive attack on the abyss at all costs. Others believe that the territory should be completely sealed off, relying on grand formations for defense to avoid the onslaught. Some pessimistically believe that all resistance is futile in the face of the impending abyss that will devour everything, and the Civilization Seed Project is the only hope. Finally, after repeated deliberations and heated debates, the 5 most powerful members of the contemporary Torchwood Council, Jiang Yuan, Song Qi, Ying Yi, Ji Heng, and Pei Dinan, jointly decided on the civilization's subsequent response strategy. First, a comprehensive strategic retreat. Effective immediately, the Torchwood civilization enters a state of highest alert, simultaneously implementing a comprehensive retreat strategy. The Zhou Tian Luha revolving array, painstakingly brought back from the Chaos Divine Continent, will be reconfigured, forming the core of the ultimate defense system. The main array base will be placed at the civilization's core, the Tianyu Secret Realm, connected to the array through the realm's origin, ensuring the core's preservation. The other 5 subarray bases of the revolving array will be placed on the ancestral continents of the 5 great empires, the Divine Xia Dynasty, the Crimson Yu Dynasty, the Holy Temple Federation, the Immortal Qin Dynasty, and the Heavenly Ruins Divine Court, forming a 6-point linkage to construct a super defense line covering the civilization's core territory. All scattered affiliated forces of the Fireline civilization, including pioneering fleets, alien colonization fleets, and even ordinary citizens, received a supreme order to withdraw as quickly as possible within the 3 major galactic clusters, the Fireline Human Galaxy Cluster, the 2nd Fireline Galaxy Cluster, and the 3rd Fireline Galaxy Cluster, and to defend themselves using the Grand Formation. Second, the Civilization Seed Project was restarted and strengthened. The Civilization Seed Project, which had been slowed down due to changes in the situation, was restarted on a scale far exceeding previous efforts. Strictly selected fleets, equipped with Fireline warships of various tiers and carrying the complete inheritance of the Fireline civilization, from basic technology to advanced cultivation methods, from history and culture to various technologies, began their journey, under absolute secrecy, into the unknown depths of the Starry Sea, far from the threat of the abyss. They bear the heavy responsibility of preserving and continuing the last embers of their civilization should the main body of it face imminent danger. Third, accelerate the ascension of the Tianshu continent. As the only one of the 5 ancestral continents yet to be upgraded to a star continent, the evolution of the Tianshu continent has been elevated to an unprecedented strategic level. The core task of the Tianshu Divine Court is to dedicate all resources, sparing no expense, to accelerate the ascension of the Tianshu continent. This is not only about the reputation of the Tianshu Song clan and the Divine Court, but also about the integrity and defensive strength of the entire Zhou Tian Luha revolving array. The energy and rule support that a star continent can provide far surpasses that of a level 9 continent. Therefore, a portion of the resources of the other 4 empires, and even the entire civilization will be directed towards the Tianshu Divine Court. However, during this multi-day meeting that determined the fate of civilization, Song Qi, one of the 5 decision-makers, and the de facto ruler of the Tianshu Divine Court, never personally appeared. At this moment, Song Qi was deep within Qi Song's number 004 cultivation secret realm. Within the secret realm, the flow of time differed greatly from the outside world. Song Qi sat cross-legged in the void, his body surrounded by law runes that swirled and faded like stars. He was single-mindedly focused, fully activating his guiding technique, absorbing the immense energy gathered within the secret realm, attempting to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible. He knew very well that before a transcendent being whose individual power could determine the survival of a civilization, any strategic plan seemed fragile. Only absolute power was the sole reliance. As for the issue of incomplete laws and rules within the secret realm, the cultivation secret realm had long since been upgraded to a cosmic secret realm, completely integrated with the great Tao rules of the myriad star seas. This was no longer a problem. Meanwhile, outside, the All Heavens marketplace, under Song Qi's control, entered an unprecedented state of high-speed operation. At Song Qi's initiative, all the captains of the flame ships of the entire flame civilization received secret instructions to increase transaction volume in the marketplace through various channels, sparing no expense, acquiring everything that could potentially enhance the civilization's foundation, especially rare resources containing the essence of rules or having miraculous effects on breakthroughs. Song Qi's goal was clear. Hoping that the human emperors, like Jiang Yuan and Ying Yi, could achieve breakthroughs and transcendence on their own in a short time was far too hopeless. Therefore, the only shortcut lay in the All Heavens marketplace. He needed a massive transaction volume to quickly push the marketplace to complete its transaction limit, thereby advancing from the 10th rank to the 11th rank as soon as possible. Based on previous patterns, a 10th-tier celestial market already possesses the blessing of a peak 11th-tier mythical rank. Once it advances to the 11th tier, it will inevitably elevate its rank blessing to the 12th tier. At that time, whether it personally engages in battle or projects remotely using the Great Tao Origin Totem Pole, it will gain true transcendent combat power. Only in this way can the Fire Spirit civilization find a sliver of opportunity to preserve itself amidst the chaos. It can be said that in the face of this massive storm sweeping across the celestial seas, the Fire Spirit civilization, this behemoth, has already adjusted its course. Whether it's defending, inheriting traditions, or seeking a way out, everyone has prepared for the worst and is determined to fight to the death. Just as the Fire Spirit civilization was meticulously implementing its three major strategies, comprehensive retrenchment, the Fire Seed Project, and continental advancement, attempting to find a glimmer of hope in the impending storm, an irresistible message crossed the endless starry sea and directly reached the core of the Fire Spirit ancestral domain. The message originated from a joint declaration by the Titans and the Eternals. These two ancient civilizations, standing atop the myriad stars and possessing transcendent beings at their helm, intended to form a Starship Civilization alliance, gathering the power of all races to jointly confront the inevitable, even more frenzied, bloody expansion and devouring by the abyss. The message's wording appeared peaceful, explaining the principle of interdependence and emphasizing the necessity of alliance. It even promised that within the alliance, spoils would be distributed according to contribution, along with a say in the future order of the starship. However, the undeniable will conveyed between the lines, and the subtle pressure of transcendent civilizations inherent in the message itself, weighed heavily on the hearts of the leaders of the Firewood civilization. Everyone understood that in this matter of life and death concerning the entire starship, the Titans and the Eternals would no longer display their usual tolerance and mercy. Any civilization that refused to unite, or that outwardly complied but inwardly defied, or that sent forces that did not meet the requirements, would inevitably face the swift and decisive actions of these two transcendent civilizations. Making an example of someone to scare others, forcibly consolidating all available forces through bloody means, is the most effective and likely approach at this moment. The specific conscription order received by the Torchfire civilization requires them to dispatch 8 mythical-level combatants, i.e., beings of the 10th rank or higher, and a massive fleet composed of no less than 100 million well-organized Torchfire warships. 8 mythical-level, 100 million fleets. Inside the Ancestral Domains Council Hall, the high-ranking officials from various factions, who had just dispersed, gathered again, the atmosphere even more oppressive than before. Emperor Jiang Yuan lightly tapped the armrest of his jade throne, repeating the numbers from the conscription order in a low voice. This number is by no means easy for the Torchfire civilization. 8 mythical-level combatants would practically drain most of the civilization's publicly displayed mythical-level combat power. Moreover, this was only after the sky-splitting God King granted a certain reduction based on Song Chi's previous initiative in sending the message. Otherwise, it would have been a direct conscription of more than 10 mythical-level combatants. Chapter 920. After several days of intense discussion and careful consideration, a final dispatch list was finalized. This represented the limit of the balance the Firewood civilization could achieve between preserving its own strength and meeting the conscription requirements. Regarding mythical combat power, 5 mythical immortal ship avatars, under the command of the Firewood Emperors, were deployed. While not the main bodies, these avatars possessed genuine mythical-level combat power, and neither the Eternals nor the Titans raised any objections. This was good news, as even if the ship avatars were lost, they could be summoned again after the cooldown period, without shaking the foundation of the civilization. The remaining 3 mythical slots were allocated to the 9-tailed celestial fox, the star-crowned radiant eagle, a newly promoted mythical enslaved creature of the Sky Eagletan clan, and the mythical black devouring king beast, a newly promoted enslaved creature of the War King Palace. They were all enslaved war beasts, under the command of various immortal giants. As the Firewood civilization was not solely the domain of the 5 great empires, other forces naturally needed to contribute. As for the fleet, it was jointly drawn from the 5 great empires and various powerful families, ultimately forming a massive expeditionary fleet of 120 million ships. Although most of the ships in this fleet belonged to different factions and had varying configurations, they were all elites dispatched by their respective powers. It was believed that with some intensive training, they would quickly develop considerable combat strength. Not long after, this massive expeditionary force, centered around 5 Emperor-level warship avatars, spearheaded by 8 mythical warriors, and supported by 120 million warships, slowly departed the Flamefire territory under the watchful eyes of countless complex gazes, heading towards the Starsea rendezvous point designated by the Titans and the Eternals. The long interstellar voyage lasted over 20 years. When the Torchfire civilization's fleet finally arrived at the rendezvous points, an indescribable vastness and desolate atmosphere greeted them. Located at the border of the Titan civilization, the Eternal civilization, and the former territory of the Starsea insectids, this area should have been a rare, desolate region in the Starsea. But now, this lonely expanse of space had been transformed into an endless interstellar military camp. Countless warships of various shapes and sizes, massive biostar ships, clusters of mage towers shimmering with elemental light, and even war fortresses crafted from entire floating continents, densely packed, almost completely covering the entire expanse of space. Banners and insignia from countless races appeared and disappeared in the starry sea, powerful energy fluctuations intertwining, making this void appear distorted and unstable. The arrival of the Torchfire fleet did not cause much of a stir. Clearly, a large number of civilizations had been summoned and voluntarily come. None wanted to be the chicken to be used as a warning to others. Guided by the signal, the Spark civilization anchored in a designated area, silently observing this battlefield outpost that would soon determine the fate of countless civilizations. More than a decade later, with the belated arrival of the last few fleets from remote civilizations, all the conscripted forces were finally assembled. Without any declaration, the balance of power naturally established the ruling structure of the Allied fleet. The Eternals and Titans, as the initiators, possessed the greatest strength and rightfully held the dominant position. In addition, 2 other ancient forces, each from beyond the shattered star sea and possessing transcendent beings at their helm, the Origin Star Temple and the Myriad Machine's Nest, also displayed power no less than the former 2, together forming the 4 controllers of the Allied fleet. Under the joint command of these 4 transcendent civilizations, this unimaginably vast combined fleet, a culmination of the essence of countless civilizations across the cosmos, began its ascent like a slowly setting, destructive wheel, pushing back towards the starfields now corrupted and controlled by the Abyss. The war began with a surprise attack on a medium-sized star system recently contaminated by the demonic energy of the Abyss. The light from countless cannons tore through the starry sky, the rules of mythical existence collided and shook the cosmos, and the roars of demons and the flames of exploding warships intertwined to create a brutal symphony. A fierce and chaotic war, forcibly divided into the coalition of the Celestials and the Abyss faction, engulfing almost the entire cosmos, unfolded with great fanfare. The expeditionary force of the Torchfire civilization, like a small boat adrift in this raging sea, was swept along by the tides of war, heading towards an unknown and bloody fate. Time passed swiftly, and the flames of war across the starry seas continued to burn, thousands of years having gone by in the blink of an eye. This brutal war, engulfing the entire universe, had evolved into a protracted war of attrition. On the long battlefront spanning countless starfields, brilliant fireworks bloomed every moment, the light from exploding warships and roaring cannons. In a war of this scale, 4th and 5th tier individuals were no different from dust. Even 6th tier star behemoths capable of dominating a starfield, and even 7th tier star overlords, who fully controlled the laws of space, were mostly reduced to high-level cannon fodder on the battlefield. Often, a single large-scale clash of rules or an over-the-top firepower strike could easily wipe out tens of thousands. Only legions or fleets with mythical combat power could barely maintain a semblance of initiative on the chaotic battlefield, possessing a certain degree of tactical mobility and the power to choose their battlefield. However, this was only a barely acceptable measure. At the grand strategic level, the movement, offense, and defense of all allied forces must strictly adhere to the mandatory orders jointly issued by the 4 transcendental powers. Any disobedience or delay could result in severe punishment from their own people, or even being thrust directly into the most dangerous meat grinders on the front lines. Therefore, even a powerful expeditionary force like the Torchfire civilization, initially possessing 8 mythical units and a fleet of 120 million elite soldiers, inevitably suffered heavy losses in thousands of years of bloody warfare. The massive fleet size has shrunk by more than 30%, tens of millions of warships have turned to interstellar dust, and countless Torchfire captains have been buried in foreign lands. Even the mythical units, as top-tier combat forces, have repeatedly encountered perilous situations, and some have even faced certain death. The mythical Black Devouring King Beast, while being ordered to reinforce the besieged Titan Legion, was ambushed and attacked by 3 Abyss Lords of the same level. It ultimately fought to the death, its massive body completely consumed and devoured by demonic energy. The nine-tailed celestial fox also suffered a shattered Dharma form and severe damage to its soul, requiring hundreds of years to barely recover. If it weren't for the presence of 5 mythical immortal ship avatars of the Fire Emperors, Song-Chi, Jianyuan, and others, who consistently stepped up to the front lines at crucial moments, enduring the fiercest attacks, and even sacrificing their own avatars to cover the retreat of allies, the Fire Civilization's losses would likely have been far greater. These 5 warships, carrying the will of the emperors, had become the spiritual pillar and the strongest shield of the expeditionary force. However, even with Song-Chi and the other 4's best efforts to control their ship avatars, individual strength remained insignificant in the face of the overwhelming tide of power. All they could do was, under the premise of obeying mandatory orders, preserve as much of the civilization's human strength as possible. Thousands of years of bloody war had cost both sides unimaginable lives. The Abyss, having plotted for countless epochs, possessed terrifyingly deep resources. Its demonic creature seemed endless, and nearly twice the number of transcendent demons on the Allied forces manipulated the battle from behind the scenes, occasionally descending in projection to deliver devastating blows. But the Allied forces of the Celestial Seas were not without their support. Support from the semi-high-dimensional land of Chaos God continent was consistently the key to the Allied forces' ability to hold on. While transcendent beings like the Father of the Sand Sea and the Ancestor of Burning Heaven could not easily descend to the Star Sea in their true forms, they could continuously supply various resources, materials, and even fragments of rules containing high-dimensional characteristics, helping the Allied forces forge stronger weapons of war. It was precisely with the support of the Chaos God continent that the Allied forces of the Celestial Seas were able to maintain a stalemate with the Abyss faction, despite a significant disadvantage in transcendental combat power. The battle lines shifted repeatedly across the vast sea of stars, galaxies reduced to nothing in the flames of war, or utterly corrupted by abyssal demonic energy, becoming breeding grounds for new monsters. The end of the war seemed endless, both sides gritting their teeth and holding on, waiting to see whose resources would be exhausted first, or awaiting a variable that could shatter the balance. Compared to the boundless flames of war engulfing the expeditionary fleet, the ancestral domain of the Flame of Fire was remarkably peaceful. Ancestral domain of the Flame of Fire, Heavenly Peak Secret Realm. The Zhou Tian Lu her revolving wheel array perpetually radiated a soft glow, guarding the wisp of ancestral fire of civilization atop the secret realm's mountain peak. Meanwhile, with the support of the entire civilization, after thousands of years, the Tianshu continent had gradually reached its most critical moment. During these millennia, although the Cipher civilization had strategically contracted, the immense gains from its previous conquest of more than 10 river system clusters were now revealing their profound significance. Within those dozen or so river system clusters, there existed an astonishing number of high-level floating continents. Under the coordination of the civilization's highest command, high-level Cipher captains under various forces transformed into origin hunters, traversing these territories once incorporated into the civilization's map, constantly hunting and extracting the origin cores of these high-level floating continents. These floating continent origin cores, brimming with boundless vitality, were continuously transported to the Tianshu continent. Nourished by this massive amount of origin, the Tianshu continent, which had only recently advanced to level 9, was growing at an astonishing rate. As time passed, the continent's area expanded rapidly, the Earth's veins rose continuously, and its rules became increasingly perfect and solidified. In just a few thousand years, it had completed an accumulation process that would normally take millions, even tens of millions of years, firmly establishing itself as a 9th-level floating continent. Now, the entire Tianshu continent is permeated with a saturated, surging aura. Beneath the earth, it seems as if billions of dragons and snakes are churning, the surging primordial power suppressed to its limit. Only the final, and most difficult, step remains before the final transformation, the ascension to a 10th-level star continent. And the driving force and core beneficiary of all this, Song-Chi, had already made preparations for it. His goal was far more than simply elevating the Tianshu continent to a star continent. He intended to seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity of the stellar primordial tide to draw upon that vast and boundless primordial energy, assisting his flagship Tianshu Sangqiong in its ascension to the 11th tier. Mythical origin realm, a goal coveted by countless captains of the burning flame ship, it can be said that from the moment he voluntarily entered the cultivation secret realm for seclusion, this was his sole purpose. Within the exaggerated time flow of Qi Song's number 004 cultivation secret realm, his guiding technique cultivation advanced rapidly. Although he hadn't yet reached the peak of the 10th rank, he was very close. If the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky ship successfully broke through, his main body could also complete its advancement in a very short time, certainly not holding him back. In terms of resources, he possessed 3 Crossing Calamity Primordial Saint-breaking pills that he had treasured but never used. These pills could significantly increase the success rate when the mythical immortal ship attempted to break through to the mythical origin ship. He also had a portion of 11th rank Sovereign Source blood that had already been extracted, and a drop of 10th rank Evil God blood from the Heavenly Realm. Furthermore, with the full assistance of the 4 human emperors, Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, Ji Heng, and Pei Dinan, the special resource formulas required for the mythical immortal ship's attempt to break through to the mythical origin ship had been gathered. These resources would collectively construct a solid ladder for breaking through to the 11th rank. After countless calculations by the celestial intelligence, now upgraded to tricolor quality, and considering all the aforementioned bonuses, the base success rate for this advancement is approximately 35%. 35%. This number seems high for an attempt to reach the mythical origin ship, but it still carries enormous risk. However, if we consider the 2-time chessboard components available, the success rate will increase further. Even so, the success rate is still not optimistic. Song-Chi thought clearly. However, he still has an important trump card. The Time God King's Blessing component he recently acquired. Its accompanying Temporal Power 0 characteristic can reset the cooldown time of characteristics. If combined with the Time chessboard, it means that the number of available rewind attempts will increase by 1, which is enough to raise the success rate of the advancement to a relatively considerable level. Compared to previous advancements, this was Song-Chi's boldest attempt yet. However, he knew that under the pressure of the Abyss and the overwhelming force of the Transcendental Game, the Firewood civilization needed to quickly acquire its own true pillar of strength. A Firewood captain possessing 12th-tier Transcendental combat power, leveraging his flagship and the Heavenly Ruins market as trump cards, was crucial to the Firewood civilization at present. We must take this gamble. With this thought in mind, Song-Chi resolutely sent a message using the highest authority on the Firewood network. The advancement schedule for the Heavenly Ruins continent remains unchanged. Promote the advancement of the floating continent as soon as possible. Upon receiving his message, the core members of the Song clan on the Heavenly Ruins continent all wore extremely solemn expressions. They knew very well that Song-Chi's success rate in attempting to become an 11th-tier mythical origin ship was extremely low. After all, the Heavenly Ruins Sky had only been at the 10th tier for less than 10,000 years, and the time for collecting various advancement resources was still short, a significant weakness. Even knowing this, all the members of the Song clan faithfully carried out Song-Chi's orders, because they understood even more clearly that all of this was to ensure the continuation of the Huiyuan civilization. Chapter 921. Just as Song-Chi was busily preparing to attack the 11th tier mythical origin ship in the ancestral domain of the Flame, the All-Star Sea Alliance fleet, countless light years away, was also facing its most crucial and tragic moment in thousands of years of war. After thousands of years of relentless advance, at the cost of countless civilizations' fleets being annihilated, the massive army led by the 4 transcendent civilizations finally managed to tear through the layers of defenses of the Abyss demons, its advance aimed directly at the entrance to the enormous passage opened by the bottomless abyss in the shattered star sea. It was a colossal rift stretching across the starry sky, its edges writhing with viscous, dark red flesh. Inside, it was a bottomless abyss, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Endless demonic energy surged forth from it like a tangible tide, corrupting everything around it. Facing the final entrance to the abyss, the 4 controllers hesitated almost without hesitation. After a brief tactical discussion, a cold, forceful order resounded throughout the Allied forces. All forces, charge! Enter the abyss! There were no cheers of impending victory, only a heavy, resolute weight in the hearts of countless captains. The massive Allied fleet, like moths drawn to a flame, like a flood bursting its banks, fearlessly plunged into the abyss passage leading to the unknown and death. However, what awaited them was not the chaotic heart of the abyss, as expected due to the collapse of the front lines. The deepest layers of the bottomless abyss were already prepared. Countless main legions of the abyssal demons, twisted war beasts, and high-ranking demon lords exuding terrifying auras, like a black steel jungle, densely filled every inch of space within sight. Having rested and prepared, they had constructed a defensive system far more robust and deadly than the one on the Star Sea battlefield. The Allied fleet, having just emerged from the passage, crashed into this impenetrable wall. Instantly, an even more brutal battle erupted within the abyss. The brilliance of magic and the roar of naval cannons flashed in the dark depths, thousands upon thousands of units annihilated in the collisions every second. The high command of the Allied fleet felt their hearts sink. They knew that the abyssal demons had deliberately let them in, intending to use their home field advantage to utterly bury their expeditionary force. No rest, no time. The eternal ancestor of the eternal race spoke coldly and urgently. Through special means of detection, they had confirmed that the abyss's extensive plundering of the star sea during this time, especially the immense amount of flesh and blood essence plundered from the celestial ape star realm, had entered its final accelerated phase of dimensional ascension. Furthermore, with the western extremity of the starry sea, which they had already secretly controlled, serving as a dimensional anchor point, once the accumulation was complete, the abyss could very well initiate its ultimate leap from lower to higher dimensions. At that point, everything would be irreversible. Execute the Pierce plan. Target, the deepest level of the abyss. The ruins of return. The cruel order was issued. To interrupt the process before the abyss completed its dimensional ascension, the Allied fleet had to adopt the most extreme and bloody tactics, to forcibly pierce through the abyss's layers of defenses, regardless of casualties. This also meant that a large number of lower-level fleets, legions dispatched by smaller civilizations, and even some of the Allied forces' own second-line troops were clearly treated as expendable supplies and cannon fodder. They were ordered to launch wave after wave of suicidal charges against the most fortified positions of the Abyss Demon Army, tearing through the demonic tide with the wreckage of warships and the lives of their soldiers. The true elite, the spearhead forces composed of the direct legions of the four transcendent civilizations, the core fleets of various powerful hegemonic civilizations, and all mythical units, followed closely behind, relentlessly advancing towards the depths of the abyss along a path paved with countless lives. The cruelty of war was displayed to its fullest extent at this moment. With each step forward into the depths of the abyss, they trod upon mountains and seas of corpses. Death became the sole theme. The bottomless abyss, one of its deepest layers, the molten abyss. This is a land ruled by fire and sulfur. The sky is perpetually churning with dark red fiery clouds, the earth composed of cooled lava and scorching rifts, the air thick with temperatures high enough to vaporize steel and acrid toxic fumes. Countless volcanoes, like abscesses of the world, constantly erupt destructive torrents. When the vanguard of the allied forces of the stars and seas forcibly broke into this level along the blood-soaked path, what they saw was this hellish panorama, and the boundless, abyssal demon army that had been waiting there for a long time. The composition of the demon army was chilling. On the left, an endless army of fire demons, these creatures composed of pure fire and a thirst for destruction, their bodies towering like mountains, their surfaces flowing with dark red lava patterns, wielding flaming whips and great swords powerful enough to incinerate stars. With each step they took, the lava earth trembled. With each breath, they spewed out shadow fire that distorted space. The leading fire demon lords were no less powerful than mythical beings, and the fiery domains surrounding them scorched the space itself, making it crackle and sizzle. To the right lay the embodiment of chaos and savagery, the Demon Legion. They roared deafeningly, their eyes gleaming with a primal thirst for slaughter and souls. The demonic tide surged like a black tsunami, chaotic yet brimming with destructive power. They wielded their innate claws and demonic weapons, their bloodlust almost tangible. Besides this, equally numerous was the vanguard of the demonic army, the Buddhist soldiers of the shaman race. These beings, who should have been dignified and radiant with Buddhist light, were now shrouded in dark demonic energy, their golden Buddhist light transformed into a sinister demonic glow. Their eyes held no mercy, only a twisted, deathly stillness and fanaticism. Their vidras were stained with blood, their prayer beads strung with bones, and the chants they uttered were no longer sutras of salvation, but blasphemous abyssal incantations. These once powerful warriors of the Sakya race, guardians of the Star Seas Order, couldn't even preserve their last remains and legacies after the destruction of their civilization. Instead, they were corrupted and transformed by the abyssal demonic energy, enslaved by the mind flayers, and turned into terrifying weapons to attack their homeland and allies. This spiritual shock was far more suffocating than the horror of the demons themselves. For the Star Sea. For survival. Kill! The allied commander roared hoarsely, suppressing the heaviness in his heart. There was no time for sorrow, no room for hesitation. The next moment, the collision of steel and flesh erupted with a deafening roar. The Titan giant's thunderous warhammer formation, carrying immense power, slammed into the fiery demon array. The exploding lightning and flames instantly cleared a large area, but more fiery demons immediately surged forward, using their burning bodies to exhaust the lightning's energy. The Eternal Race's starlight barrier flickered violently under the impact of the demon sea. Countless low-level demons crashed into the barrier like moths to a flame, only to be shattered to pieces. However, their deaths corroded the barrier's energy. Furthermore, the powerful Baylor Balrog wielded its decapitation sword and slashed fiercely at the light barrier, stirring up ripples across the sky. The astrologers of the Origin Star Temple guided destructive beams of starlight, raining down like divine punishment upon the demonic array of Buddhist soldiers, vaporizing the corrupted arhats and bodhisattvas. However, the demonized Buddhist soldiers also unleashed bizarre and unpredictable abyssal Buddhist incantations. Their tainted demonic light corroded the armor and souls of the allied warriors, even distorting the laws of nature, causing powerful warships to suddenly lose control and turn their cannons towards their own allies. The mechanical legions of the myriad machines nest, like cold-killing machines, precisely and efficiently reap the lives of demons. But the heat of the flame demons was enough to melt special alloys, and the chaotic attacks of the demons often destroyed intricate mechanical structures in ways that defied the laws of physics. The corrupting demonic light of the demonized Buddhist soldiers could even infect the intelligent cores of the machines, causing them to instantly rebel. Sacrifice occurred every moment. A mothership belonging to a mid-level civilization, in order to create space for the Titan Legion ahead, resolutely rammed into a Balrog and self-destructed. The brilliant fireball briefly illuminated the dark abyss, but also claimed the lives of 10,000 crew members. A squadron of Elven Star Knights, to protect the mage core of the Origin Star Temple, who were channeling a powerful forbidden spell, formed a final spear formation. Fighting to the death against the onslaught of demons, they were ultimately exhausted and torn to pieces by the raging demons. Their sacrifice bought the forbidden spell 3 precious seconds to complete. A veteran wizard overlord of a wizarding civilization, piloting his alchemical mechanical fortress, perished alongside a demonized Arhat. The molten abyss was completely transformed into a meat grinder. The lava was stained an eerie dark purple by blood, the land was littered with the wreckage of warships, the corpses of monsters, and the remains of warriors from various races. The flames of explosions, the glow of magic, and the clash of energies rose and fell, illuminating the abyss with an ever-changing light. Roars, explosions, roars of energy, and the cries of the dying, all combined to create a brutal symphony of destruction. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sulfur, and the burning flesh. Here, the rules became chaotic and fragile. Spatial rifts flashed intermittently, devouring everything around them. In this hellish place, the allied forces paved their way with their lives, cleared a path with their souls, inch by inch, advancing towards the abyss passage to the next level. Every step was soaked in blood and sacrifice. They knew this was only the beginning. Beyond the molten abyss, even more terrifying abyssal layers awaited them. But no one retreated, for there was no turning back. Rather than allow the abyss to complete its dimensional ascension, plundering most of the fortune and origin of the celestial seas, inevitably leading to the destruction and annihilation of countless civilizations over the next few eras, it was better to fight to the death. It is precisely because of this unwavering belief that the allied forces of the stars and seas have been able to sustain their offensive until now. Even so, continuing to advance remains extremely difficult. The resistance of the abyss demons is equally frenzied and tenacious. The roars of the flame demons, the howls of the demons, and the eerie chants of the demonized Buddhist soldiers intertwine, drawing upon the home field advantage of the abyss environment, constantly surging forth from the lava, from the fissures, and from the distorted void, seemingly endless. A fierce tug-of-war unfolds on every burning hill, and along every boiling river of lava. As time passes, the countless small and medium-sized civilization fleets and affiliated race legions initially thrown into the battlefield as cannon fodder have dwindled to less than 1/10, nearly wiped out. The wreckage of warships floated in the lava, and the corpses of warriors from various races littered the scorched earth, staining the dark red abyss with an even deeper, more despairing ochre. Finally, on this day, a cold and unquestionable order was transmitted directly to the headquarters of the Torchfire Civilization Expeditionary Fleet through a special hyperdimensional communication channel. The order was concise and cruel. The Torchfire Civilization Fleet immediately take over the main force position at the front, relieving the heavily damaged Titan flank legions, and maintain the offensive on the core passage of the Molten Abyss without fail. The moment the order was given, the Torchfire Fleet Command Center fell into dead silence. The avatars of the 4 human emperors, Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, Ji Hung, and Pei Dinan, as well as Song Qi's wisp of consciousness, far away in the ancestral domain yet still able to sense the situation here, all fell silent. Resentment, anger, helplessness, a multitude of emotions intertwined in their hearts. Everyone knows what the so-called main force position means on this meat grinder-like front line. It means committing the civilization's core fleet to the deadliest frontal assault. It means that the power carefully preserved over millennia could be exhausted in a very short time. Even the Titan flank legions, so formidable, were crippled and needed rotation. Sending the firewood fleet to the front would have predictable consequences. This is a blatant, calculated strategy, a rational way for a transcendent civilization to deplete the resources of non-transcendent forces. While the firewood civilization is a newly risen overlord of the shattered star sea with boundless potential, in the eyes of the four transcendent beings, the sky-splitting God King, the eternal ancestor, the sword star Godlord, and the mother of all machines, without the backing of their own transcendent counterparts, they are ultimately a step below. In wars that concern the fate of the entire star system, and involve the power struggles of top civilizations, these newly rich individuals are often placed in the most dangerous and brutal positions. We have no choice. Jiang Yuan's avatar slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. His immortal ship avatar, Shinxiajiuli, was covered with burn marks from his clash with the Flame Demon Lord. Ing Yi's avatar, controlling the Xianqin Zulong, exuded a chilling killing intent, but ultimately it was reduced to a cold snort. No one dared to refuse, because if they showed disobedience, they would likely be immediately accused of deserting in the face of battle and sabotaging the Allied forces. At that point, even without the Abyss's intervention, the four transcendent civilizations would crush their expeditionary fleet as a warning to others. Execute the order, Ji Hung said calmly, but the slight trembling of the Xian Wangqiu betrayed his inner turmoil. Ferdinand nodded silently as well. His ship, the Heavenly Light, began to gather divine energy, preparing for the impending bloody battle. Far away in the ancestral domain, Song Qi sensed all of this, his heart heavy. However, most of his attention was focused on his own breakthrough, leaving him no room for distraction. He could only transmit his worry and resolve to his ethereal body at the front lines through a mysterious connection. Order the entire army. The voice of Emperor Jiang Yuan's avatar resounded through the Firelink network in the minds of every Firelink warship captain. Move forward to relieve the Titan Legion's defenses. This battle concerns the survival of civilization. I urge you all. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The tragic and resolute echo reverberated in the fleet channel. Despite their resentment at the injustice and fear of the future, not a single Firelink captain retreated. They knew very well that from the moment they embarked on this expedition, their individual lives were already bound to the fate of their civilization. The next moment, the massive Torchfire fleet began its advance. 5 mythical immortal ship avatars, radiating immense divine power, served as the vanguard, leading the vast fleet. Though diminished, it remained elite despite being tempered by millennia of war, unhesitatingly heading towards the molten inferno that had devoured countless lives. There, ferocious fire demons, crazed monsters, and bizarrely twisted demonic soldiers greeted their new prey with bloodthirsty eyes. The Torchfire civilization's expeditionary fleet was about to face its most brutal and perilous battle since its departure. Chapter 922. The moment the firewood fleet advanced, it was as if it had crashed into a wall of size burning with hellfire. An attack wave several times more ferocious than before instantly swept in. Lava spears hurled by the fire demons rained down like meteors, and the corrosive energy beams spewed by the demons wove a web of death. The abyssal chant sung by the demonized Buddhist soldiers relentlessly eroded the energy shields of the warships and the minds of their captains. For firewood. For our homeland. A deafening roar echoed through the communication channels. The firewood captains maneuvered their warships, pushing all weapon systems, main guns, secondary guns, super main guns, to their limits, unleashing a frenzied barrage of firepower. Energy beams tore through the demonic tide, and exploding fireballs continuously burst within the demon ranks. Every second, hundreds and thousands of low-level demons were purified and torn apart. But the sheer number of demons was overwhelming. They surged forward fearlessly, trampling over the corpses of their own kind, using their claws, their bodies, and various bizarre, magic-like abilities to relentlessly attack the fleet's formation. To alleviate the pressure on the main fleet at the rear, 5 mythical immortal ship clones charged to the forefront of the battle from the very beginning, like 5 anchors firmly planted in the most dangerous area. The Divine Summer 9, Li was surrounded by the vast aura of a martial dynasty. Wherever it passed, demonic energy retreated, and low-level demons melted away like ice and snow. Each roar of its main cannon shattered powerful flame demon commanders into pieces. The heavenly ruins' azure sky displayed astonishing spatial and temporal control. Its hull flickered as it weaved through the demonic tide, dodging most attacks, while simultaneously using powerful cannons such as the Light of Judgment and the blood-eroding annihilation cannon to decapitate the commanders of the demonic army ahead. The most dazzling of all were the Xian Wang Qiyu, Xianqin Zulong, and Tian Angxing Wang. The moment the three warships plunged into the deepest part of the enemy formation, their hulls suddenly erupted with unimaginable, immense energy. Forming a triangular formation, an incomparably profound runic array emerged from the void, linking the three together. Three corpses returned to their positions, divine shrine to sins. Accompanied by a shout seemingly from ancient times, the hulls of the three warships began to deconstruct and reassemble in a dazzling light. Countless runes flowed, rules intertwined, and finally, a three-headed, six-armed mecha giant, towering like a chaotic divine mountain, its entire body radiating terrifying energy and exuding a terrifying aura of the 11th rank, descended fiercely onto the battlefield of the molten abyss. This was the active ability replicated from the combined artifact three corpses gathering divine shrine. The three corpses hyper-mecha giant. Boom! The mecha giant swung its mechanical arm, its seven-colored weapon crashing down, pulverizing a legion of fire demons along with the lava below. This terrifying mecha giant, temporarily possessing 11th tier combat power, instantly tore a massive gap in the dense demon army's formation. Its unstoppable momentum even temporarily halted the demon army's frenzied advance, buying the Firefly fleet a precious respite. However, this respite was short-lived. The abyssal demons clearly wouldn't allow such a formidable threat to exist. Roar! Accompanied by several roars that shook the abyss, two 11th tier abyssal demon gods, their auras no weaker than the mecha giants, emerged from the sea of lava. Their bodies were incredibly massive, and the flames burning around them were no longer ordinary demonic flames, but rather a violently corrosive flame of annihilation. Meanwhile, two 10th tier mind-stealing demon lords, skilled in mental attacks, lurked deep within the demonic tide, relentlessly assaulting the core link of the mecha giant with eerie mental screams. A fierce mythological battle erupted. Although the mecha giant was powerful, it was ultimately a temporary assembly with a limited lifespan, requiring massive amounts of energy and the mental power of three human emperor avatars. Under the siege of 5 demon gods, it began to falter. On the other side, the divine Summer Ninely and Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky were also targeted by other mythological demon gods and engaged in fierce battles. The balance of the war was only maintained briefly before quickly tilting again. The first to succumb was the three-corpse hypermorphic mecha giant. After severely injuring an 11th tier flame demon and a heart-stealing demon lord, its energy finally ran out. Its massive body began to disintegrate inch by inch, ultimately transforming into 3 dim streams of light, which reverted to the 3 warship clones, Xian Wang Qiyu, Xianqin Zulong, and Tian Angxing Wang. At this moment, these 3 clones were already damaged, their combat power greatly reduced. And almost instantly upon revealing themselves, they were subjected to a concentrated attack by the countless demons swarming around them. Boom! 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 After the violent explosions, the 3 mythical immortal ship clones, carrying the will of the human emperor and the hope of civilization, sank with a thud in this molten abyss after exhausting their last bit of power. Immediately afterward, the mythical enslaved creatures that had been fighting alongside the fleet also met with annihilation. To protect the severely wounded nine-tailed celestial fox, the star-crowned eagle had its wings torn off and its head crushed by a demon lord, its divine blood scattering across the sky. Although the nine-tailed celestial fox was saved at the last moment by the divine Summer Ninely ship, it was already on its last legs, its fighting strength reduced to less than 1/10. The battlefield situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The divine Summer Ninely and Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky were equally precarious, besieged by multiple mythical demons, their hulls covered in horrifying wounds. Crack! A gigantic claw imbued with the flames of annihilation slammed into the bow of the divine Summer Ninely, the terrifying power of its rules instantly shattering its defenses, and the hull began to crumble inch by inch. Buzz! Just as it was about to be completely annihilated, an ancient chessboard phantom flashed across the hull, and the crumbling ship rapidly recovered as if in reverse. The time chessboard component's 12 lives of life and death characteristic was triggered for the first time in this bottomless abyss. However, the besieging mythical demons did not relent, and even more ferocious attacks followed. On the other side, the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky also shattered after withstanding several rounds of concentrated fire, but it too was restored to its original state in the blink of the chessboard phantom. Resurrected, battling, sunk again, resurrected again. The 2 warship clones, relying on the heaven-defying power of the time chessboard, were like 2 stubborn nails, firmly anchored at the forefront of the battle, returning from the brink of destruction time and again, continuing a seemingly endless battle. However, resurrection is ultimately finite, it cannot be infinite. The two warships were like candles flickering in the wind, their fate uncertain. Behind them, the main fleet of the Torchwood, having lost its strongest shield, suffered casualties skyrocketing under the relentless onslaught of the demonic tide. Explosions and flames from the warships stretched as far as the eye could see. The extinguishing of each flame meant the fall of hundreds, even thousands, of Torchwood captains. An atmosphere of despair began to spread. All the captains of the Torchfire fleet awaited, hoping for a retreat order from the Allied Fleet Command. They had already paid a far heavier price than anticipated. 3 of their 5 mythical immortal ship avatars were lost, 1 mythical enslaved creature was dead, and 2 were severely wounded. The fleet's overall losses exceeded 60%, a crippling blow, even shaking the very foundations of their civilization. However, the longed-for order never arrived. The command centers of the 4 transcendent civilizations maintained a chilling silence. It was as if the Torchfire civilization's bloody battles, and even its impending annihilation, were merely cold, acceptable numbers in their carving-out plan. Grief, despair, resentment, all sorts of emotions burned within the surviving Torchfire captains. But they still did not retreat, nor could they. Because behind them lay the very survival of the entire Torchfire civilization. If they retreated without authorization, the 4 transcendent forces would likely launch a purge against the Fireline humans immediately. All they could do now was fight to the death, until the last warship and the last Fireline captain remained. Just as the Fireline expeditionary fleet was in dire straits, and the surviving captains were resigned to their fate, a long-absent thought, imbued with an indescribable majesty, suddenly resounded through the highest level of the Fireline network, directly in the highest level Fireline communication group chat. Alright, Jiang Yuan, activate the Void Market Projection token. The rest is up to me. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan and the other 3, whose faces had been grim and eyes blazing with anger, instantly brightened. They knew Song Qi all too well, knowing he was not one to speak carelessly. Therefore, Jiang Yuan hesitated almost without a second thought. Inside the Divine Summer 9 warship's avatar, a token that had been dormant, inscribed with profound void market patterns, suddenly activated. Buzz, the instant the token flashed, an indescribable, majestic aura, surpassing ordinary mythology, erupted, like a primordial beast awakening from its slumber, crashing down upon the entire molten abyss. Above the sky, the eternally churning dark red fire clouds were forcibly pushed aside and dispersed by an invisible force. Endless purple mist surged forth, churning and spreading, instantly enveloping the battlefield stretching for countless light years. Under the gaze of countless awestruck eyes, the purple mist rapidly converged and solidified, ultimately transforming into a majestic, ancient projection, radiating an unparalleled aura spanning countless realms. This was the vast market of the heavens. The instant the market projection solidified, a detached gaze descended from its depths, sweeping across the devastated battlefield below. Within that gaze seemed to contain the trajectory of countless births and deaths, the cycles of eras. Immediately following, under Song Qi's will, the projected market covering the sky trembled slightly. A colossal hand, formed from endless purple mist, seemingly slow, but actually transcending the concepts of time and space, gently waved towards the boundless demon army below. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no phenomenon of rules collapsing. But with this seemingly casual wave, the demon army, which had been surging like a black tide, seemingly capable of engulfing everything, was as if brushed aside by an invisible hand. Hundreds of millions of ferocious demons, whether low-level molten demons, powerful flame demons, evil demons, or even those twisted demonic Buddha soldiers, all silently disintegrated and crumbled upon contact with the purple mist energy, turning into ashes and dissipating into the abyss. The entire front line, where the once impenetrable demon army formation had been drastically wiped out, creating a vacuum zone spanning hundreds of billions of miles. The power of that single strike was terrifying. However, after accomplishing all this, the giant purple mist hand did not press its advantage to completely annihilate the remaining demon army. Instead, it slowly withdrew, hanging high in the sky along with the majestic projection of the ruined city, radiating a chilling pressure. The next moment, Song Qi's icy gaze pierced through the endless distance of space, past layers upon layers of allied warships and defenses, precisely landing in the direction of the allied forces' main camp in the Star Sea, where the 4 transcendent civilizations were stationed. A calm voice, yet imbued with undeniable accusation and overwhelming rage, resounded like thunder from the heavens, echoing deep within the consciousness of every high-ranking member of the allied forces, especially the 4 transcendent beings. Rift Sky, Eternity, you've gone too far this time. The voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the recently subsided molten abyss, and in the hearts of every powerful figure in the Allied forces headquarters. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. All the surviving captains of the torch ships gazed excitedly at the miraculous projection of the ruined city in the sky, their eyes rekindling with renewed hope. Within the Allied forces headquarters, however, lay a deathly silence. Whether Titan giants, Eternals, or powerful figures from the Origin Star Temple and the Myriad Machine's nest, everyone could clearly feel the coldness and threat contained in that gaze. A gaze not from a transcendent being, yet possessing the power to interfere in the power struggles at the transcendent level. The wills of 4 transcendent beings, including the God King of rending heaven and the Eternal Ancestor, converged silently. They could sense that the aura emanating from the projected market, including the casual strike just now, had definitely reached the 12th tier realm. After a brief silence, the sky-splitting God King, one of the 4 allied transcendents, spoke first. "And who are you?" Although all 4 had some guesses, none were certain, so they still took the initiative to inquire about Song Chi's identity. Faced with the question, Song Chi this time made no attempt to conceal his identity. His thunderous voice quickly echoed throughout the entire molten abyss sky. "I am Song Chi, the human emperor of the Torch civilization, the lord of the heavenly markets." This declaration, like a thunderclap from the heavens, was deeply imprinted on the souls of all beings who heard it. After a brief silence, a deafening uproar swept across the entire battlefield. Song Chi? Is he the newly appointed lord of the heavenly ruins divine court of the fire-burning humanity? He's actually the master of that mysterious heavenly ruins market that connects all the heavens? So that's it. No wonder the fire-burning civilization has developed so rapidly in the last tens of thousands of years, possessing such heaven-defying opportunities. A single strike annihilated billions of demonic troops, forcing the 4 transcendent beings into silence. Such power is truly the bearing of a transcendent being. On the Allied side, countless warriors and captains from different civilizations, after a moment of disbelief, quickly erupted in indescribable shock. They looked at the purple mist-shrouded projection of the market in the sky, their eyes filled with awe. Song Chi clearly saw all of this, but he didn't care. At this moment, his gaze was focused entirely on the 4 transcendent beings, the sky-splitting God King, the Eternal Ancestor, and others. His deliberate exposure of his identity wasn't for public display, but to buy more time for the fire-burning civilization and for himself. Despite his attack just now seemingly reaching the transcendent level, only he knew the true extent of his power. In the ancestral domain of the flame, in the sky dome of the heavenly market. The heavenly ruined sky dome, high in the sky, was currently radiating a dazzling 7-colored light, a phenomenon manifested by the reflection of the origin star in the heavens component being pushed to its limit. The origin star's origin core characteristic of the reflection of the origin star in the heavens component was fully activated. Even though the heavenly ruined sky dome, which carried it, had successfully advanced to the 11th tier mythical origin ship, it still couldn't grant the warship transcendent combat power. Only after one of the Great Tao origin totem pole was also activated, and with both combined, did the projection of the heavenly market in the bottomless abyss barely gain temporary transcendent combat power. Ultimately, he had miscalculated. He never expected that one of the extra conditions for upgrading the heavenly market from level 109 to level 110 would be a drop of transcendent essence blood. Since the market failed to advance to the 11th tier as desired, he could only try to buy time in this way, and it seemed to be working quite well so far. Chapter 923. Above the heavens, the projection of the ruins radiated a magnificent divine power. Song Chi's icy will, almost tangible, clashed fiercely with the wills of the 4 transcendent beings, including the sky-splitting God King, in the void. My Torchfire Civilization Expeditionary Force suffered heavy losses, nearly annihilated. The Allied command must give me an explanation for this. Song Chi's voice was devoid of emotion, yet contained an undeniable pressure. The will of the God King of rending heaven responded first, carrying a hint of conciliatory intent. Emperor Song Chi, the abyss is powerful, and the battle situation is constantly changing. All fleets under the Allied forces have the responsibility to fight valiantly. However, there were indeed shortcomings in the previous deployment, causing your side to suffer heavy losses. But with a formidable enemy at hand, I hope you will prioritize the overall situation. The will of the Eternal Ancestor followed, even more directly. Since your excellency has demonstrated transcendent level power, you should naturally enjoy corresponding authority. The Allied forces are willing to acknowledge that the Fire Civilization enjoys equal decision-making status with us. Subsequent battle plans can be discussed jointly by all 5 parties. The Godlord of Origin Star, and the mother of myriad machines also expressed similar attitudes. Faced with an existence wielding true transcendent level power, especially at this most critical moment in the battle, they were willing to humble themselves and redefine the boundaries of interests and responsibilities. Continuing to be tough would only push this powerful ally to the opposite side, and might even cause a split within the allied forces, something they absolutely did not want to see. Song Qi remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. He knew full well that the true weight of equal decision-making status within the long-established alliance of the four transcendent civilizations was still uncertain. But right now, his most important objective was to buy precious time for both the Torch civilization and himself. In that case, my expeditionary force needs a century to recuperate and recover its strength. During this period, it will not participate in any frontal assault missions. Song Qi stated the core condition. Agreed. The God King of Rending Heaven agreed readily. A century is but a fleeting moment for the allied forces. Even at this crucial juncture in the war, it would not significantly alter the overall course of the battle. Exchanging a century for the continued support of a transcendent-level warrior is entirely worthwhile. Furthermore, Song Qi continued, the allied forces must compensate for the losses suffered by our civilization, to console the souls of our fallen soldiers, and make up for the depletion of our civilization. This time, the four transcendent beings did not respond immediately. After a moment, the eternal ancestor spoke, we from the four directions will each offer a 7-colored treasure, but you can only take one. What does the human emperor think? Exchanging a 7-colored treasure for the continued full support of a transcendent-level warrior is undoubtedly a worthwhile trade at this critical moment in the conquest of the Abyss. Song Qi's heart stirred slightly. This was exactly the result he wanted. He could obtain valuable resources, while clearly defining the price of his investment, preventing endless demands later. Agreed? He agreed succinctly. Seeing Song Qi's agreement, for orbs of light, radiating immense energy fluctuations, and profound auras of rules, rose from the depths of the Allied forces' headquarters, piercing through the void and flying directly towards the projected market in the sky. The orbs of light stopped before the purple mist, revealing the true form of the wondrous objects contained within. The first was a giant hammer burning with dark red flames. The hammerhead seemed to be forged from solidified molten lava stars, radiating a violent aura of destruction, a multicolored, top-tier wondrous weapon, Fire Hell Hammer. The second item was a complex, silver-white, furnace-like device with a constantly shimmering spatial ripples, a convertible shipboard jump device Space Rift Jump Furnace. The third item was a massive, incredibly heavy tower shield, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, its surface engraved with patterns resembling the veins of a soar star, a convertible shipboard armor soar star alloy armor shield. Song Qi's will swept over these three wondrous objects, but his heart remained largely unmoved. While the Fire Hell Hammer possessed immense power, it wasn't a shipboard component, thus holding limited appeal for him. The Space Rift Jump Furnace, though of high quality, was clearly of little use compared to the final battle confined to the bottomless abyss region. The Soar Star Alloy Armor Shield, as shipboard armor, had significantly lower attributes than his Neutron Star Core armor, similarly holding no attraction for him. However, when his gaze fell upon the fourth wondrous object, a ripple involuntarily stirred within him. It was a stone roughly the size of a fist, its surface covered with natural Tao patterns, displaying a 7-colored hue. It didn't emit any dazzling light, nor did it exhibit any particularly violent energy fluctuations, yet its interior seemed to contain an energy universe, giving it an unfathomable depth capable of breaking all boundaries. Rare item, Limit Breaking Stone. Quality, multicolored/extreme. Convertible to Limit Breaking Seal. Note, an ultimate energy core originating from a top-tier technological civilization in the multiverse era, transformed over countless epochs by absorbing fragments of the rules of the heavens. Its interior contains unimaginable limit-breaking energy. Limit-breaking stone. Song Qi murmured to himself, an overwhelming excitement welling up within him. Limit-breaking seal LV0. Quality, colored/extreme rank. Unique trait, forced limit breaking. Forced limit breaking designates a specific artifact/component as the target, imbuing it with limit-breaking power, helping it break through its highest limit, and allowing the artifact/component to exert a stronger effect. Song Qi's first guess about this limit-breaking stone was that it could allow an artifact of a specified quality to unleash power beyond its own rank limit. If this was true, then it was indeed the best choice for him. If not, then its value would be greatly reduced. Could you elaborate on the effects of this limit-breaking stone? Hearing his inquiry, the heavenly rending God King, who had taken out the limit-breaking stone, quickly replied, This item allows wondrous objects to unleash their limit-breaking power. For example, when used on a 5-colored wondrous object, it can allow it to exert the power of a 7-colored wondrous object to a certain extent. However, its effect on a 7-colored wondrous object is limited, at most reaching a semi-high dimensional level, and cannot be compared to a true chaotic wondrous object. Hearing this, Song-Chi seemed thoughtful. This was probably why the other party had used this limit-breaking stone as one of their bargaining chips. However, this wasn't important to him. What he wanted wasn't to give a 7-colored wondrous object the full power of a chaotic wondrous object, but rather to strengthen a component to the 13th rank, even if it could only be maintained for a short time. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and directly chose the limit-breaking stone. This limit-breaking stone, I accept. Song-Chi's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He quickly continued, 100 years from now, in the battle for the core of the abyss, I will personally intervene. As his voice fell, the projection of the market in the sky swept up the limit-breaking stone, then slowly dissipated. The purple mist that filled the sky also receded like the tide, as if it had never existed. With the departure of Song-Chi's will, the overwhelming pressure of the transcendent level that had enveloped the entire area also vanished. After this brief interlude, the surviving Torch Fleet, under the command of Jiang Yuan and other Emperor-level avatars, began an orderly withdrawal from the front lines, heading to designated safe areas for rest and recuperation. Throughout the process, no one dared to utter a word of obstruction. All the Torch Fleet captains breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. Inside the Allied Forces headquarters, the wills of the 4 transcendent beings silently exchanged views. 100 years. Good, this will further reduce the gap in transcendent combat power between us and the abyss. The God King of Rending Heavens will carry a hint of relaxation. The void market of the heavens, the secret of transcendent, this child carries immense karma. The eternal ancestor murmured. In any case, a controllable transcendent level combat power is always better than an uncontrollable variable. 100 years from now, we will see the outcome. The will of the Sword Star God Lord was cold and rational. The mother of all machines remained silent, but her core algorithm had already elevated the threat and value of Song-Chi and the vast market of the heavens to the same level as other transcendent civilizations. Through this battle, Song-Chi and the Torchfire civilization had truly stepped onto the highest stage of the game in the starry sea of heavens. However, Song-Chi himself didn't pay much attention to this. Instead, he took the crucial limit-breaking stone and returned to the vast market of the heavens, back to the main body of the heavenly void sky ship. He needed to personally test this limit-breaking stone. If it was as he had previously thought, then even if the market still failed to break through to the 11th rank 100 years later, he would still have the confidence to stand on equal footing with the 4, including the Rending Heaven God King. Otherwise, he had to expedite the market's advancement. Inside the main control room of the Skyfall Dome, as Song-Chi's thoughts raced, the limit-breaking seal, transformed from the limit-breaking stone, was quickly loaded and immediately upgraded to level 129. This wasn't the end. Song-Chi didn't rush to activate this component. Before that, he also upgraded the Bone Tomb to level 129. That's right, the component he had been thinking about was this Bone Tomb. Summoning of the Skeleton Giant. By inputting a large amount of bones, the component will automatically spawn a Skeleton Giant. Once spawned, the Skeleton Giant can be freely summoned by the direct captain for combat. This feature has no cooldown, but the Skeleton Giant's skeletal body must be 100% intact to be summoned. Current Skeleton Giant skeletal body integrity, 100%. Note, the Skeleton Giant's strength is always one major level weaker than the component's upgrade level. Based on the unique characteristic of this component, once it breaks through its limitations and reaches level 130, its skeletal giant summoning ability will summon a 12th tier transcendent level skeletal giant, which is Song-Chi's ultimate goal. He doesn't need the skeletal tomb component to possess the heaven-defying effects of a chaos artifact after breaking through its limitations. He only needs it to break through its limitations and reach the 13th tier. Hopefully, it won't disappoint me. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and directly activated the limit-breaking seal, setting its target to the skeletal tomb component. Soon, a dazzling 7-colored light began to appear throughout the entire cabin of the heavenly ruined skyship. Under Song-Chi's tense anticipation, after an unknown amount of time, the 7-colored light finally dissipated. However, when he looked at the Bone Tomb component's attribute panel again, its attributes remained unchanged. Song-Chi wasn't disappointed. Instead, he quickly took out the enhancement resources he had prepared beforehand. Spend 1 mythical soul plus 1 wisp of tier 12 floating continent origin plus 360 titanium crystals to further enhance the bone tomb component? Confirm. Song Qi silently recited, and the next second, a burst of 7-colored light reappeared in the control room. Under Song Qi's delighted gaze, the bone tomb component truly upgraded from LV-129 to LV-130. Although the enhancement section for the component dimmed after this upgrade, clearly indicating it could no longer be enhanced, it didn't diminish Song Qi's excitement. His gaze shifted downwards, quickly landing on the unique trait of summoning the bone giant. Sure enough, the attributes of this trait were now significantly different from before. Summoning of the skeleton giant. By investing a large amount of bones, the component will automatically spawn a skeletal giant. Once spawned, the skeletal giant can be freely summoned by its direct captain for combat. This feature has no cooldown, but the skeletal giant's skeletal body must be 100% intact to be summoned. Current skeletal giant's skeletal body integrity, 28%. Note: the skeletal giant's strength is always one major tier weaker than the component's enhancement level. From the original 100% skeletal body integrity to 28%, he understood all too well what this meant. With the component's enhancement reaching tier 13, the summonable skeletal giants had clearly risen from tier 11 to tier 12. Even the weakest tier 12 was still a formidable fighting force. Moreover, don't forget, the mirror ship could replicate a second one. 2 tier 12 skeletal giants would be the greatest source of confidence for the Torchfire civilization a century from now. As for the issue of the integrity of the skeletal remains, there's no need to worry. Long after acquiring the skeletal tomb component, the entire Song clan of Tianqiu had already issued orders to all members to collect high-level biological skeletons. Coupled with the ongoing conflicts across the Shattered Star Sea over the past few thousand years, the clan's stockpile of high-level skeletons has already reached an astonishing number. We cannot be complacent. While the White Bone Giant trump card was successful, it would be even better if we could complete the upgrade of the Zhudiangsi market within the next 100 years. Furthermore, the skeletal tomb is now enhanced to level 130. I don't know if it still falls within the category of 7-colored components. If it doesn't, then Mirror Image will likely be unable to replicate it. To be on the safe side, we still need to further upgrade the Mirror Image component to 7-colored quality. With these thoughts racing, Song Qi quickly set his goals for the next 100 years. Besides collecting 12-tier Transcendental Essence Blood, he would acquire as many 12-tier Golden Apple or a component similar to the 5-colored Soul Devouring Altar as possible. Finally, there's one last point: achieving a breakthrough in his own guidance technique. Although the Heavenly Ruined Sky has successfully advanced to a mythical origin ship, due to the short time frame, his own guidance technique hasn't yet broken through and remains at level 109. He must utilize the next 100 years to achieve this breakthrough as soon as possible to fully unleash the Heavenly Ruined Sky's combat power. Chapter 924. A century is a long life for ordinary Starsea creatures who haven't yet reached a higher level, but on the Abyss battlefield, which engulfs the entire Starsea, it's merely a fragment of a fierce battle. After Song Qi used the power of the projection of the Celestial Market to forcibly repel the demonic tide, buying the Torchfire Expeditionary Force a century of rest and recuperation, the remaining Torchfire fleet completely withdrew from the front lines, retreating to a safe zone designated by the Allied forces for rest and recuperation. During this century, the Torchfire Expeditionary Fleet almost completely ceased all proactive offensive missions. The avatars of several human emperors, including Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, Ji Heng, and Pei Dinan, devoted almost all their energy to the reorganization and recovery of the fleet. Using some resources provided by the Allied forces and the Torchfire civilization's own reserves, they did their utmost to repair damaged warships, replenish troops, and stabilize morale. The 3 sunken mythical immortal ship avatars, after being cooled down with the aid of time crystals and other resources, were resummoned. Although they couldn't quickly regain their peak combat power, they ultimately stabilized the civilization's top-tier combat strength. However, the situation on the entire Abyss battlefield did not ease with the retreat of the Torchfire fleet. Instead, it became even more dire. Perhaps spurred by Song Qi's transcendent attack that day, the Abyss Demon's counterattack became increasingly frenzied. Even more chilling was that the clash at the level of transcendent beings began to move from behind the scenes to the forefront. The sky-splitting God King, wielding the heaven-opening axe projection, clashed head-on with an Abyss Demon God wielding the Chaos Bell deep within the molten abyss, the aftershock shattering several layers of the abyss's barriers. The Eternal Ancestor, piloting the Eternal Divine Furnace, fought another Demon God controlling the dimensional anchor in the River of Time, endless fragments of the rules of time collapsing. The Mother of all machines, and the Lord of the Origin Star God also unleashed even greater power, engaging in fierce battle with the transcendent demon gods of the abyss. More than 10 transcendent beings, their powers clashing and manifesting frequently throughout the abyss, escalating the intensity of the war to a new peak. Ordinary mythical beings appeared extremely insignificant in this level of confrontation, constantly risking being severely injured or even perishing by the aftershocks. The entire All-Star Alliance was struggling under unprecedented pressure, making enormous sacrifices every moment. Everyone understood that the final battle was approaching, and the 100-year mark might be that crucial juncture. In the final years, before this 100-year mark arrived, in the main control room of the Heavenly Ruins Sky Dome in the Sky Dome of the All-Star Ruins Market, a vast and powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing the primordial rules of the entire market to resonate and rejoice. Song Qi, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly containing flowing starlight, and the birth and death of the universe. The runes surrounding him solidified completely, achieving perfect resonance and fusion with the Heavenly Ruins sky-piercing ship beneath him. The 11th tier guiding technique. Finally complete. Feeling the surging, unprecedentedly powerful phantom energy within his body, and the seamless, intuitive connection between himself and his ship, Song Qi let out a long sigh of relief. With the aid of the time flow within Qisong 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, his own profound accumulation, and the assistance of the second crossing calamity primordial breaking Saint Pill, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the guiding technique at the end of his century-long rest period, stepping into the 11th tier mythical realm, becoming a truly mythical origin captain perfectly compatible with his mythical ship. At this moment, he could finally unleash the full power of the Heavenly Ruins Sky Dome after its 11th tier advancement, his strength having undergone a qualitative leap compared to 100 years ago. After spending some time completely stabilizing his realm, Song Qi's mind stirred, and a pill the size of a dragon's eye, its surface swirling with chaotic energy and countless tiny rule runes, appeared in his hand, the last crossing calamity primordial saint-breaking pill. Previously, on the Immortal Realm continent ruins, he had obtained a total of 3 crossing calamity primordial saint-breaking pills, one for the Heavenly Ruins Sky Dome, and one for himself, leaving only the last one. However, this pill was now useless to him, but for the other peak 10th tier beings, it was still a treasure enough to drive them mad. Without hesitation, Song Qi directly used his access to the celestial market to post a trade message that shook all the alien beings gathered in the market. Trade item: Tribulation Crossing Primordial Saint Breaking Pill, Primordial Immortal Pill. Effect: helps peak 10th tier beings break through the 11th tier mythological barrier, greatly increasing the success rate of advancement. Trade requirements: 1 drop of 12th tier Transcendent Blood Essence, or a complete 12th tier Starry Sky Plant Heart. Note: only one available. Highest bidder wins. This trade message immediately caused a huge sensation among the various advanced civilizations connected to the celestial market. Furthermore, his choice to emerge from seclusion precisely during the monthly market trade, with tens of millions of alien beings gathered in the market at this time, made the commotion even more astonishing. The Tribulation Crossing Primordial Saint Breaking Pill, a heaven-defying pill that can help one directly reach the 11th tier mythological level, would undoubtedly be coveted by countless mythological beings stuck at the peak of the 10th tier. However, Song Qi's trading conditions were extremely harsh. After a brief period of excitement, most of the alien races calmed down again. Whether it was the essence blood of a 12th tier transcendent being or the heart of a 12th tier starry plant, their value far exceeded their imagination, far beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Even so, the regular customers of the market were still discussing it animatedly, clearly very interested. However, as time ticked by, no one came forward to make a trade. Song Qi wasn't in a hurry. After posting the trading information, he waited patiently. He believed that within the myriad star seas, there would always be someone urgently needing this pill, and who happened to possess what he needed. Transcendent Essence Blood was key to advancing the myriad star seas to the 11th tier, while the heart of a 12th tier starry plant was urgently needed to assist the Battle Puppet Mother Tree in its attempt to reach the 11th tier. He had to try his best. The 100-year deadline was approaching, and the final battle at the core of the abyss was about to begin. Before heading to the battlefield that would decide the fate of the Starry Sea, Song Qi needed to elevate his own strength and the foundation of the market as much as possible, and this transaction was a crucial step in that. The century-long period passed in the blink of an eye. When the appointed time arrived, the Torchfire Expeditionary Fleet, having already rested and even recovered somewhat in strength due to the continuous support it received from the civilization's homeland over the past century, set sail again under the command of the 5 Emperors' flagship avatars, Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi Ji Hung, Pei Denan. In Song-Chi, they left their safe resting area and headed once more to the front lines of the Abyss battlefield, where cannon fire raged and demonic energy soared. Unlike the battered and nearly hopeless remnant army of a century ago, the Torchfire fleet, though still not fully recovered in size, was well organized and its morale was high. After a century of healing and regrouping, the surviving captains had long since emerged from the shadow of their previous crushing defeat, their eyes burning with an unwavering determination to avenge their comrades and fight for the future of civilization. The 5 mythical immortal ship avatars reunited, sailing at the forefront of the fleet. Having had a century to recover, the 5 warships had returned to their peak, the oppressive aura emanating from their hulls even more formidable than a century ago. However, the most eye-catching element was not these 5 Emperors' flagship avatars, but a colossal figure silently following behind the heavenly ruined Sky Avatar. It was a giant composed entirely of countless pale bones gleaming with a chilling white light, its stature surpassing even the Chaos God Mountain, and far exceeding the size of the Titan Giants' war fortresses not far away. 2 eerie blue flames of soul fire burned within its empty eye sockets, devoid of any emotion, radiating only a pure, soul-freezing stillness and majesty. A faint yet undeniably present 12th-tier transcendent pressure emanated from its body, distorting and solidifying the surrounding void. 12th-tier Bone Giant. This transcendent-level bone giant puppet, replicated from a component of the heavenly ruined Sky Dome's main-bodied bone tomb and forcibly elevated in rank through the limit-breaking seal, made its first public appearance before the allied forces of the Celestial Seas. Its appearance instantly attracted countless gazes across the battlefield. Whether it was the allied soldiers battling demons, the high-ranking officials of various factions closely monitoring the front lines, or the opposing Abyss demon army, all were shaken. That's the aura of a transcendent level? A skeletal puppet? When did the Torchfire civilization acquire such a weapon of war? Is this the work of that lord of the market? To be able to create a transcendent level puppet. Astonishment, shock, and disbelief spread through both armies. A controlled transcendent level combatant was of immense significance, enough to instantly alter the balance of power on a local battlefield. Deep within the Allied forces' headquarters, the wills of the sky-splitting God King, the Eternal Ancestor, the Origin Star God Lord, and the Mother of all machines swept over the skeletal giant almost simultaneously. They could clearly sense that this skeletal giant indeed emanated a stable and pure 12th-tier pressure. Although it seemed to lack the agility and Taoist charm unique to transcendent beings, resembling more of a pure killing weapon, its power level was undeniable. The wills of the 4 transcendent beings exchanged a silent exchange for a moment. The majestic voice of the God King of rending heaven resounded in the hearts of the high command of the Torchfire fleet. Welcome back to the front lines. In this battle, we owe a debt of gratitude to His Majesty Emperor Song for his assistance. His voice was calm, revealing little emotion, but it implicitly acknowledged the fact that this skeletal giant had become a new transcendent force for the Allied forces. The other 3 transcendent beings, including the Eternal Ancestor, raised no objections. In the face of the impending decisive battle at the core of the Abyss, any transcendent level power was invaluable. Whether this power came from Song-Chi himself or from a puppet under his control was of no real difference to them. As long as the power could be used by the Allied forces, that was enough. With the tacit approval of the highest levels of the Allied forces, the Torchfire fleet faced no further obstacles and smoothly took over a crucial frontline defense zone. And the silent skeletal giant stood, like the most loyal guardian deity, at the forefront of the defense line. Its empty gaze swept over the surging demonic tide in the distance, its eerie blue soul flame flickering slightly, as if awaiting the command to devour its enemies. The transcendent pressure emanating from it acted like an invisible barrier, temporarily silencing the previously restless abyssal demon army, preventing them from approaching easily. Song-Chi's true form remained seated in the heavenly market, not personally present, but the appearance of this skeletal giant had already declared his attitude and strength to the entire Allied forces, and even the abyssal demons. After a century of dormancy, the flame has returned. Carrying the flames of vengeance and the sharpness of new life, this expeditionary force of civilization will write its own chapter on this final battle stage. And Song-Chi's will, through the silent skeletal giant and the 5 avatars of the mythical worship of the flame, firmly control the corner of this earth-shattering war chessboard, transforming from a pawn at the mercy of others into the true master of the game. The bottomless abyss, infernal abyss. This is the ultimate manifestation of the fire-based rules of the abyss, a more terrifying and desolate place than molten abyss, closer to the very source of destruction. Eternally burning dark purple demonic flames hang in the sky, The earth is covered with boiling demonic blood and charred crystals formed from shattered rules, and the air is filled not only with high temperatures and poisonous smoke, but also with abyssal whispers powerful enough to erode the very soul. As the last barrier at the very bottom of the bottomless abyss, this place has now become the final battleground between the allied forces of the Celestial Stars and the Bottomless Abyss faction. Both sides have committed almost all of their remaining forces to an unprecedentedly brutal battle in this doomsday land. Every day, hundreds of millions of lives perish in this inferno. The wreckage of allied warships and the broken corpses of demons pile up like mountains, almost clogging the boiling demon blood. Chaotic rules manifest in the sky, and spatial rifts spread like a spiderweb, constantly swirling innocent warriors into them or swallowing them by sudden hordes of demons. The cruelty of war is displayed to its fullest extent here. Titan giants wield thunder, their bodies gnawed away by countless demonic insects, exposing their divine bones. The starlight barrier erected by the Eternals flickers erratically under the bombardment of countless chaotic abyssal spells. The astrologers of the Origin Star Temple chant ancient incantations, their bodies gradually dissipating into specks of light due to overexertion. The mechanical legions of the Machine Mother Nest surged like a metallic tide, yet under the corrosive influence of demonic energy, units continuously went out of control and exploded. However, on this battlefield, akin to a living hell, one legion appeared remarkably composed, suffering far fewer losses than other allied forces. This was the Torchfire Civilization Expeditionary Fleet. Their defensive line, while also enduring the frenzied onslaught of the demonic tide, miraculously maintained a relatively low casualty rate. All this was thanks to their seemingly endless army of war puppets. At the forefront of the Torchfire fleet's lines, a sea of wooden golems of various shapes was engaged in a brutal struggle against the surging demons. These golems were diverse in form. There were flying golems with 4 wings on their backs, incredibly agile. There were shadow golems, swift and invisible. And there were super fortress mother golems, their bodies transforming into fortresses, constantly spewing beams of energy. Even more peculiar were the vine golems that continuously spewed out sharp wooden spikes. Their ranks ranged from 4th to 9th, and their sheer number was astonishing, seemingly inexhaustible, continuously surging forth from the majestic phantom of the war puppet mother tree behind the firewood fleet, whose roots were deeply embedded in the void to draw energy. It was this massive number of mid to high level battle puppets that formed the outermost, inexpensive cannon fodder defensive line, greatly reducing the risk and frequency of the fireship captains personally engaging the enemy. But the true stabilizing force were the more than 20 powerful battle puppets radiating 10th tier mythical energy, and those 6 terrifying beings, as imposing as divine mountains, their auras reaching the 11th tier. These 6 11th tier battle puppets varied in form, but the aura emanating from their puppet bodies was incomparably terrifying. Especially the 2 11th tier ultimate battle puppets, which repeatedly shielded the fireship civilization from fatal threats during this decisive battle. Years ago, when 3 11th tier mythical fire demons joined forces to try and tear apart the fireship's defensive line, it was these 2 battle puppets that forcefully entangled them, and finally, with the support of several mythical immortal ship clones and the spacetime nether dragon, they were repelled head-on. This scene naturally caught the attention of the high-ranking members of the Allied forces, drawing countless complex and unfathomable glances, some of which were filled with amazement, some with envy, and a hint of unspoken apprehension. The 4 transcendent beings, including the God King of rending heaven, remained silent. As long as the Flame civilization continued to fulfill its agreement and advance towards the core of the abyss, the deeper their foundation, the more advantageous it would be for the Allied forces as a whole. Song Chi, stationed in the market, remotely controlled the overall situation. He calmly observed the battlefield, coordinating the deployment of his war puppets, while calculating the moment for the final assault on the return to the abyss. The bloody battle in the Flame Abyss was merely the prelude to the final movement. The true test lay at the very bottom of the abyss. There, the core that prevented the abyss from ascending to a higher dimension lay. Chapter 925. Titan, a giant, hundreds of millions of miles tall, its body wreathed in terrifying lightning, wielding a gigantic hammer radiating 7-colored light, roared and slammed the hammer down once more. The hammer struck the surging demonic tide, unleashing a devastating burst of lightning that spread outwards, instantly engulfing the abyssal demons within a radius of hundreds of billions of miles centered on the hammer's impact. When the pervasive lightning completely dissipated, the countless demons were nowhere to be seen, leaving only ashes. Battles like this were taking place in every corner of the crimson lands of the fiery hell abyss. This astonishingly powerful 11th-tier Thunder Titan had barely completed its attack when it was ambushed by an ancient abyssal serpent hidden deep within the Earth's veins. Its massive divine body was dragged into a boiling pool of blood, and ultimately devoured by countless demons. It and its immortal soul became nourishment for the abyss. An eternal lord of the eternal race, wielding an ancient seven-colored compass, was struck by a mental storm unleashed by several mind flayers while guiding a massive purification ritual. His brilliant eternal divine light instantly dimmed, and his very existence was forcibly erased from the river of time. A star speaker from the Star Temple attempted to communicate with the source of the starry sea to bless the allied forces, but was swept away by the aftershocks of the Chaos Belt projection. The stellar power he guided went out of control and backfired, turning him and several friendly forces from surrounding battle groups into a dazzling yet deadly starburst. An 11th-tier War Overlord mech from the mech nest, while penetrating deep into enemy territory to carry out a decapitation mission, encountered a special corruption virus from the Abyss targeting mechanical units. Its core logic circuits were contaminated, ultimately causing it to turn its cannons and indiscriminately bombard the Allied positions for a quarter of an hour, inflicting massive casualties, before being destroyed by the combined efforts of the Allied forces. The Abyss also suffered heavy losses. Powerful Flame Lords, enigmatic Mind Flayers, and Twisted Abyss Lords fell one after another under the Allied forces' desperate counterattacks. Their demonic souls were either completely purified or, with agonizing cries, were reclaimed by the Abyss itself to nurture new, even more twisted monsters, something that couldn't be accomplished in 100 or 1,000 years. Besides the brutal exchange of lives on a mythical level, the basic legions of both sides were being rapidly depleted at a visible rate. The Titan Giants' war formations, initially towering like mountains, were reduced to scattered squads making their final stand. The Eternal Race's eternal fleet, once filling the crimson sky, now consisted only of scattered wreckage floating and burning in the demonic flames. The astrologers of the Origin Star Temple, their chanting of incantations grew increasingly faint, until finally, they were completely swallowed by the roar of the demonic tide. Demons, fire demons, mutated creatures, these basic units of the Abyss were reduced to ashes in droves by the combined arms fire and forbidden spells, yet their numbers seemed endless, continuing to surge forth from the depths of the Abyss. Time flowed on, and although this chaotic war ultimately lasted only a century, for the two sides directly involved, that century felt exceptionally long. When the smoke of the century-long bloodbath began to dissipate, and the demonic flames of the fiery Abyss seemed to have grown even darker from devouring too many lives, only a handful of forces remained intact on the battlefield. The Machine Mother Nest, thanks to the fearless nature of its mechanical legions, and their resistance to demonic corruption to some extent, still maintained a sizable mechanical fleet. Although its low and mid-tier units suffered heavy losses, its higher combat power still retained its core. The most remarkable force remained the expeditionary force of the Torchfire civilization. Under the near-endless swarm tactics of the war puppet Mother Tree, the 5 Emperor's flagship clones, and the layers of protection from countless enslaved creatures, the Torchfire fleet miraculously preserved over 30% of its core ships and most of its high-ranking captains. The defensive line they constructed became one of the last relatively stable pure lands in this inferno. As for the other civilizations, almost all were wiped out. Only a very few powerful individuals, possessing both luck and strength, survived by attaching themselves to the defenses of the Torchfire or the myriad Machine Mother Nest. On the Abyss side, the once boundless demonic tide visibly thinned, with only a fraction of the high-ranking demons remaining. The fiery Abyss, the last barrier at the deepest level of the Abyss, was practically paved with the corpses of countless beings from both sides. On this day, the figure of the rending Sky God King appeared above the remnants of the Allied forces. Its divine body bore obvious wounds, and even the projection of the heaven-opening axe had dimmed somewhat. The wills of the Eternal Ancestor, the Sword Star Godlord, and the Mother of all machines also descended simultaneously, their auras weaker than at their peak. In addition, the skeletal giants controlled by Song Chi were also among them. The fiery Hell Abyss has been breached. Ahead lies the return to the ruins Abyss. The rending Sky God King's voice was weary, yet all the more chilling. The core of the bottomless Abyss, the location of the dimensional ascension ritual, and also the final lair of those demon gods. Its gaze swept over all the surviving Allied units below, finally lingering for a moment on the remnants of the fire-burning fleet and the Mother of all Machines' nest. Those who can still fight follow us, to strike at the heart of the enemy. There was no rousing mobilization, only cold reality. Everyone understood that while the carnage of the fiery Abyss was unprecedented, the true final battle awaited them in the ruins of Return. There, rested and ready, lay the complete, fully fledged abyss demon gods, and the core that sustained the abyss's dimensional ascension. Song Chi's will, through his clone, sensed the lingering, brutal atmosphere of the battlefield and the terrifying, heart-stopping fluctuations emanating from the direction of the ruins of return. He glanced at the firewood fleet behind him, wounded but still fiercely fighting, then at the ever-silent skeletal giant, but ultimately said nothing. The next moment, spearheaded by 5 transcendent beings, and centered on hundreds of wounded yet resolute allied mythical warriors, supported by 2 fleets still clinging to their skeletons, this remnant army, representing the last hope of the celestial seas, tore apart the final barrier between the fiery abyss and the ruinous abyss, and fearlessly charged into the ruinous abyss, the legendary site of the end and origin of all things for dozens of eras. The ruinous abyss, the deepest level of the bottomless abyss. Here, there is no concept of up, down, left, or right, only endless nothingness and the occasional glimpse of chaotic currents carrying the rules of chaos and order. But today, this eternal silence was utterly shattered by an unprecedented battle of transcendent beings. The chaotic battle of 12 transcendent beings possessed the power to reshape the celestial seas and annihilate all paths. The allied forces had 5 transcendent beings, and the abyss had 7, a total of 12 terrifying auras surpassing the celestial seas colliding wildly in this void. The God King of rending heaven wielded the heaven-opening axe, its axe light tearing through the chaos. Each strike contained the power to create the world. He faced a transcendent flame demon and a transcendent demon clan member alone. Although he was slightly struggling, his magnificent divine might remained undiminished. The eternal ancestor, treading the river of time, unleashed countless eternal divine lights from the eternal furnace, drawing another transcendent fire demon and a transcendent city into the temporal turbulence, attempting to banish them. The mother of all machines evolved an endless torrent of machinery, cold-killing machines, and creations of rules swept across, like a galaxy, resisting the transcendent demon and the other transcendent city. The Source Star God Lord drew upon the primordial essence of the celestial sphere, transforming billions of starlight into the sharpest swords of judgment, entangled with the most enigmatic transcendent mind-stealing demon lord, starlight, and invisible mental storms constantly annihilating them. Meanwhile, the skeletal giant controlled by Song Chi, with its fearless nature, acted as the strongest shield, forcefully blocking the final bombardment of the transcendent fire demon, stabilizing the allied forces. Of course, while the bone giant could be considered a 12th-tier combatant, it was undeniable that it was among the weakest of the transcendent beings. Facing a flame demon of the same tier, it was undoubtedly at a severe disadvantage. Fortunately, it managed to hold out, preventing a swift defeat. However, the abyss not only had a numerical advantage, but also activated 4 chaotic artifacts: the Chaos Bell, the Dimensional Anchor, the Hyperdimensional World, and the ancient, majestic city of Transcendent. The combined power of these 4 artifacts gradually suppressed the allied transcendent beings. The axe light of the sky-splitting God King was fixed by the Dimensional Anchor, the phantom of the eternal ancestor's space-time furnace was disrupted by the Chaos Bell, the mechanical brain of the mother of all machines was completely suppressed by the city of Transcendent, and the star judgment of the Source Star God Lord was deflected by the distorting force field of the hyperdimensional world. It could be said that at this moment, the 5 transcendent beings of the All-Star Alliance were completely suppressed by the abyss. The auras of the 5 divine bodies gradually became unstable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, defeat was only a matter of time. At this critical moment, deep within the abyss of Guishu Abyss, an extreme chill suddenly and forcefully tore apart the abyss's barrier. The next second, 4 figures radiating ancient and powerful auras descended fiercely, the father of the Sand Sea, the ancestor of burning heaven, and 2 other transcendent beings from the chaos divine continent. Abyssal wretch, how dare you act so violently? The father of the Sand Sea roared, and endless chaotic sands transformed into a death vortex that buried everything, sweeping towards the transcendent city radiating chaotic divine light. However, how sturdy was the abyss's barrier? To forcefully break through to this point, the ice blue phantom at the very back, the fusion of the ice demon ancestor's remaining will, and the chaotic artifact frozen heart, let out a final, silent shriek before exploding with a deafening roar. The complete collapse of a chaotic artifact released devastating energy, but it also successfully tore a temporary gap in the core rules of the abyss, creating an opportunity for the 4 transcendent beings, including the father of the Sand Sea, to descend. Ice Demon. The hearts of beings like the rending God King sank, but they had no time for sorrow. The arrival of fresh forces instantly turned the tide of battle. The father of the Sand Sea entangled the city of Transcendent, and one of the transcendent beings within it, The burning flame ancestor's burning flame ancestral fire clashed with the annihilation flame of a transcendent flame demon, and the other two transcendent beings from the divine continent also engaged their opponents. The combined transcendent forces of the allied side instantly increased to 9, surpassing the 7 from the abyss. The scales of victory seem to be tipping in favor of the allied forces. It's the support from the Chaos God continent. We're saved. They forcibly descended upon the ruins of return at the cost of the complete shattering of a chaotic artifact. Sure enough, the Chaos God continent wouldn't stand idly by. After all, once the abyss completes its dimensional ascension, it's them who will suffer the most. However, just as the allied forces rallied, believing victory was assured, another unexpected event occurred. Deepest within the Guishu abyss, in the darkness that seemed to connect to the very source of the abyss, two terrifying figures radiating immense mental power rose once more. No, what are those? Transcendent mind-stealing demons. Two transcendent mind-stealing demons never before seen. How is this possible? If they truly possess so many transcendent beings, why didn't they act sooner? We wouldn't have been able to reach the very bottom of this abyss. Perhaps, this was their true purpose. 5 transcendent beings, and the essence of the allied forces' flesh and blood. They are not content with merely achieving the lowest level of dimensional ascension. They want to completely break free from this low-dimensional plane we inhabit, and even lay a solid foundation for their future in higher dimensions. As everyone exclaimed in shock, an even more despairing event struck once more. With the appearance of these two transcendent mind flayers, 9 of the remaining 20-odd mythical Origin Star sorcerers from the Origin Star Temple within the allied forces, 6 at the 10th rank and 3 at the 11th rank, suddenly flashed with an eerie demonic light in their eyes. Without warning, they abruptly changed their targets, blasting their condensed star spells fiercely at their unsuspecting comrades. Why? No! Elder Morpheus, you. Be careful. They've been controlled. Exclamations, roars, and cries of despair instantly erupted within the allied mythical ranks. This fatal blow from within was far too sudden and ruthless. More than 10 allied mythicals were instantly annihilated by the familiar star power, and over 20 more suffered severe injuries. Nearly half of the allied mythical battle line collapsed in an instant. Damn it! The Origin Star God, locked in fierce combat with the transcendent mind-stealing demon lord, sensed the betrayal and tragic state of his subordinates. His mind trembled violently, even causing a slight disruption to the vast stellar origin within him. How could the transcendent flame demon, battling it, let such an opportunity slip by? With a sinister laugh, the flame of annihilation, imbued with all its demonic power, transformed into a jet-black demonic spear, instantly piercing the Origin Star God's body, which had been weakened by a loss of composure. Brilliant, star-like divine blood spilled into the void. The Origin Star God's body instantly dimmed. Though not quite a flickering candle in the wind, he was undeniably severely injured, his combat power reduced by more than half. In an instant, the battlefield situation shifted dramatically. On the Abyss side, 9 transcendent warriors remained, and their morale soared. Conversely, the allied forces suffered heavy losses. The Origin Star God Lord was severely wounded, reducing their transcendent combat power to 8, and their mythical level was also severely weakened, resulting in a devastating blow to morale. The 2 newly appeared transcendent mind-stealing demons had their icy gazes locked onto the unstable eternal ancestor, and the mother of all machines. A cloud of despair once again enveloped the last hope of the allied forces of the Starry Seas. The Abyss gave them no time to regroup. 9 transcendent beings, their figures flashing like lightning, carrying boundless primordial demonic power, shot towards the remaining transcendent beings of the allied forces. Chapter 926. With the arrival of 2 newly revealed transcendent mind-stealing demons, the situation in the ruins of return took a sharp turn for the worse. These 2 long-lurking transcendent demons did not directly join the siege of the allied transcendent warriors. Instead, they targeted the already chaotic mythical battlefield, and the weakened transcendent warriors of the allied forces. One of the transcendent mind-stealing demons unleashed its vast and invisible divine soul power like a plague, precisely enveloping those mythical warriors of the allied forces, who had survived the previous betrayal, but whose minds were now damaged. Already wavering in their faith due to the betrayal of their comrades, they were now almost powerless to resist under the direct influence of this being. The nascent will to resist in their eyes was quickly replaced by chaos and madness, turning into a more hysterical attack on all living things around them, even resorting to self-destruction, further accelerating the collapse of the mythical battlefield. Another transcendent mind-stealing demon cast its icy gaze upon the transcendent battlefield. Instead of attacking directly, it continuously disrupted the eternal ancestor and the mother of all machines with eerie mental shrieks. The river of time beneath the eternal ancestor's feet was thrown into turmoil by these soul-piercing shrieks, becoming difficult to control. The mother of all machines' incredibly precise mechanical thinking was also severely impacted, its computational efficiency drastically reduced, and the coordination of its mechanical torrents noticeably sluggish. With this ebb and flow, the situation, which had been slightly salvaged by the arrival of reinforcements from the Chaos God continent, rapidly deteriorated. The sky-splitting God King continued to roar, but the light of the heaven-opening axe was no longer as dazzling as it had been initially. Each collision with the dimensional anchor caused its divine body to tremble slightly, and even tiny, unhealable cracks appeared on the axe blade. Faced with the combined might of a Balrog and a demon, it could only barely hold on, unable to launch any effective counterattack. The Eternal Ancestor's situation was even worse. The use of the power of time was already extremely taxing on its mind, and under the constant interference of the Mind Flayer, its control over the Eternal Furnace steadily declined. The eternal divine light surrounding it flickered erratically, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The transcendent city being it was fighting seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, unleashing wave after wave of rules imbued with ultimate destruction upon its divine body, leaving indelible Dao wounds. On the mother of all machines' massive mechanical aggregate, parts were constantly exploding and detaching under overload. The Mind Flayer's mental interference, like a virus, invaded its core network, causing its mechanical legions to frequently malfunction, and even occasionally experiencing small-scale system crashes. The transcendent demon fighting it grinned maliciously, seizing every opening, and using demonic energy containing ultimate chaos and destruction to frantically tear apart its mechanical body. The four transcendent beings from the Chaos God continent, including the Father of the Sand Sea and the Ancestor of Burning Heaven, possessed formidable strength and initially suppressed their opponents. However, their auras remained unstable and fluctuated. Forcibly breaking through the abyss barrier to descend upon this place was an immense burden for them. Even with the shattered frozen heart bearing the brunt of the backlash, the abyssal rules of the returning void abyss continued to erode their fundamental connection to the Chaos God continent. Like rootless duckweed, their power dwindled with each use, making sustained combat impossible. Their initially fierce attacks gradually became sluggish and conservative over time. But the most fatal threat remained the Origin Star God Lord. It was severely wounded by the demonic spear imbued with the flames of annihilation, its stellar essence severely damaged. At this moment, it could barely defend itself, using its remaining stellar power to restrain the enemy at the edge, almost completely incapable of direct confrontation. All of this meant that the Allied forces, in terms of top-tier combat power, were effectively reduced to only 7 transcendent beings, a significant loss of strength. On the other hand, the 9 transcendent demon gods of the abyss cooperated seamlessly, their 4 chaotic artifacts unleashing their full power, firmly controlling the rhythm of the battlefield. They clearly recognized the predicament of the Chaos God continent reinforcements and did not rush into a desperate fight, but instead adopted a strategy of attrition, wearing down the strength and will of the allied transcendent beings little by little. Every second, the transcendents on the starry seaside could feel their power dwindling and their injuries worsening. The axe light of the sky-splitting God King grew increasingly dim, the divine body of the eternal ancestor gradually became ethereal, the mechanical array of the mother of all machines shrank continuously, and the auras of the 4 transcendents from the Chaos God continent visibly diminished. Despair, like the chill of the abyss of return itself, seeped into the hearts of every powerful member of the allied forces. Song Chi controlled the skeletal giant, mechanically and passively resisting the opponent's relentless attacks. This transcendent puppet was devoid of emotion and fear, but Song Chi's true body could clearly sense the overall decline of the battlefield through it. Can't hold on any longer. The bottomless abyss, the abyss of return, the mountain range of wraiths. Above the eerie mountain range formed by endless piles of white bones, the massive skeletal body of the skeletal giant seemed to form a perfect contrast, but at this moment, the focus of all living beings was clearly not on this. The skeletal giant standing in the void suddenly emitted a 7-colored radiance that distorted time as it gripped the time spirit spear. The next second, as the skeletal giant arm thrust out, the surrounding time flowed erratically under the influence of the time spirit spear, attempting to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Roar! The transcendent fire demon, facing off against it, let out a deafening roar. Its body was covered in pure flames of annihilation, the flowing magma patterns on its surface resembling burning stars. Facing the skeletal giant's spear imbued with the power of time, it neither dodged nor evaded, its massive claws, burning with demonic flames, striking directly. Boom! The power of time and the flames of annihilation collided violently, unleashing a terrifying energy turbulence capable of annihilating ordinary myths. The skeletal giant's skeleton trembled violently, even fine cracks appearing on the bones of its spear-wielding arm. Its massive body was forced backward. Bone burial sky slash. The skeletal giant's eyes blazed with eerie blue soul fire as it forcibly steadied itself. Its time spirit spear swept horizontally, unleashing a pale slash that pierced the void, severing and annihilating even the chaotic air currents in its path. However, the transcendent flame demon merely let out a disdainful snort. Its massive demonic claw clenched into a fist, and endless flames of annihilation converged, transforming into a miniature black sun, which it slammed down upon the pale slash. Swoosh! The pale slash and the black sun eroded and annihilated each other, ultimately dissipating completely. The aftershocks of energy once again sent the skeletal giant flying, adding several more cracks to its bones. It was ultimately only at the weakest level of transcendent power, forcibly boosted by the limit-breaking seal. Facing this transcendent flame demon, which had existed in the abyss for countless eons and possessed profound foundations, it was completely at a disadvantage. The transcendent flame demon pressed its advantage, its massive demonic body tearing through the void, instantly closing in. Its fists, burning with demonic flames, crashed down like meteors, each strike containing the power to shatter stars. The skeletal giant could only barely parry with the time spirit spear and the power of time, its skeletal body bearing more and more wounds. Just as they were passively taking hits, fluctuations from the distant battlefield made Song-Chi, who had been monitoring the entire battle remotely, tense up. The vast sea of quicksand created by the Father of the Sands was shrinking. The ancestral flames of the burning flame ancestor were no longer as intense as they had been initially, and the attacks of the other two transcendent beings from the divine continent had also noticeably slowed. The primordial aura from the chaos divine continent surrounding them flickered like candles in the wind, clearly nearing its limit. Once these four reinforcements were forced to retreat, the allied forces would completely lose any hope of turning the tide. We can't wait any longer. Deep within the Heavenly Ruins market, in the main control room of the Heavenly Ruins sky, a resolute glint flashed in Song-Chi's eyes. He knew that at this moment, any reservations were meaningless. The next second, on the pale, skeletal giant's chest, where it was wielding the time spirit spear to parry the flame demon's heavy blow, a complex and profound three-colored rune suddenly lit up. It was the divine sense imprint from the Heavenly Ruins sky dome itself. Buzz! The instant the imprint activated, a melodious aura suddenly traversed endless space and descended with a thunderous roar. At the same time, the void above the skeletal giant's head was forcibly torn open by a brute force, and a spatial rift spanning billions of miles suddenly appeared. Rumble! An indescribable, heavy pressure surged out from the spatial rift like a cosmic tide, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield of the Wraith Mountain range. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, a majestic warship, its entire body flowing with chaotic colors, its hull engraved with countless great Dao runes, and its surroundings constantly shrouded in a terrifying aura, slowly emerged from the spatial rift. The two divine runes, Tianqiu, engraved on the side of the colossal warship shone brightly, as if bearing the weight of a world governed by rules. The mythical origin ship, the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky, its true form, descended. The arrival of the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky's true form, with its overwhelming pressure and aura, instantly became the focus of the entire battlefield in the Wraith Mountain range. Song-Chi paid no heed. His cold gaze, penetrating the bridge, instantly locked onto the transcendent flame demon, who was suppressing the first skeletal giant. No words, no warnings. With a rapid thought, a series of loud cracking sounds erupted from beneath the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky's majestic hull, as if something was growing and tearing apart from within. The next moment, endless, deathly white skeletons, like erupting volcanoes, carrying a boundless aura of death, shot out in all directions. Amidst the astonished gazes of the transcendent flame demon and all the surrounding onlookers, another towering, mountain-like skeletal figure slowly rose from the surging torrent of white bones. The eerie blue soul fire burning in its eye sockets, the pale bone blade gathering in its hand, and the 12th tier transcendent pressure emanating from its body, of the same origin as the first skeletal giant, but even more solid, all proclaimed an unbelievable fact. A second transcendental bone giant. How is this possible? The transcendent flame demon roared in shock and fury. It couldn't comprehend how such transcendental-level war puppets, which were rare even across multiple eras, could appear one after another, and in the hands of the same person. This is Song-Chi's trump card that he has been hiding until now. During the century-long buffer period, he not only used the 12th tier Starry Sky Planetary Heart he had traded to push the war puppet Mother Tree to the 11th tier, but also spent a huge amount of money to obtain a 12th-tier golden apple to evolve the mirror image component to the 7-color quality, so that it could successfully replicate the skeleton tomb component after it was broken through by the limit-breaking seal. The first skeletal giant was actually summoned by the mirror warship, while the second one was summoned from the skeletal graveyard of the heavenly ruined sky-piercing ship's main body. Roar! The two skeletal giants roared silently, their ghostly blue soul flames locking onto the astonished transcendent flame demon. They launched a fierce attack from the left and right. The Time Spirit Spear manipulated temporal turbulence, entangling the flame demon from the side, and slowing its movements. The newly appeared skeletal giant wielded its massive bone blade, unleashing the bone burial sky slash, tearing through the void, launching a frontal assault. The previously one-sided battle instantly reversed. Although the transcendent flame demon was powerful, facing two transcendent-level puppets simultaneously, practically invulnerable to pain, sharing the same power, and working in perfect harmony, it immediately found itself on the defensive. The flame of annihilation burned wildly, attempting to incinerate everything, but it was gradually weakened and resisted by the power of time and pure death. New wounds began to appear on its massive demonic body. Though not fatal, they caused it to roar repeatedly, its attacks no longer as unrestrained as before. The advantage was tilting towards the side of the flame of annihilation. However, Song-Chi's goal was far more than mere suppression. Just as the two skeletal giants launched a precise combined attack, forcing the transcendent flame demon to fully activate its flame of annihilation to form a shield for defense, and in that instant, when the old force had dissipated, and the new force had not yet arisen, the heavenly ruined sky, which had been hovering at the edge of the battlefield, silent as a cold star, moved. On the ship's hull, countless Dao runes lit up instantly, and the vast phantom energy surged into the depths of the ship like rivers flowing into the sea. In front of the bow, for illusory yet ancient sword shadows, exuding the aura of annihilating everything and ending all things, appeared out of thin air, forming an incomparably profound sword formation phantom. Zhu Xian sword formation. But this is not the end. The Light of Judgment Civilization Judgment trait was already activated when the allied forces of the Celestial Seas and the Army of the Bottomless Abyss formed their two major factions, and the newly activated Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Singularity Detonation, including the weakness mark of the Hunting God for the Blood Spear component. All these preparations have already been activated ahead of time. The next moment, Song-Chi's icy voice rang out, Zhu Xian. Chaos Annihilation Strike. Buzz. Zhu Xian Sword Formation High-Dimensional Chaos Annihilation Strike characteristic fully activated. The four illusory sword shadows suddenly solidified, transforming into four tangible sword lights that pierce through dimensions, entwined with chaotic energy and the Tao of Termination. These sword lights were not simple energy aggregations, but rather invoked the high-dimensional rules in the darkness, carrying a conceptual strike that could be considered annihilation for the entire lower-dimensional plane. Following the fatal flaw marked by the hunting mark, they instantly traversed space, ignoring the layers of annihilation flame walls and rule defenses hastily erected by the transcendent flame demon, directly penetrating its demonic core. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The transcendent flame demon's ferocious expression froze on its face. It looked down in disbelief at the insignificant point of light on its chest, which instantly spread with countless cracks. No, no. Chapter 927. With disbelief and resentment filling its face, the 12th-tier transcendent flame demon's body exploded violently. Boom! An indescribable destructive energy erupted from within its demonic body, the end of chaos, the collapse of rules, the obliteration of concepts. Its demonic body, its divine soul, its chaotic and fiery rules accumulated over countless epochs, everything, under the chaotic annihilation beams triggered by the four sword lights, crumbled inch by inch like words erased by an eraser, turning into formless and intangible particles, dissipating into the chaotic currents of the Guishu abyss. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no struggle or wails. A transcendent flame demon that had traversed the abyss for countless epochs, causing the heavens and starry seas to tremble, was instantly killed in a flash by the heavenly ruined sky-piercing ship's main body with overwhelming force. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire Wraith Mountain range, even briefly affecting the distant main battlefield. Everyone who sensed this scene, whether from the allied forces or the abyss, whether from mythical or transcendent realms, felt a tidal wave of shock wash over them. One strike, instantly killing a transcendent. What terrifying skill! What an unbelievable feat! The heavenly god king's axe flashed, the eternal ancestor's eyes gleamed, the mother of all machines' mechanical core nearly crashed, and the father of the Sand Sea and other transcendent beings from the divine continent were utterly shaken. Meanwhile, on the abyss's side, the remaining 8 transcendent demon gods revealed disbelief and a hint of fear in their eyes for the first time. However, Song-Chi ignored them, instead maneuvering the heavenly ruined sky firmament to rapidly unleash beams of traction, drawing the lifeless corpse of the transcendent flame demon into the ship's hold at top speed. Immediately afterward, using the dimensional space stone that had evolved to a tricolored quality, he sent the transcendent flame demon's corpse into the celestial market. Having completed this step, he then divided his attention in two. One part remained within the celestial market, using the market's mythical status to focus all his efforts on refining the transcendent flame demon's corpse. Of course, the market was currently only at the 10th rank. Although it possessed the support of a peak 11th rank mythical status, completing the complete refinement of a transcendent corpse in a very short time was clearly unrealistic, even though Song-Chi had unhesitatingly activated a Great Tao Origin Totem Pole for enhancement. However, the good news was that the celestial market only required a drop of transcendent essence blood to advance to the 11th rank, not transcendent source blood. The former was much easier to refine. The other part of their focus was concentrated on the 2 skeletal giants, controlling them to rush to the aid of the other transcendent beings in the allied forces of the stars and seas as quickly as possible. Although transcendent blood essence is easier to refine, it still requires time, and before that, the allied forces must not be defeated. As the transcendent flame demon was instantly killed by the heavenly ruined sky dome's lightning, the morale on the battlefield subtly shifted. The allied forces, especially the transcendent beings like the rending sky god king, were greatly encouraged, and their previously precarious defenses seemed to have stabilized somewhat. Meanwhile, the abyss inevitably experienced a moment of panic and suspicion. The sudden appearance of the heavenly ruined sky dome brought an overwhelming sense of threat. Just then, 2 skeletal giants, radiating a deathly pressure, tore through the chaotic air like 2 pale lightning bolts, forcefully joining the main battlefield. Ignoring the traitors controlled by mind flayers wreaking havoc on the mythical battlefield, they directly targeted the greatest threat to the allied transcendents. The first skeletal giant, wielding the Time Spirit Spear, channeled the power of time into an invisible swamp, enveloping the transcendent demon, who was locked in fierce combat with the sky-splitting God King. Demons are known for their cunning and speed, but under the effect of time stagnation, their swift movements froze, giving the sky-splitting God King a precious opportunity to catch his breath and counterattack. Good! The sky-splitting God King roared, seizing this fleeting opportunity. The heaven-opening axe blazed with light, unleashing a condensed axe beam that slashed fiercely at the sluggish demon, forcing it to abandon its offensive and focus entirely on defense. The second skeletal giant, meanwhile, directly confronted the transcendent demon, who was frantically attacking the mother of all machines. Without any fancy techniques, relying solely on its indestructible skeletal body and pure power, it wielded a massive bone blade, engaging the demon in a primal and savage head-on clash. Boom! 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 Bone blade clashed with demonic claws, deathly stillness and chaotic magical energy fiercely battling it out. The skeletal giant was shattered, bone fragments flying everywhere, cracks spreading across its skeletal body. Yet, it seemed oblivious to pain, clinging tightly to the powerful demon, buying the nearly disintegrating Mother of Machines crucial time for rebuilding and repair. The Mother of Machines core gleamed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, numerous damaged mechanical units were recovered and dismantled, while new combat units rapidly produced and replenished from the depths of the nest. The collapsing mechanical torrent began to coalesce anew. The arrival of the 2 skeletal giants acted like 2 sturdy pillars, forcefully holding back the collapsing roof beams and buying the allied transcendents a precious respite. The pressure on the Eternal Ancestors' side also eased abruptly. Although the 2 transcendent mind-stealing demons continued to interfere, without the support of demons and devils, their threat was greatly reduced. The Eternal Ancestor seized the opportunity to stabilize the turbulent river of time, and the light of the Eternal Furnace returned to stability, beginning to slowly repair its own Tao wounds. The 4 transcendents from the Divine Continent, including the Father of the Sand Sea, were also able to slightly slow their offensive and stabilize their steadily declining aura. They looked at the 2 skeletal giants locked in combat, and at the silent yet deadly heavenly ruins in the distance, their eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. This human youth from the shattered star sea had actually, single-handedly, forcibly reversed this almost hopeless battle. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. The Abyss still possessed 8 transcendent demon gods, and the power of its several chaos artifacts remained undiminished. The 2 newly appeared transcendent mind flayers, after their initial shock, had already turned their cold gazes back to the battlefield, seemingly brewing an even more terrifying attack. Meanwhile, the condition of the four transcendent beings from the Chaos God continent continued to decline. Time remained tight. The balance of the battlefield was fragile and fleeting. Although the two skeletal giants fearlessly entangled the demons and monsters, buying the allied transcendent beings a chance to breathe, the Abyss side quickly regrouped after their initial shock. The two newly appeared transcendent mind flayers no longer merely interfered. Instead, they joined forces to unleash an even more unpredictable mental storm. Invisible mental shocks swept like waves towards the already weakened Eternal Ancestor and the Mother of all machines, causing their recently stabilized auras to fluctuate violently once more. Although the sky-splitting God King received reinforcements and the pressure eased slightly, he could only barely maintain his undefeated position against an opponent wielding the Dimensional Anchor and the Mind-Stealing Demon, who could launch a sneak attack at any moment. A counterattack was extremely difficult. Most worrying, however, were the four Chaos God Conquerors, including the Father of the Sand Sea. Their auras rapidly deteriorated like punctured balloons, their bodies even beginning to become somewhat ethereal. The abyssal will of the returning Void Abyss, like the thickest swamp, relentlessly eroded their connection to the God Conqueror's origin, attempting to forcibly expel them. Everyone, we can't hold on much longer. The Father of the Sand Sea's voice carried a hint of weariness and resentment. His vast sea of quicksand had shrunk to just enough to protect himself. The ancestral fire surrounding the burning heaven ancestor dimmed considerably. He said in a deep voice, "Our source is about to be exhausted. If we don't return soon, the four of us may be in danger of falling from our ranks." The other two transcendent beings from the divine continent remained silent, but their flickering figures spoke volumes. The morale of the allied forces, which had just risen, plummeted again with the impending departure of these four powerful reinforcements. Once they left, the 8 transcendent demon gods of the Abyss would have no more scruples, and could launch a full-scale attack on the remaining transcendent beings of the allied forces. At that time, Song Qi, controlling the two skeletal giants, was equally anxious. He could sense that the refining within the market had reached its final stage. The drop of transcendental essence blood was about to fully form, but the Father of the Sand Sea and the others clearly wouldn't be able to wait until then. Hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. Song Qi's will roared, urging the two skeletal giants to launch an even more frenzied attack at any cost, trying to buy those final few seconds for the market's advancement. In the celestial dome of the void market, the great Tao origin totem pole flickered with chaotic light. The power of his mythical rank, originally at the peak of the 11th tier, had barely risen to the initial 12th tier under the burning of this origin totem pole. Although its duration was extremely limited, and the cooldown period was a staggering 5,000 years, it was all worthwhile. With its blessing, the refining speed of the transcendent flame demon's corpse increased dramatically. Finally, before the 4 transcendent beings from the Chaos God continent departed, Song Qi successfully refined a drop of transcendent essence blood. Deep within the void market, a drop of dark red transcendent essence blood, its interior seemingly containing the birth and death of demonic flames and stars, finally solidified completely, radiating a flawless Taoist aura. Now! Song Qi's true form roared silently, manipulating this precious drop of transcendent essence blood, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly merging it into the core of the void market's fundamental rules. The void market officially began its attempt to reach level 110. Whoosh! The entire celestial market trembled violently. An indescribable surge of boundless energy erupted from the void, and the market's boundaries began to expand outwards at a visible speed. The already majestic and imposing market's secret realm became even more vast and magnificent. The Tao runes inscribed on its barriers seemed to come alive, flowing with a chaotic luster. An aura far more vast and profound than before, like a slumbering creator god awakening, crashed down and spread from the market into the endless void. At this moment, the celestial market finally broke through the crucial bottleneck and advanced to the 11th tier. Almost simultaneously with the market's advancement, Song Qi clearly sensed that the mythical rank power bestowed upon him had undergone a qualitative leap. From the previous peak of the 11th rank, he had abruptly broken through to the true 12th rank transcendent level. This was not merely an accumulation of quantity, but a leap in the level of life, a qualitative change in the authority of rules. If further enhanced by the great Tao origin totem pole. Song Qi's eyes blazed with unprecedented brilliance. The bottomless abyss, the battlefield of the ruins of return. As time continued to pass, the protective power gained at the cost of the shattering of the chaotic artifact frozen heart had weakened to its limit. The immense repulsive force of the abysses will once again envelop the four transcendent beings of the divine continent, including the father of the Sand Sea, causing their forms to gradually become illusory. They were now on the verge of being forcibly repelled back into the chaotic divine continent. However, the abyss side still wanted to complete this step even faster. 3 transcendent demon gods with ferocious auras erupted from their demonic bodies with raging demonic flames, transforming into 3 destructive torrents that rushed straight towards the 4 weakened beings, including the father of the Sand Sea. The intention was obvious, to strike while the iron was hot, to cripple them before they fully returned, at any cost. Even if only 1 or 2 could be spared, victory would be assured. The sky-splitting God King, the Eternal Ancestor, and the others were enraged, wanting to help but were held back by their respective opponents, unable to escape. Just as the father of the Sand Sea and the other 3 were about to suffer a fatal blow. Roar! The 2 skeletal giants, who had been fighting the demon and the devil race respectively, let out a silent roar at this moment. Completely disregarding the attacks from behind, their massive skeletal bodies unleashed unprecedented speed, like 2 pale meteors hurtling in reverse, crashing into the 3 demon gods, who were rushing towards the transcendent beings of the divine continent. You're courting death. Seeing this, the transcendent demon sneered, abandoning its original target and turning to intercept. In its eyes, these 2 puppets, at the bottom of the transcendent level, were nothing to fear. It could easily handle either one. However, just as its demonic claws were about to touch the leading skeletal giant, the eerie blue soul fire in the skeletal giant's eye sockets suddenly burned to its peak, emitting a chilling, destructive aura. Not only it, but the skeletal giant behind it did the same. No! They're going to... The transcendent demon's sneer instantly froze on its face, replaced by utter horror. Unfortunately, it was too late. Without giving any time to react, the moment the 2 skeletal giants closed in. Boom! Boom! 2 indescribable pale lights, like 2 mythical stars, suddenly erupted in the core of the ruins of Return. This was the complete and utter self-destruction of the 2 12th-tier transcendent beings' origins, their skeletal bodies, soul fires, and all the rules they embodied. The destructive energy, like a raging sea, instantly engulfed the transcendent demon that bore the brunt of the attack. No! The transcendent demon only had time to let out a short, desperate wail before its demonic body was disintegrated and annihilated inch by inch in the endless torrent of white bone destruction, its undying demonic soul turning to nothingness along with it. The other 2 transcendent demons who rushed towards the father of the Sand Sea and his companions, although slightly further away and not directly hit by the self-destructing core, were still subjected to the destructive energy surge that swept over them, like billions of bone-scraping steel knives, relentlessly slapping against their demonic bodies. Ugh! Amidst the piercing screams of agony, countless gaping wounds tore open the 2 demons' seemingly indestructible bodies, gushing foul-smelling demonic blood like a waterfall, their auras instantly weakening. This sudden, earth-shattering turn of events plunged the entire battlefield into deathly silence once more. No one had expected Song-Chi to be so decisive, so unhesitatingly self-destructing 2 precious transcendent-level bone giants, thus abruptly interrupting the abyss's fatal strike in such a gruesome manner, and severely injuring 2 transcendent demon gods. Chapter 928. However, this was not the end. The pale light of the transcendent self-destruction had not yet completely dissipated when, at the center of that destructive energy, a completely new, more vast, more majestic, truly 12th-tier transcendent aura, like a primordial beast emerging from its cocoon, crashed down. A chilling voice, seemingly containing the supreme authority of the entire universe, traversed endless space, clearly resounding behind the 2 severely injured, still shaken transcendent demons, attacked together. Before the words had even finished, a gigantic handprint, formed from endless purple mist and blotting out the sky, had already torn through the void of the Guishu abyss, seemingly pressing down from the other side of the starry sea. On the handprint, the power of primordial rules flowed, carrying a dense suppressive Taoist aura, its target directly aimed at the 2 injured transcendent demons. This was the full-force attack of the transcendent-level projection of the Heavenly Ruins Market after advancing to the 11th tier. At the same time, the 4 transcendent beings of the Divine Continent, Father of the Sand Sea, Ancestor Burning Heaven, and the others, who were previously on the verge of death and almost completely dissipating, simultaneously unleashed their final brilliance. Sand buries all heavens. Burning Realm. Divine Continent suppresses demons. Chaos returns to origin. 4 roars, imbued with their last primal power, resounded. Quicksand, ancestral fire, the phantom of a divine mountain, chaotic energy, for terrifying attacks, each a swan song, condensing their final strength, crashed head-on against the two abyss transcendent demons, who were suppressed by the projection of the void market in front and had no way to retreat. Attacked from both sides, there was no way to avoid it. No! Amidst the terrified roars of the two abyss demons, the purple void market's giant hand, and the four divine continents' swan song attacks, like two millstones of destruction, slammed together. Boom! An energy storm, even more terrifying than the self-destruction of the skeletal giants, swept out. When the light faded, the two already wounded abyss demons had vanished, leaving only two wisps of pure abyss primordial demonic energy and a few shattered fragments of rules. The aftershocks of the earth-shattering combined attack had not yet completely subsided. The figures of the four transcendent beings from the divine continent, father of the sand sea, ancestor of burning heaven, and the others, had become extremely illusory, like candles flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The first to shatter was the father of the sand sea's massive body of quicksand, transforming into specks of light, forcibly sent back to the chaos divine continent by the powerful repulsive force of the returning void abyss. Immediately afterward, ancestor of burning heaven, and the other two transcendent beings from the divine continent also dissipated with resentment. The reinforcements from the chaos divine continent had thus completely withdrawn from the battlefield. However, the atmosphere on the battlefield now was completely different from when they first arrived. On the abyss side, 4 of the original 9 transcendent demon gods had perished under Song Chi's series of swift and decisive actions, leaving only 5 transcendent combatants. On the allied forces side, although they had lost 4 powerful allies from the divine continent, they still possessed 5 transcendent combatants: the rending heaven god king, the eternal ancestor, the mother of all machines, the sword star god lord, and Song Chi, who had just displayed terrifying strength and was now in charge of the upgraded heavenly marketplace, existing as a projection of the marketplace. Miraculously, the top combatants of both sides were now back on equal footing. Humph. So what if we're even? The dimensional ascension ritual is irreversible. Once the ritual is complete, the abysses will be completely transformed, and you will all become resources. The demon god wielding the dimensional anchor spoke coldly, attempting to shake the allied forces' resolve. The expressions of the sky-splitting god king and the others were grave. They could sense that the dimensional fluctuations drawing in from the deepest part of the Guishu abyss, pulling at the very source of the abyss, were growing increasingly intense, as if the final leap was imminent. Could it be that even after paying such a heavy price, they still couldn't stop it? Just as the atmosphere froze, the two transcendent beings locked in a stalemate, the battle seemingly about to descend into a new round of brutal stalemate. The heavenly ruins azure sky, which had been hovering at the edge of the battlefield in an ethereal state, suddenly shed its disguise, its massive hull appearing like a ghost. It didn't participate in the transcendent confrontation. Instead, several powerful beams of traction shot out from beneath its hull, striking with lightning speed and precision at the 3 transcendent demon corpses floating in the void. Stop him! A transcendent mind-stealing demon roared sharply, realizing the danger. However, would the God King of rending heaven and the eternal ancestor allow them to succeed? Your opponents are us! The God King of rending heaven roared, the heaven-opening axe blazing once more, tightly binding the demon race that tried to intercept. The eternal ancestor's river of time swept across, blocking a mind-stealing demon. The mechanical torrent of the mother of all machines, and the remaining stellar power of the origin star god lord also erupted simultaneously, blocking the last 2 demon gods. In this brief gap in the obstruction, the heavenly ruined sky had successfully absorbed 3 transcendent corpses into its cabin. The next moment, the 3 corpses vanished simultaneously from the depths of the cabin. Within the heavenly ruins, the immense power of the transcendent level mythical status descended, continuously acting upon the 4 transcendent demon corpses. Soon, the flesh and blood of the 4 transcendent corpses were rapidly stripped away, leaving only the bones containing the principles of transcendence and immortality. Once the 4 immortal skeletons were returned to the heavenly ruined sky, the skeleton tomb component unleashed an unprecedented devouring power. The 4 transcendent skeletons were instantly thrown into it, greedily absorbed and smelted by the component. The skeleton giant summoning progress bar, which had been in a long cooldown due to the self-destruction and required a massive amount of high-level skeletons to reaccumulate progress, now skyrocketed like a rocket. 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Whoosh! A familiar, chilling, deathly transcendent pressure erupted once more from within the heavenly ruined sky. Under countless shocked gazes, another transcendent skeletal giant, towering like a mountain, its body shimmering with a pale light, its eye sockets burning with ghostly blue soul fire, tore through the void and descended with overwhelming force. Impossible. The remaining 5 transcendent demon gods from the abyss side almost simultaneously gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief and horror. It had only recently self-destructed, yet it could summon again in such a short time? This heaven-defying summoning method was completely beyond their comprehension. However, what terrified them even more was yet to come. This newly formed transcendent skeletal giant did not join the transcendental battlefield. Instead, under Song Chi's precise control, the massive skeletal skull turned towards the deepest part of the Guishu abyss, towards the direction from which the dimensional fluctuations were emanating. The next second, it took heavy steps, each step shattering the void, ignoring all obstacles in its path, launching a desperate charge towards the core of the abyss's dimensional ascension. Its goal was not to participate in the battle, but to disrupt the dimensional ascension ritual. Stop it! At all costs. The demon god wielding the dimensional anchor roared almost frantically, unable to remain calm any longer. If the dimensional ascension ritual was interrupted, the abyss's countless epochs of planning would be in vain. The remaining 5 abyss transcendents, like madmen, tried to break free of their opponents and intercept the bone giant. Don't even think about it. Stay here. The God King of rending heaven, the eternal ancestor, the mother of all machines, and Song Chi, projection from the void market, simultaneously unleashed their strongest power, like several insurmountable chasms, firmly blocking the 5 abyss demons. Boom! 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 The battle on the transcendent battlefield instantly entered its most intense phase, with rules collapsing and energy annihilating every second. And the unstoppable bone giant, carrying the last hope of the celestial seas, drew ever closer to the abyss core that would determine fate. The final victory rested on the shoulders of this fearless bone giant. The bone giant shattered the void, each step traversing endless distances, and the twisted, writhing abyss core deep within the void abyss was now almost within reach. It was a gigantic, tumor-like structure formed from countless chaotic rules, boundless magical energy, and the essence of countless living beings' flesh and blood. Its surface was covered with pulsating blood vessels and flickering, eerie runes, emanating a nauseating yet incredibly powerful amplification fluctuation. Stop it! Song Chi's will, passing through the skeletal giant, sensed the impending, fully formed leaping force and held nothing back. The soul fire in the skeletal giant's eye sockets burned to its limit, and the time spirit spear in its hand erupted with unprecedented temporal turbulence, stirring the surrounding rules and making them extremely unstable. It raised the spear high, gathering all its deathly power and the laws of time at the spear tip, transforming it into a pale torrent piercing through the void, fiercely thrusting towards the amplified core. Boom! A pale torrent collided violently with the ascended core. Countless runes shattered amidst groans, pulsating blood vessels burst, and pure magical energy and flesh essence poured out like a flood. The stable ascended structure, under the relentless attack of the skeletal giant, began to tremble violently, revealing countless spiderweb-like cracks. No! In the distance, the abyss transcendent beings, locked in fierce combat with the sky-splitting God King and others, roared in despair. They could clearly sense that the ritual sustaining their ascended status was being forcibly interrupted. Crack! With a crisp sound, as if the very foundation of the world had shattered, the massive, tumor-like core collapsed inward, then exploded with a deafening roar. An even greater surge of energy and matter erupted like molten lava, sweeping outwards and forcing the skeletal giant to retreat, its skeletal body riddled with cracks. The fluctuations of the ascended status ceased abruptly. Success? Just as a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the rending God King, the eternal ancestor, and others, Song Chi sensed an even more bizarre and chilling change through the bone giant. The exploded core energy hadn't completely dissipated. Instead, drawn by some residual will, it began to forcefully surge towards a higher dimension in a distorted and incomplete manner. A terrifying pressure, far greater and more majestic than before, bearing obvious higher dimensional characteristics, crashed down upon the entire Guishu abyss like an invisible tsunami, rapidly spreading throughout the bottomless abyss and even the surrounding star sea. This is? The rending God King's pupils constricted sharply. The dimensional ascension hasn't completely stopped. The eternal ancestor's voice was low, tinged with understanding and helplessness. It was interrupted from its perfect process, yet relying on its previously accumulated vast resources, it forcibly began an incomplete leap. This is about to step into the half-step higher dimension realm. As if to confirm its words, the entire abyss began to tremble violently, undergoing a cataclysmic change in its rules. A unique status, transcending ordinary star sea dimensions yet not fully transcending them, was laboriously coalescing and taking shape. This meant that although the Abyss had not yet achieved its desired complete dimensional ascension and escaped the star sea, it would break free from its original constraints and leap to a level comparable to the chaotic divine continent, a semi-high dimensional realm. It would take away half of the dimensional authority that the chaotic divine continent had exclusively enjoyed for countless epochs. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the chaotic divine continent. However, for all the races of the star sea, it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Because this incomplete, forced leap was extremely unstable, but its consumption was far less than that of a perfect dimensional ascension. The immense essence of blood, stellar origins, and the fortune of civilizations that the Abyss had previously plundered from the myriad stars now seemed excessive. To complete this arduous half-step leap, the Abysses will had to continuously and massively expel this surplus of resources during the leap. A magnificent yet tragic rain of light began to fall above the abyss of return to nothingness and throughout the entire bottomless abyss. This was pure life essence, shattered fragments of rules, the core power of stars, released from the abyss's constraints, transforming into streams of light, returning to the embrace of the myriad stars. The return of these primal forces would greatly alleviate the weakening of the myriad stars, which might continue for countless epochs due to this calamity, preserving the most precious spark for the recuperation and future revival of all civilizations. On the battlefield, the surviving Allied soldiers gazed up at the rain of redemption, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions: the relief of surviving a catastrophe, the sorrow for their fallen comrades, and a sense of uncertainty about the future tinged with a faint glimmer of hope. The five Abyss transcendent beings also ceased their frenzied attacks. They sensed the dramatic changes taking place in the Abyss, and the continuous loss of their essence, their expressions incredibly complex. The plan had ultimately failed. Although not a complete defeat, it was a far cry from their initial ambitions. Song-Chi, controlling the battered skeletal giant, hovered silently above the ruins of the shattered dimensional core, gazing at the bottomless abyss struggling to undergo a dimensional leap. He had succeeded. Though he couldn't prevent the abyss from becoming stronger, he had protected the flame civilization and reclaimed a glimmer of hope for the myriad stars. However, these are not the main issues at the moment. With the reversal of the situation, the circumstances facing the allied forces of the stars and seas have completely changed. They have gone from being the attackers to the retreating ones. Once the abyss completes its semi-dimensional ascension, under the blessing of the abyss's will, the abyss demon's combat power will be greatly enhanced. Conversely, these outsiders will be severely suppressed and must quickly and completely absolve themselves of the abyss. Like the chaos divine continent, once the ascension is complete, the mythical existence of the abyss demons will be greatly restricted, making it impossible for them to recklessly trespass into the stars and seas. In other words, as long as the allied forces retreat to the stars and seas, the subsequent crisis will cease to exist. Chapter 929. The tremors of the bottomless abyss grew increasingly violent. The distortion of rules and energy tides brought about by the forced leap to a semi-higher dimension made the entire abyss extremely unstable. The once clear space-time structure began to blur. The repulsive and suppressive force from the will of the abyss, like a rising tide, began to affect all beings outside the abyss's camp. Retreat! The God King of the rending sky made a decisive decision, his resounding voice echoing in the hearts of all the surviving allied forces. Continuing to stay here, once the abyss completed its leap, fighting on the enemy's home turf, would have unimaginable consequences. The remaining allied forces immediately retreated rapidly in the direction they had come from, the direction leading to the Star Sea, like a receding tide. The Titans carried their wounded comrades, the Eternals erected their last starlight shield, the mechanical units of the myriad machines' mother nest reassembled into high-speed retreating ships, and the survivors of the Origin Star Temple guided the starlight to create a relatively safe path. However, would the Abyss demons willingly let these resources and future enemies leave so easily? Stop them! Leave as many as you can. The demon god wielding the dimensional anchor spoke coldly. Although their dimensional ascension plan had been thwarted, severely injuring or even preserving some of the allied forces' essence, especially that lord of the heavenly market who had repeatedly thwarted their plans. Song-Chi was equally crucial for the abyss's future foundation. In an instant, countless demons surged out of the shadows from all directions, like mad dogs, launching a final, and most frenzied, attack. The five abyss transcendent beings personally intervened, attempting to cut off the allied forces' retreat. And among them, the one bearing the greatest pressure was none other than Song-Chi and the Torchfire Civilization expeditionary fleet he protected. His previous performance was too dazzling, annihilating a transcendent, summoning a skeletal giant, destroying a dimensional core, He had long been a thorn in the side of the Abyss demons. At this moment, more than 20 mythical-level demons, led by 2 transcendent demons, charged straight at the heavenly ruins, and the fire would fleet like sharks smelling blood. Protect the human emperor. Form ranks, defend. Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, and the other human emperor avatars roared. The remaining firewood fleet quickly contracted its formation, desperately building a defensive line, but faced with such a terrifying disparity in troop strength, the line was instantly on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, a cold glint flashed in Song Qi's eyes. He did not choose to retreat with the fleet. Instead, he steered the heavenly ruins abruptly around, facing the surging demonic tide head-on. You go first, I cover the rear. Before the words were even finished, the battered skeletal giant, who had been guarding him, let out a silent roar. Its massive skeletal body erupted with a final burst of light, charging fiercely towards the transcendent demon at the forefront. White bone burial sky slash. The pale bone blade, carrying boundless deathly energy, slashed fiercely at the ancient demon, forcibly intercepting it and engaging it in a fierce battle. At the same time, Song Qi's mind raced, and the ring of heavenly authority on the heavenly ruined skyship suddenly glowed with a ghostly light. Enslavement Seal Berserk, activate. A savage, berserk power, willing to overdraw its own source, was instantly injected into the spacetime nether dragon, which was closely connected to the heavenly ruined sky dome. This powerful enslaved beast, which had already reached the 11th rank, let out a dragon roar that shattered the void. Its aura surged wildly like a volcanic eruption, and the spacetime scales on its body shimmered with unstable light. Its combat power temporarily surged to the limit of the 11th rank. Unfortunately, the 12th tier golden apple he had painstakingly acquired was used on a mirror image component, and the ring of heavenly authority was still only of 5-colored quality, unable to truly allow the time-space netherworld dragon to temporarily go berserk to the 12th tier. Otherwise, Song Qi wouldn't even need to linger, he could simply leave everything to the bone giant and the time-space netherworld dragon. But that's not feasible now. The time-space netherworld dragon, at its 11th tier limit, is insufficient to stop a transcendent demon. He needs the assistance of the heavenly ruined sky-piercing ship and the mirror image warship. Roar! The time-space netherworld dragon's eyes were crimson, filled with the pain of being burst by power and boundless savagery. Its massive body tore through space, directly confronting the second transcendent demon. The power of spacetime and the rules of shadow collided wildly, instantly igniting a fierce battle. Faced with the more than 20 mythical demons surging like a tide, Song Qi unhesitatingly activated the full potential of the battle puppet Mother Tree. Whoosh! The phantom of the Mother Tree took root in the void, burning its stored energy relentlessly, frantically creating and releasing 10th and 11th tier battle puppets, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. They possessed no intelligence, only the instinct to fight. Like the most loyal suicide squads, they formed lines of flesh and blood, metal/wood, fearlessly confronting the mythical demons, using self-destruction and their own bodies to block their path. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk the rearguard battlefield instantly transformed into a meat grinder even more brutal than the main battlefield. Bone giants clashed with transcendent mind-stealing demons, time-space nether dragons fought to the death with transcendent demons, and countless battle puppets perished alongside the mythical demons. Taking advantage of this precious gap gained at a great cost, the expeditionary fleet of the Torchfire civilization, led by the avatars of Emperor Jiang Yuan and others, faced no further obstacles. They transformed into streaks of light, broke through the layers of demonic energy blockade, and sped towards the outside of the ruins of return and towards the Star Sea without looking back, following the passage opened up by the main force of the allied forces. Song Qi stood atop the bridge of the Tianxu Sangqiong, coldly observing the horrific battlefield before him, and the bottomless abyss rapidly completing its half-dimensional leap, its oppressive power growing ever more terrifying. He could feel the abyss's repulsive force had become so strong that the Tianxu Sangqiong's 7-colored engines were beginning to hum under overload. It was time. With a thought, the skeletal giant, entangled with the transcendent mind-stealing demon, suddenly erupted, temporarily forcing its opponent back, then transformed into a stream of light, and disappeared into the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong. On the other side, the time-space netherworld dragon, at the moment the enslavement seal berserk effect ended and its aura plummeted, was recalled by the divine sense mark just as it used the destructive beam attack unleashed by the Tianxu Sangqiong and the mirror ship to force back the transcendent demon. The next moment, all engines of the heavenly ruins azure sky roared to full power, the chaotic light flowing from its hull tearing through the increasingly viscous abyssal rules, transforming into a streak of light exceeding all limits, instantly disappearing in the direction the Torchfire fleet had retreated. The transcendent mind-stealing demon and the transcendent demon wanted to pursue, but found it too late, only able to let out a roar of unwilling resentment. When the bottomless abyss completed its final half-step leap, completely transforming into a semi-high-dimensional realm, radiating its full high-dimensional pressure, the last essence of the allied forces of the celestial stars, including Song-Chi and his flagship, had successfully escaped the abyss's reach and returned to that familiar starry sea. Looking back, the enormous abyssal entrance that had once devoured everything now seemed veiled by a high-dimensional gauze, becoming blurry and distant, an invisible barrier already formed. The bloody battle of the abyss had finally come to an end. However, what attracted attention at this moment was not this. All the beings in the celestial seas, who had escaped the bottomless abyss, turned around at the same time, their eyes filled with endless sorrow and anger, watching the struggles and wails coming from behind them. The semi-dimensional ascension process of the abyss was progressing faster than expected. Only a minority of the allied forces managed to evacuate early. The majority of survivors failed to return to the Star Sea immediately. As a result, they were firmly isolated by the semi-high-dimensional barrier that had already begun to form within the abyss, making further evacuation difficult in the short term. At the boundary between the Star Sea and the abyss, the remaining allied warriors had just escaped the suffocating demonic energy domain. Before they could even feel the soothing touch of the Star Sea's origin, the scene behind them gripped their hearts. Looking back, the once clearly visible entrance to the abyss was now shrouded in a constantly twisting and reinforcing semi-high-dimensional barrier. The barrier shimmered with iridescent light, yet exuded an aura of despairing isolation. Behind that barrier, shadowy figures could be seen, countless allied warships, titans, eternal starships, mechanical units, and powerful beings from various races who had failed to break through in time. Like insects trapped in amber, they desperately attacked and rammed against the rapidly forming barrier. Energy beams bombarded the barrier, only creating ripples. The massive warhammer crashed down, as if striking ancient divine iron, the recoil causing its user to cough up blood. Powerful beings skilled in spatial traversal attempted to tear apart dimensions, only to find the surrounding spacetime structure completely solidified, indestructible. No! Let us go! Your Majesty, Rift Heaven, save us! Eternal Ancestor! Desperate cries, unwilling roars, dying wails, faintly echoed through the not yet completely isolated barrier, like countless sharp knives, cruelly scraping at the souls of every successful evacuee. Most of them were units severely damaged in the previous bloody battle in the fiery abyss, their movements somewhat slowed, or warriors who voluntarily stayed behind to cover their comrades' retreat. Among them were the backbone of the Titan Legion, elite mages of the Eternals, experienced star speakers from the Origin Star Temple, and a large number of the last seeds of medium and large civilizations. The rending God King clenched his massive fist tightly, the light on his axe blade flashing violently with extreme rage. He watched helplessly as a Titan commander, who had followed him in battle for many years, frantically pounded the barrier behind it, ultimately being overwhelmed by the swarming demons, letting out a final, unwilling roar. The Eternal Ancestor's body was surrounded by fragments of time in disarray. He attempted to use the power of time to rewind a moment, but the semi-high-dimensional barrier already possessed the rudimentary ability to interfere with time, rendering his efforts futile. He could only watch as one by one, the Eternals turned into eternal dust in the demonic flames. The mechanical core of the mother of all machines emitted a piercing alarm, calculating countless rescue plans, but without exception, failure. Forcibly attacking the barrier will only accelerate its solidification, and may even trigger a dimensional storm, annihilating those inside. The already severely injured body of the Origin Star God trembled slightly, the starlight dimming, too painful to bear. A silent sorrow and overwhelming rage permeated the successfully retreating allied forces. They had won, preventing the abyss's perfect dimensional ascension and restoring life to the Star Sea, but at such a terrible price, watching helplessly as countless comrades and brothers-in-arms were forever left in that inferno that was about to become the enemy's realm. Song-Chi stood on the bridge of the heavenly ruins' azure sky, his face as cold as iron. He saw several captains from the Torchlight fleet who had stayed behind to cover the main force, ultimately failing to break through. Their life signals abruptly ceased in the Torchlight communication network before the barrier completely closed. He knew that the fate of these trapped allied forces was sealed. Against the demons, who had completed their initial leap and received the full support of the abyss's will, they wouldn't last long. What awaited them was only death in battle, or becoming nourishment for the abyss in endless torment. The abyss. Song-Chi murmured these two words, etching them deeply into his heart. The blood debt of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. The semi-high dimensional barrier finally solidified completely, like a massive, cold tombstone, separating the two worlds. The sounds and light behind the barrier vanished completely, leaving only deathly darkness and the faint, chilling pressure of the abyss emanating from that space. The surviving Allied forces, in deathly silence, began to regroup, tallying their near-total casualties. Carrying endless sorrow and deep-seated hatred, they embarked on their journeys homeward, heading towards their respective civilizations. The abyss bloodbath ended in such a tragic and heroic way. However, all living beings knew that this was by no means the end. With this upheaval in the abyss, countless civilizations and forces across the starry seas were destroyed, leaving vast territories rich in resources vacant. These would inevitably become the focus of contention among the surviving civilizations. It is conceivable that in the near future, the starry seas will descend into another era of bloody chaos, and this chaos will not easily end until a new hegemon, mythical civilization, or power is determined. Shattered Starry Sea, ancestral domain of the Torchfire. Shortly after Song Qi, Jiang Yuan, and the remaining members of the Torchfire Expeditionary Force returned to their ancestral domain, the Torchfire civilization convened another Supreme Civilization Conference. The topic of discussion was, naturally, the Torchfire civilization's response to the impending new era of chaos. The outcome of this discussion was largely unsurprising. All factions advocated for outward expansion. With Song Qi, a transcendent warrior, suppressing the rebellion, the Fire civilization was now recognized as one of the transcendent powers across the starry sky. Therefore, the Fire civilization naturally needed to seize this opportunity to expand aggressively, thereby compensating for its insufficient foundation due to its short history. Finally, the meeting reached a final resolution. Each of the 5 fire empires would lead an expeditionary fleet, expanding in 5 different directions, while a host of mythical warriors would remain in the celestial market to provide support. During this process, Song Qi received messages from the Eternal Race and the Titan Giant Race, their messages essentially seeking a consensus. The 3 transcendent powers would each occupy their own territory, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Song Qi did not hesitate and quickly agreed. The Shattered Star Sea is vast enough to accommodate not only 3 transcendent forces, but also 10 or dozens. Moreover, it is only in the early stage of the Star Sea now. In hundreds of millions, or even billions of years, the Shattered Star Sea will continue to expand as time goes by. Chapter 930. Having just survived an epical upheaval, the Shattered Star Sea has undoubtedly once again descended into war and chaos amidst the frenzied expansion and territorial claims of various civilizations. However, unlike the previous chaos of the Abyss's dimensional ascension, this time, although various factions have engaged in interstellar warfare, a new balance maintained by the 3 transcendent forces has prevented any mythical-level bloodshed. All interstellar battlefields remain within controllable limits. In the southern region of the Shattered Star Sea, in just 10,000 years, a vast territory spanning over 40 core galactic clusters and radiating influence over hundreds more has become a supreme existence that all races of the heavens must look up to, the Torchfire civilization. This territory is reverently called the Torchfire Divine Territory by all races. At the core of the Torchfire territory remain the 5 immortal ancestral continents of the Imperial Empires, and the Heavenly Peak Secret Realm, now expanded to rival a great world, suspended deep within the core of the ancestral domain. Based on the 5 ancestral continents, the radiance of the Zhou Tian Lu Ha revolving wheel array envelopes the most core river system clusters. Supported by these clusters, the power of the Firewood civilization radiates to dozens of surrounding river system clusters, its residual influence capable of intimidating hundreds more. It is the very foundation of the Firewood civilization. Within this vast territory, countless life-bearing floating continents have been transformed and reborn. They adhere to the civilization code promulgated by the Firewood Council, maintaining their individual cultural characteristics, while collectively venerating Firewood as their suzerain civilization. A network of colossal stargates spanning galaxies tightly connects this vast land, leading to unprecedented prosperity in trade, exchange, and the flow of cultivation resources. And this is only the change within the territories under the jurisdiction of the Firewood civilization. With the gathering and nourishment of countless rare resources within these endless territories, the peak combat power of the entire Firewood civilization is increasing at a visible rate. Jiang Yuan, the ruler of the Divine Xia dynasty, 15,000 years into the Firewood Transcendence era, his flagship Divine Xia Jiuli, after accumulating countless civilizational fortunes and various mythical-level additional advancement resources, triggered a vast stellar sea phenomenon, successfully advancing to an 11th-tier mythical origin ship. 1,000 years later, Jiang Yuan secluded himself atop the divine Xia ancestral continent, drawing upon the newly accumulated firewood fortune of over 20,000 years, finally breaking through the bottleneck of the 11th tier guiding technique. His divine body and flagship resonated perfectly, making him a true captain of a mythical origin ship. Ji Heng, ruler of the Crimson Yu dynasty, in the 23,000th year of the Fire of the Transcendent Era, during an adventure exploring an alien star system, she obtained a wisp of super-tier resource Xian Huang Mother Qi. After integrating it into her Xian Huang Crimson Yu ship, she unleashed her accumulated power, breaking through the 11th tier mythological barrier in one fell swoop. The Crimson Yu Xian Huang divine light illuminated the galaxy, achieving the origin of mythology. Jiang Yi of the Divine Xia dynasty. As the most dazzling supernova of the Divine Xia dynasty after Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yi successfully upgraded his flagship Shani Qingyu ship to a mythological immortal ship in the 28,000th year of the Transcendent Era. Shortly afterward, his own guidance technique also broke through, making him the 6th mythological immortal ship captain of the Fire of the Transcendent Civilization after the 5 human emperors. Ing Yi of the Immortal Qin dynasty and Ferdinand Ackermund of the Holy Temple Federation both broke through almost simultaneously in the 35,000th year of the Transcendent Era. The Immortal Qin ancestral dragon ship and the Heavenly Holy Light ship successively upgraded to mythological origin ships, and the guidance techniques of the 2 human emperors were not neglected. Between 40,000 and 70,000 years of the Transcendent Era, the Burning Flame civilization was at its most brilliant. The Lord of the Big Dipper, the head of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce, the ancestor of the Tianning Tan clan, the first director of the Yin Huang Consortium, the ancestor of the Fuyupei clan, the first generation war king of the Immortal Qin war king Hull, Song Yan of the Tianqiu Song clan, and many other veteran giants and captains of the Burning Flame civilization, relying on their prosperous and thriving civilization, successively stepped into the realm of mythical immortality, together forming the Burning Flame civilization's indestructible peak combat power barrier. And beneath this ultimate prosperity and flourishing, Song Qi, as the highest pillar of civilization, never ceased his progress. Possessing the All-Heavens Market, a super trading platform connecting the myriad star seas, even the Chaos Divine Continent, and the bottomless abyss that had already completed a semi-high-dimensional ascension, coupled with the continuous influx of rare resources from the entire Fire God realm, his accumulation had already reached an inconceivable level. 12,000 years into the Fire God realm's transcendence era, in the deepest part of the All-Heavens Market, in his all-attribute cultivation chamber. Swoosh, with a sound, the door to the all-attribute cultivation chamber opened, and Song Qi, who had been in seclusion for nearly 100,000 years, emerged. Guiding technique LV-119, it's time to take that final step. After a murmur, his figure suddenly vanished from the All-Heavens Market, reappearing on the Heavenly Ruins continent. Over 100,000 years have passed, and the Tianqiu continent remains at the 10th tier star continent level. It's not that the Song clan ceased nurturing the Tianqiu continent after its ascension. Every so often, multiple high-tier floating continent origin cores are still added to the Tianqiu continent's origin core. However, at the star continent level, further advancement is extremely difficult for a floating continent, and the accumulation of resources cannot be completed in a short time. Fortunately, thanks to the Song clan's continuous accumulation and support over 100,000 years, coupled with the previous frenzied expansion of the Fire civilization and the gathering of countless high-tier floating continent origin cores, the Tianqiu continent's resources have finally reached the 10th tier limit, making it possible to challenge for the 11th tier star continent status. Tianqiu continent, Dragon Spine Divine Mountain, Dragon Whale Palace. At this moment, dozens of people were gathered in the main hall. Upon closer inspection, Song Yin, Song Wujiang, Song Xuan, Song Xingru, and others were clearly among them. With the rapid expansion of the Fire civilization, the Song family, as one of the 5 great royal families of the Heavenly Ruins, had naturally amassed countless high-level resources. With this vast accumulation of resources, the strength of the Heavenly Ruins Song family was now far greater than it had been over 10,000 years ago. Of the dozens of people gathered in the Dragon Whale Hall, aside from Song Yin, the newly promoted mythical immortal captain, Song Wujiang, Song Xuan, Song Xingru, Shen Yuran, Ing Jing, White Eyebrows, Song Yiming, and Song Xuansong were all trans-dimensional captains. The others, such as Song Chao, Chen Lixia, Song Ming Song, Song Shan, Song Hanyu, Song Ting, Song Bei, and Song Yu, were all 8th Order Star River captains. Moreover, this wasn't even the Song family's full strength. Over the past 100,000 years, the family had produced many other prodigies, including a monster who achieved transcendence within a short span of 10,000 years, and even more 8th-tier starship captains. It can be said that the Song family of Tianqiu today absolutely deserves the name of the Heavenly Pillar Royal Family. Shaoqi Go. Now that the family's power is established, you don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on your attempt to reach the 12th tier. Also, have you informed Emperor Jiang and the others? To attempt to reach the 12th tier mythical transcendental ship, you must be fully prepared. Hearing this, Song Qi nodded slightly, indicating that he had already made arrangements. After arranging everything with his family, Song Qi's figure flashed, disappearing into thin air from the Dragon Whale Palace. Tianqiu continent, deep within the Earth's core space. When Song Qi appeared there, two figures were already waiting, Jiang Yuan and Ing Yi. As for Ji Heng and Pei Dinan, they are currently stationed respectively in the chaotic divine continent and the bottomless abyss. As the only two semi-high-dimensional lands, the Firewood civilization has already rebuilt the chaotic and abyss cities upon them, serving as crucial sources of high-level resources. The three exchanged glances, and then nodded slightly. Song Qi said nothing more, directly stepping to the core of the Heavenly Ruins continent's origin. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light radiating a rich primal aura appeared. The next second, without hesitation, he tossed the ball of light towards the Heavenly Ruins continent's origin core. Sensing this shared aura, the Heavenly Ruins continent's origin core immediately unleashed a powerful devouring force, beginning to fully absorb and merge this core, which also originated from the Star continent. The residual power of the Firewood civilization now covers hundreds of surrounding river systems. While star continents are rare, they are not entirely devoid of them. The primordial core currently present originated from a large galactic cluster hundreds of billions of light years away. It was a 10th-tier resource-type floating continent, but after the Flame civilization extracted half of its primordial core, it would struggle to accumulate further resources for tens or even hundreds of millions of years, barely maintaining its own balance, though at least it hadn't suffered catastrophic destruction. Deep within the core space of the Heavenly Ruins continent, the instant the 10th-tier primordial core from that distant galaxy made contact with the Heavenly Ruins continent's primordial core was like a spark thrown into a boiling oil pan. Buzz! The entire core space trembled violently. The Heavenly Ruins continent's primordial core began to spin wildly at an unprecedented speed, unleashing a terrifying suction force that devoured everything, tightly binding, tearing, and fusing the foreign primordial core. A torrent of 11th-tier primordial energy, like a burst dam, poured into every corner of the already saturated Tianqiu continent. Rumble! Beyond the continent, the entire Tianqiu continent began to tremble violently. Its area expanded outwards at a visible rate. New mountain ranges rose from the ground at its edges, and vast oceans appeared out of thin air. Above the heavens, the laws of the Great Tao manifested, condensing into countless dazzling chains of runes, intertwining and reinforcing this vast continent undergoing a leap in the level of life. Deep within the Earth's veins, dragon roars echoed, as if countless ancestral dragons of the Earth veins were joyfully awakening. It has begun. Jiang Yuan's gaze was solemn. He and Ing Yi flanked Song Qi, their divine senses forming an invisible net, covering the entire Tianqiu continent, guarding against any possible unexpected events. Song Qi held his breath, his entire mind connected to the continent beneath his feet that had nurtured him, guiding the surging primordial power to impact the solid 12th-tier barrier. This process lasted a full 6 months. When the 6 months were up, the expansion of the Tianqiu continent reached its limit. The rule runes above the continent's sky solidified completely, transforming into an eternal halo that enveloped the heavens. The dragon roars deep within the Earth's veins converged into a thunderous roar that shook the galaxy. Boom! A boundless aura, far more vast and majestic than a 10th-tier star continent, like a colossal star god awakening after countless ages of slumber, erupted from the Tianqiu continent, spreading throughout the entire Xinhua divine realm, even attracting the attention of beings like the rending sky god king and the eternal ancestor in distant star fields. 11th-tier star continent, complete. Just as the continent completed its ascension, the old and new rules alternated, and the origin was at its most active, almost surging forth as a tangible tide. Now! Song Qi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, his mind perfectly merging with his flagship, the Heavenly Ruins sky. The already prepared Heavenly Ruins sky, like a bottomless black hole, appeared abruptly above the core of the Heavenly Ruins continent's origin. The surging tidal energy of the 11th-tier floating continent's origin completely enveloped the ship, all the Great Tao runes instantly lighting up, frantically absorbing this once-in-a-million-years advancement resource. But this was only the beginning. With a wave of his hand, several items radiating unimaginable energy fluctuations appeared before Song-Chi. A drop of dark golden blood, seemingly containing a burning galaxy within, the 12th tier transcendent flame demon source blood. Several materials that only appeared in legends. A special resource formula for advancing to the 12th tier, measuring the combined power of over 10,000 years of civilization, plus the Heavenly Ruins market, barely enough to gather the necessary ingredients. And the vast source of fortune belonging to the Heavenly Ruins Divine Court, accumulated over tens of thousands of years within the pool of fortune opened by the primordial flame seed. In addition, there were 2 extra resources for transcendent advancement. Merge! Song-Chi shouted. The transcendent source blood, the special resource formula, and the extra advancement resources transformed into a torrent, greedily devoured by the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky ship along with the 11th tier floating continent's primordial tide. As for the fate of the primordial flame, he didn't rush to invest it into the Sky Ruins Sky ship. As a derivative of the Chaos Treasure primordial fate seed, it couldn't be reversed by the 7-color time chessboard. Song-Chi planned to use it last. If it really came to that. Rumble. An unprecedented energy storm erupted inside the Sky Ruins Sky ship, and the ship groaned under the strain, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. This was the ultimate leap from the ship's life level to the 12th tier transcendent level, its danger far exceeding any previous advancement. Song-Chi's face paled, spitting out a mouthful of pale golden blood. His soul, connected to his flagship, was also bearing the immense impact. Rewind. Upon failing the advancement, he unhesitatingly activated the power of the time chessboard, causing a partial reversal of space-time, restoring the previously dim Tianxu Sangqiong. However, the second energy storm was still violent, with various threats and crises following one after another, rule conflicts, energy rampages, conceptual chaos, each time incredibly dangerous. Rewind. Rewind again. Song-Chi's gaze was as firm as iron, repeatedly using this heaven-defying life-saving trump card, engaging in the most brutal tug-of-war with the difficulty of the advancement. On the side, Jiang Yuan and Ing Yi watched with trepidation, unable to intervene, only able to do their utmost to maintain the stability of the surrounding space. When the third time reversal was activated, Song-Chi's gaze sharpened. Without further hesitation, he unhesitatingly channeled the lingering fortune he had preserved into the Heavenly Ruins sky. This time, the raging energy storm gradually subsided, transforming into a restrained, profound fluctuation that seemed to resonate with the very origin of the universe. Buzz! An indescribable majesty slowly rose from the Heavenly Ruins sky. It was no longer a warship, but more like a living, chaotic deity wielding some supreme rule. The ship became somewhat ethereal, as if existing between reality and illusion, its entire body flowing with the chaotic energy of the great Tao. Its mere presence caused the surrounding rules to retreat and submit. 12th Order Mythical Transcendent Ship, successful. Song-Chi let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of relief mixed with utter exhaustion on his face. He had finally taken this step. However, this was not the end. The ship's advancement required a guiding technique to unleash its full power. For the next 10,000 years, Song-Chi entered a period of profound seclusion. He processed the ultimate rules he had gained from advancing to the transcendent ship, harmonized his own origins with those of his ship, and guided the immense power of transcendence to cleanse and reshape his own life form. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Song-Chi opened his eyes again, deep within them seemed to hold the birth and death of stars, the cycle of the universe. He slowly rose, no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from his body, but a transcendent Taoist aura, surpassing all things, naturally flowed forth. With a slight thought, without needing to summon it, the Heavenly Ruins Azure Sky ship perfectly merged with him, becoming one with him. 12th Order Guidance Technique achieved. Mythical Transcendent Captain achieved. At this moment, the Fire Spirit civilization truly possessed a complete 12th Order Mythical Transcendent Captain, entirely of its own making and requiring no external assistance. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Fire Spirit divine realm. All races came to pay homage, and the entire Starry Sea celebrated. From this day forward, the Fire Spirit civilization has completely shed its reputation for relying on external forces to reach the transcendent realm. It truly and undeniably stands at the pinnacle of the Starry Sea, alongside Titan and Eternity, becoming one of the 3 most powerful forces in this shattered Starry Sea. And from this day forward, Fire Spirit is eternal.